Yo, guys, what's up? Welcome. Dire Golf, thank you so much for the Prime sub, man. I appreciate it. Welcome back. We're going to be starting off right away with some practice of the very end of Shrine of Amana, because that is not looking good on this run. So I made a save state. That's why we had a little bit of a longer intro, so I apologize about that. But I just made a save state. You probably heard the character die a few times. I think I wasn't even muted too, so you probably heard me too. But yeah, welcome back. Hope you guys are having a good weekend. I'm just gonna play this one file at least a few times and try to get the aim on the enemies really dialed in here. Like, this is probably the hardest part in the running sections that you have to do for the bow. You literally have, well, it's one chance that you have for this guy right here, and you can't miss a shot if you want to do it properly. So I got to aim like above his head. Right around here will be a headshot on the second shot, but it doesn't matter. It could be a body shot too. And then I need to aim like right here. So it's like 1, 2, 3, and that's if he doesn't turn. Let's see if I can do that. So that missed, that did not hit his, yeah, that's already, this is what I mean. It's pretty bad. Now let's just assume that this first guy we can't kill anyways. Or maybe we go for this guy. Maybe we go for this guy, we let the other one chase me. And then I go around here, and then I kill this guy as a backup. And then I go back around here again, and then I jump back onto the thing, if I can. And then I get over here because of whatever reason. And then maybe I can trap, oh, he can glitch onto the platform. What? Dude, these enemies are so broken, dude. He can go up a ledge while walking straight. Oh, no, wait, no, that's fine. Okay, so that's not safe. I can technically walk on that side too. Never mind. This side you can't walk onto, this one you can. So that might not be a safe spot. Maybe if I get him right here, and then I jump to this side, and then kill him right here. That would probably be the best thing I can do as a backup plan, because I don't think we really are going to be guaranteed every time. There's no chance I'm going to be doing this perfect every time. I don't think it's going to work. So I'm planning to get it, maybe we'll say at the best 7 out of 10 times, and the 3 times it doesn't happen, we got to do something like that, like what we just did, but just have him separated in the other part of that platform there. Oh boy. Also, if you guys haven't seen much of this run or you have no idea what the hell I'm doing, you ask any questions you want, and I'll try to explain what's going on. I did update the run counter, so run number 15 is the run we're going to be starting, and then the PB is still 4. Flashbacks of eggnog. Oh, because the Christmas music, right? I still have a lot of lo-fi that is Christmas themed on the playlist. Also, Medics, thank you for the good luck, dude. I appreciate it. Rathox, welcome back. It's good to see you, man. Haven't watched in a long time. Sick haircut and good luck. Thanks, dude. I need to redo my hair soon. It's getting to the point where the roots are growing quite a bit again, so I gotta redo it. Double Rilo. Rilo, thank you so much for the Prime sub, man. I appreciate that. Welcome. Not the single Rilo, the double Rilo. We got 2 of them. The 2-time. The back-to-back. Caleb, what's going on? Major Rock, what's up? Brandito, welcome back. Mids, what's going on? Cyrus, Tavoom, Legit, Evan, Johnny, Mercy. Diddy, what's going on? Clyde, Davey. And also, again, Quick, welcome back, dude. Tempest, how are you doing? All right, so again, right above his head, a little bit lower this time. Got his foot, and then right about here. So he's dead. That's perfect. That's like what we want. And then this guy's really easy to deal with, I think. Yeah, okay, that's not bad. Just gonna keep doing this a little bit just to make sure that I'm like 100% confident that something will kill these guys. Something in general will kill these guys. And then the good news is if I have any issues in the future going forward from this part, maybe Demon of Song becomes a problem, maybe something else, I can make a bunch of save states for the rest of the run if I want to. And yeah, we're good. What up? How's it going? I'm good. I'm doing good, dude. How are you? What's up? feel like just by calling you your own name, I'm asking you how you're doing. I'm greeting you indirectly. So yeah, the weird thing about the lock-on on this game is somehow you lose the lock-on really easily in situations where you would not expect to. Like, even though you are locked on the enemy, it'll just break it. I don't know why it doesn't break the lock-on on that part, because we're literally aiming through pillars, and he goes past the distance in which you can lock on to an enemy, in most cases. So I have no idea how that works, but I'm assuming it's consistent that he'd stay locked on. And then if he blocked at the last second, I'd have to fade away like right here, or on this side. Probably this side, because I could loop back around again, then do like a zigzag. I would basically do this. And then I drop off that side. And that's if I can be quick enough to identify that that's what's happening. But that's the backup plan in that scenario. But ideally, I want to just get this guy killed every time. I should be able to. It's just, I know that sometimes it's not going to work. And we could kill him here again, too. Okay, so now he is blocking. This is where it's a little bit tricky. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. I wish there was something you could do in this game to like hit the enemy. Oh, you know, the only thing I think that makes sense at that point is I'd have to do a running attack with the mace, because by the time it connects, he's going to try to attack me. But if he does the thrust, I think he beats me. I even practiced these guys earlier, literally just running around with the mace, trying to kill them with melee. Dude, it's so freaking hard. It's unbelievable how inconsistent it is trying to use a regular weapon to kill these guys. And they don't operate like with any logic at all, dude. They move random speeds at random times. Their attacks come out without any kind of telegraph. And then some of their attacks reach so far, it's crazy. Colton, I'm doing good, dude. How are you? Maz, thank you for the good luck. I should probably turn the game sound back on, too. I just realized that. We had that turned off. This is the intro. That's the best case scenario right there. Okay, I'm gonna do one more. Like, when it comes down to it, if the dude's point blank and I don't have the stamina, there's nothing I'm going to be able to do, because you can't move quick enough at that point, and you can't tell if he is gonna block ahead of time. So I literally have no option in general there. I just have to get like a really good last second shot as soon as he swings, the second that the frames start for his attack, so it doesn't trade with my shot being too slow. That's the only option at that point, because you can't escape, you can't do anything else. I'm not gonna be able to parry him properly, because I can't even predict the attack. So there's not much you could do. But the idea is not to let it get to that point. Wish there was an easier way to like dunk these guys. Wait, do I have a skull? Let me check and see. I don't think the skulls work on them. Yeah, I don't even have one anyways. I don't think they do work on these guys, but either way though. Just got to get this one dead immediately. And then I can do an aiming shot on the next guy. Like right here. I could do like some sort of prediction around there. But then like, see, now the stamina's screwed. So now I missed a whole shot. Now he's running, and is he shielding too? Okay, he's not shielding. So we're going to fade away here, get a shot as we drop. And then I have to roll to force the distance, because I can't sprint for another like 3 seconds. And then we charge up, get him right here. Boom. So that was a pretty good solution right there. I just got to like be so ahead of the spacing that like I'm thinking, okay, if he's over here, then we got to get like 2 steps ahead before he even makes it to where I would shoot him, just so I have the stamina and the time to escape a second time every time I shoot, because I can't shoot 2 times in a row at that distance unless he's guaranteed gonna die. Like, there's no other way. Have an Urner Firebomb ready. If he blocks, it doesn't matter, Cyrus. It doesn't do any damage, dude. The arrows are still more powerful. I've tried every single thing you can think of. with that kind of stuff. There is no basic thing that makes sense on this. But it's okay, though. I think we got it down decent enough. And I played a lot of really good runs yesterday, so we're going to do the same thing right now and get it started. Also, Sir Runs, welcome back, dude. Are you nervous during runs, and how nervous were you when you just had started running?
Perhaps you've seen
I get nerves like in waves for like 2 seconds, and then they go away. So usually it's like maybe 2 or 3 times in the entire run, just for like blips, and the longest blip would be the very end of the game usually, and then even then I can calm down pretty fast. When I first started doing runs, it was a lot of nerves, like pretty much nerves on everything. I wouldn't say maybe like nerves to the point where I can't get rid of them, but definitely like the mental aspect of not being used to the risk level was pretty challenging. Not like the performance and me being afraid of screwing up because I practiced a lot, but more so just the idea that there's a lot of risk. Like I have to actually reset, and I think you're really bad at wanting to reset or like being willing to in the beginning, and then you get a lot better at it. Are we able to do overall color again? Let me see. Trying to think. Oh, wait, this is changing the color a little bit. Oh, yeah. Okay, I like this. Oh, yes. Look at that guy, man. All right, I think this works. We're kind of orange. It's a bit better. I wanted a different color. Go with pink hair. Perfect. Let's do it. Amazing. Quite a specimen over here. Looks like he ran through some sort of area that just had a bunch of clouds of Dorito cheese, and it stuck to his body. Doofish, welcome back, man. I watched that video on the last giant hitboxes. Dude, it's so weird that they programmed that one box on the other hand when he's doing the swipe that's in the slam. It's so strange. Like, have you ever personally gotten hit by his other hand when he's just chilling? Because that's the type of stuff, like, you would never know unless someone actually made a video. Makes zero sense. I wonder if that's actually a mistake, because, like, when you program the game, you would have to actually place the hitbox there, right? You'd have to actually, like, program it intentionally, so it wouldn't be like, oh, yeah, we were trying to program it as part of the other hand, and then it kind of was just, like, moved to the side a little bit. It's, like, explicitly on his other hand. Good, you're sick of the snow though, Colton? Oh boy. See, I feel like we haven't gotten enough snow over here. Like it keeps melting. Or just it's really cold, but there's not enough of it, right? I want to go snowboarding, but I'm pretty sure the mountain that I typically go to, that's like more chill, I'm pretty sure it's been open for a while, and they probably have had pretty good conditions, so it's got to make the trip. Be kind of cool to stream the snowboarding, but I don't have a mobile setup though. They even block earned chipping damage that well. Well, the earned damage is less than me hitting them with an arrow. And then if they block, it's still the same thing, right? It's like a reduced amount of damage. So the damage is the same type of situation where it's not going to be enough to finish them off, unfortunately, because the actual item itself just does less damage than the arrow at that point. Overall, it's like it's pretty close in terms of the lightning urns, I think, because the water and everything, but it's not that great. And the thing with this game that sucks is, like, if an enemy's blocking, even if you hit them like in their back, like you could hit the biggest area of their body that's not being blocked, and that counts as if the shield is there still. So a shield being placed in the upwards position protects their entire body, which is not like the case in some of the newer games. Even, I think, no, in Dark Souls 1, that's not even the case, or Demon Souls. So that to me seems really weird. That seems kind of like a lazy oversight. Not entirely true. Well, it depends on, like, I guess maybe the enemy or the region, but I've had situations where I literally attack the back of the enemy and it doesn't do anything. Like, it still counts as a block, right? Maybe there's like a big boundary where it's not necessarily the whole body for every enemy. But a lot of the times though, if the shield is like tiny and like they have their whole leg sticking out, or maybe again like your shoulder, back of the shoulder when they're rotated, whatever. Like, I've literally had it where it's pretty crazy. Shooting him in the toe, Mirror Knight. Okay, what about regular enemies, though? Because, yeah, Mirror Knight definitely... I can agree, Mirror Knight, you can hit him no matter what. If he's blocking, that's fine. Never been snowboarding. You heard it's fun, but you got 13 inches in West Virginia. I'll take all the snow, man. Just build a hill over here. Actually, there was one place I had where the backyard would have been big enough to literally snowboard in. I could have built, like, if I just hoarded up all the snow I could have, I would have been able to build, like, a drop-in ramp and, like, a mini kicker or, like, put a rail somewhere.
I've no choice now.
And I had a buddy that did that when I was younger, and it was really cool. So I really wish I took opportunity with that, or I wish I took advantage of it. All right, that was an easier way of killing Lissia. So that's, I think, what a lot of people were trying to suggest that I do. And we got it. Saitama, what's up? Welcome back, dude. Got near getting the run yesterday, or not too close yet? We've been pretty close. Yesterday was good. Unfortunately, I didn't get the run, though. And then I got screwed on Shrine of Amana. I think it was like 2 or 3 hits that we took at the end. So I wasn't really able to go past the PB. Okay, I need to pop the soul first. I gotta keep remembering. I should pop the soul while I'm waiting for Lissia to stand up, maybe, or when I'm waiting for her to die. I don't know. Yeah, because you can't get the soul quick enough when you kill Dragon Rider. Like, you have to wait. You can't... Like, Walnir is one of the fights that I remember where, like... I think it's Walnir and Yorm, particularly, where the soul pops in the inventory, but it takes so long to get out of the arena that you can actually pop their soul in the fight still. And I'm pretty... For Walnir, it 100% works, but I don't know for Yorm, though. This is the cutscene. Yesterday had the elite archer. Oh, yeah, there was an arrow that came through the top of a doorway in the Bastille from a location that was like the perfect angle to shoot me from. And I was pretty far into the room too. I wasn't even like near the door. So like it kind of scared me. It was pretty weird. Getting it today, we definitely could. There's a huge possibility. Tomorrow I was thinking of doing Bloodborne, but I also really want to go back and try that no roll, no death run on DS1. And since that run itself would only take probably 2 hours to do, say maybe 2 to 2.5 hours at the most, I could probably attempt it at least a few times tomorrow. But tomorrow's stream is going to be a bit shorter though. So I'll be starting earlier and then I'll be ending sooner too. Try to make it at least, if I can manage 4 hours, maybe 5, but it's definitely not going to be as crazy as today. Today I'm going to try to go for at least 7.5 hours or something like that, maybe 8.5 hours. Whatever is needed to get this. If we're on a good attempt and it's late, I'm still going to do it until we get it. Or until we can't get it, I guess. Large reason you didn't go back to Bloodborne is farming the HP items. There's a point you get to where it kind of is self-sustaining and you don't need to farm as much. You can just buy them from the shop, or you can sell items that you don't need and then just use those runes to, or the blood echoes to buy the vials. So I would say give it a chance until you get to an area where you can farm them very quickly, or you can just buy them. Because, like, think of it this way. Bloodborne has 8 mandatory bosses to beat the game. By the time you make it to the last area, which is still not even the majority of the game if you count all the optional stuff in the DLC, you can already farm, like, a ridiculous amount of echoes and blood vials from the pigs. But even before that, though, any pig you kill gives a pretty decent amount. And then you can use the echoes from them, too, to be able to buy more. So I'd say, like, the pig where Shadows of Yharnam is, if you've killed Shadows of Yharnam, run backwards. Boom, that's an easy mid-game point, and then Mensis as well. I made a guide on the YouTube a long time ago in how to avoid that problem, but I took the video down. Kind of wish I kept it. And it was literally just for beginners trying to figure out where to farm the blood vials at each point of the game. Wait, what am I missing here? We got the... Oh, we didn't get the hand axe. Okay. Do I usually buy both the bright bugs at this part? I don't think so. I mean, we could get the silver serpent ring early. There's something I'm missing, though, I swear. Something kind of seems weird. I don't know. Groundhog Day, Dusha. This run is definitely Groundhog Day sometimes. It's once we get out of like maybe the early game, then it feels like it's a new run. But if you reset too much, it kind of blends together. That's why actually it's funny. A lot of people would ask like, why would you make such crazy characters? Part of the reason that actually helps is that if they're very, very different and very eccentric, it's very easy to remember it's a different run. So you're not going to make like a really weird automated mistake or something, because I definitely can do that. It can be bad for that kind of stuff. Oh, we didn't get Cat Ring yet. Why didn't I buy Cat Ring? That's probably why the souls are weird. Luckily, we don't need it yet, but that's not good. Oh my god. Yeah, I went into the inventory to buy it, went out, popped the soul, then only went and bought the skulls. So that is why the budget is weird. Nil, what's up, man? Rockney, another run. Oh yeah, non-stop until we get it. Except for I will actually take a break tomorrow, and then I'll probably take a break on Monday and Tuesday to get the Elden Ring run started. Because I really want to go back to Elden Ring and play it again. It's been something I've been missing. I actually have really been enjoying DS2 as well. It's kind of funny. It's like playing this made me really want to do the all bosses run, but then at the same time, I equally want to do the Elden Ring run before this is over as well. Unless we get it today. Do you even need a Cat Ring until Seldora? No, you don't even need it for a while, so I could actually buy it later, technically. I think it's mainly like literally that ladder itself, and then... Dude, that's scary. I got trapped. That ladder right there, and then there's some stuff in Bastille that you just have to do a bit differently. Or just be a bit careful. Come on. Here we go. Stompy. Alex, what's up, man? How are you doing? All right, now we get the Bright Bug. Usually I only get one extra, so that should leave enough for the Cat Ring too. And then I gotta go get the Merchant set, so I'm just gonna get it while I'm over there. And not roll into the hole there without the Cat Ring. You were farming on the bridge where Cleric Beast was. That's a really hard spot to farm with the wolves in particular, unless you're very good at killing them, because they can actually put up a fight, right? Whereas the pigs, like as soon as you get a backstab, it's really easy. Dude, am I off for the souls? Oh no, yeah, I still need to up this one too. That's funny. Okay. How are you able to get down to the gulch without damage? So I don't actually go there in this run. I go to Brightstone Cove Seldora instead, and then I do Freya 4 times. What's a better hub world? That's a good question, actually. Majula or Hotel Krat? Both incredible. Oh, dude, Liza P. Hotel Krat's really nice. It's like there's nothing about Hotel Krat that I could really even critique negatively because I feel like it's the perfect amount of areas where it doesn't take way too long to run through everything. It's layered decently. It seems like an actual place, like it does fit into the story. It even has the dummy too, which is kind of cool. Reminds me of Sekiro, but I think that dummy's a bit more helpful for Liza P because it does have the customization at a way more in-depth level than Sekiro. So yeah, if we're gonna compare Majula to Hotel Krat, I would say Hotel Krat, but that's because I like Liza P more than this game. Not by a crazy amount, but I do like Liza P more than this game though, so that is my answer there. As a waifu, it does have the Sophia, right? She's a little bit more helpful than Emerald Herald in that game. I think she's like pretty much needed to do the game. Whereas obviously we just killed Emerald Herald right now. No use for her at all at this point. What are you doing? Okay, we're gonna go get the mace early as well. And I can't even reinforce it. Don't have enough souls. Damn it. Damn it. That's okay. That's actually still fine. Seems like it's not, but it's okay though. I guess with the other 350, I'm just gonna buy some fire bombs to kill the guys that are in the steel area a little bit smoother. One more fire bomb. And then Pursuer. Oh, the surprise loop around there. Oh yeah, there's the hidden wall too. So even with shortcuts, it kind of ties into the main story way better than Majula. Majula doesn't have any kind of like really cool developments in it later in the game. It's kind of like you can access every single part you can go to right away. Even the rotunda, like you could just kill Lycia, get the lockstone for it. But even that area is still open. It's not like there's like that much mystery. It's mainly just the other doorway for the rotunda. And like minutes after you can already have it. What's the Emerald Herald's most iconic line? Bearer seek lest. If you spam the dialogue. That guy with the seem nice who's next to the green cloak lady? Do you mean the guy sitting on the floor that I killed? He is kind of nice. Especially in the early game, then he becomes a bit of a dick. Like a little tiny bit. Just enough to be over the top. Oh wait, can I? No, I'm not gonna be able to get that guy that easily right now. Let me wait a second. Also, with this being unupgraded, I wonder how many hits it is to kill the soldier here. I guess maybe 3 still. It's almost not enough. Diet Soda Machine, thank you very much for the Prime sub. I hope you enjoy your emotes. Welcome. And I thank you so much for using your Prime here as well. Everybody that's been using your Prime subs here. I know that like a lot of people just say thank you, and that's possibly something you'd assume is just like an obligation of the channel, but I genuinely do appreciate you choosing to use it here, because you can use it anywhere, and I don't blame you if you want to use it somewhere you enjoy that is not here. But yeah, it's been pretty crazy. I am actually going to be doing a marathon event, like a special event where you guys can influence the difficulty of the game constantly. And it's going to be similar to like a wheel spin type of thing. I have my own software that was made with a friend where it basically takes up to 5 different conditions and then it rolls them in randomization. And then it has a system to be able to not repeat the same one until you've cycled through enough of them, I guess, basically. So I'm going to screw around with using that and see if it's worth it this time. I might just use a regular wheel. Might even make a wheel in real life. I don't know, something like that. But I want to do a run again where you guys influence the difficulty. It's going to be on the trilogy, so all 3 Dark Souls. And we're going to see if we can do it in one sitting. It'll probably be like a 12-hour stream at least or something crazy. But the conditions are ridiculous. I wrote down about half of them last night. And it's going to be to celebrate 200K for the YouTube. And then hopefully shortly after on here too. But the Prime subs will be coming in handy during that time. We'll say that. Any resub, Prime sub, new one will be basically torturing me at your enjoyment. Or for your enjoyment. Crowd control, not crowd control, but stuff like basically that I have to do in terms of the method of how I play the game, things I have to do in-game, things I have to do even outside of that too. Like there's music-related ones, there's tons of really funny stuff. And I'm going to make the list different than it's been. So there's going to be the best things that you guys enjoyed from the first time I did that idea, and then a bunch of new ones too. And I'll have conditions where they can only pop up, and then there's going to be a cooldown before I can do them again. So for example, let's say impersonations or like, you know, freestyle rap for like a minute or whatever. If that pops up, I'm not gonna, if it comes up again, it can happen 3 times, then we take it out of the lists and we just, you know, it expires, and then we replace it with another thing from a new pool of things. And then that'll keep the ones that are a little bit more, you know, I guess could get annoying or could get like kind of hard for me to keep up with. It makes it less redundant. Because I didn't have a rule of doing that before. But no matter what though, because I am counting resubs as well, it will, you won't even have to necessarily sub to see funny things happen. And the goal is actually I want less people to sub than more, so I can actually beat it in one sitting. Because if we have a, you know, a moment where I get hard stuck, I'm not going to be able to do it in one stream probably. Especially if I'm doing all 3 games. But yeah, Apollo, dude, thank you so much for the Prime as well. Welcome, dude. I hope you enjoy your emotes. Enjoy your brand new badge. You are a skeleton now. You may be able to escape. You could either like just let the sub run out and go back to being you, or you could resub for an ungodly amount of time and slowly become a human again through the power of Stockholm Syndrome and getting scammed. Okay, I actually knocked the guy off. Sweet. Jod, I'm doing a level 1 0 damage right now. We're attempting to actually complete it. I got a PB of 4 mistakes. Which song is better from Liza P? I can't remember. I haven't heard the music from it in a while, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. I did enjoy the record player, though. That was a really cool addition, too. Perfect. A little bit of a derpy barrel there, but it didn't roll back, so we were fine. Playing as Ninja? Does Ninja have pink hair right now? I thought Ninja had blue hair. Sick on the weekend? Well, I guess technically if you have the weekend as a break, then it's better that you're sick during the weekend rather than like a weekday where you have to take work off. If you can't afford to take it off, at least that's the nice thing, or school for that matter. But if you're working or doing school during the weekend as well, then that's shitty then, because that could be a big day. But at least if you have that time off to enjoy, you could look at it on the flip side as it doesn't get in the way of your you know, during the weekday schedule. If you can get over being sick quick enough, would be probably the only case where that's important. That's the trick, is the can you get better in 48 hours? Okay, we don't want to upgrade the short bow, so that would be really bad. Definitely don't want that. I'm not going to buy the large shards yet either. I will get the bolts. I'm going to try to get a lot. Just do 350. And we have the other arrows, so we're fine. Let's go and do Nika now. Ninja had pink hair for a little while in the demon days. Okay. I didn't see him with pink hair before. Favorite Souls game, MKG. My favorite personally is Elden Ring. What about you?
I'll be around.
We have bright bugs. We have the buff. Okay, we're good. Cool. I don't know why it's still on Last Giant. My bad. Pick up the magic bolts in Shaded Ruins. No, I didn't do that before. Are they really good? Just like pure magic bolts? First night, I'm doing pretty good, man. How are you? Every time you take damage in the game, you get a mild shock, Steven. I would do a challenge like that for sure. Pretty crazy. I don't know if that's allowed on terms of service. It would probably count as self-harm or something. Because like even hot sauce is something that they look at that's problematic sometimes. I've seen that happen before. Like I had a friend where he consumed pure capsaicin. 1.4 million Scoville units of pure capsaicin, and the only way Twitch let him do it as a condition for trying to play a game at the same time is he had to have a doctor on site, and so luckily he had a friend that was a licensed doctor to watch him, but they said that he wouldn't be able to do it unless they had a doctor on standby. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's tons of different cases where it's like, I've seen people do the videos where, yeah, again, just a hot sauce challenge, and it's like self-harm. Ooh, the guy caught up. Wait, that was the one that was chilling, right? So we don't have a lot of time for him. I never really look back, but he actually got onto the screen this time. TOS Buzzkiller, yeah, exactly. I mean, the shock thing could be cool, but if something were to go wrong with it, then it's like, well, they let you put that as a video, so it's on them at that point. You probably don't want that liability of having content that was like a bad mishap because they didn't, you know, caution you to not shock yourself with electricity. Pretty easy to avoid that. Could you stream it on YouTube? I don't know. I'm not sure. I wouldn't test the waters on it personally, just because. Joseph, what's up, dude? You like DS2 and 3, but you can't play these games because your PC can't run them, Jod. Oh no. What is your hardware that you got? Kick would allow it? I'm sure Kick would definitely allow it. Kick would allow a lot of things. Bowl cut? Bowl cut baby. This dude is literally 0 years old. He was only alive for like 2 months, and he came out full size with ripped muscles and pink hair. A gigantic nose as well. His nose was the first thing that popped out on birth. I think that's why he actually looks like this too, is like the oxygen that he got on his first breath from the atmosphere was so powerful that the muscles supercharged immediately, so they had to actually do an emergency removal of him because he was just way too big. He just became inflated immediately as the giant nose protruded, and he was just like, and he got way too much oxygen in the blood. Yeah, his whole face is white on the front. That's true. Looks like he had the suntan lotion or like the sunscreen and forgot to rub it in completely. It's like a cartoon of a guy with sunscreen. You have an RTX 4060 Ti and 5 Gen i5 12 Gen 16 gig RAM. RTX 4060 is way too overkill, man. You could play this game on a 970 R9 AMD GPU that has like a really old version of VRAM, 8 gigs VRAM. You can play this on a GTX 1080. Like, you don't even need an R series card to play any of the trilogy. You can play it on an APU, actually. This game can be played without a GPU at all. That's how I started streaming. I was using an APU chip that was the FX8350. Or no, not even the FX8350. It was like it was a really, really old AMD APU. I can't even remember what it is. And then I played it with a FX CPU, which is really bad. It's probably the equivalent of an i3 that's new or something like that. Or like an old i5. Doesn't even have hyper threading at all. Eating is banned, but a man subjecting himself to thousands of hours of DS2 is not. Yeah, I guess that's an ironic reality there. True, we are almost doing self-harm by playing this under the eyes of some. Like, just trying to play DS2 in general. Shogun, thank you for the good luck. I appreciate it. Welcome back, man. Ever played Assassin's Creed? I've only played the first and the second one, and I didn't beat the second one. I think I got through a lot of the first, though. So is Shadow a new one? Choke ahead. What's going on, Lore Master? How are you doing, dude? Any plans on playing games like Get to Work? I don't even know what that is. The games that I am going to be playing that you guys might not know about 100%, I'm going to be doing a Resident Evil 4 full playthrough. I did about 30% of the game and then kind of left it, and I don't even remember exactly what we did up to that point in full, so I'm going to replay it from the beginning and actually beat it. And then I want to make on the marathon we're doing incentives for other games. So Wukong is going to be one of the incentives. I still might try Wukong at some point anyways, just it depends on exactly what the timing is with Night Rain and then all the runs I want to get done before then, but I'll do Wukong earlier if we hit the incentive for it, and then Resident Evil's guaranteed. I already promised you guys we'd be doing that at some point this month, so by the end I want to be playing Resi 4 and beating it. And then I'm trying to think of what other games I wanted to try out. I could make Nine Souls an incentive as well, maybe. Liza P, definitely I'll be playing again as well, so you're going to see more of that in the future. And then obviously like just the 7 Soulsborne games, if you count Sekiro. What else? What else is coming out? I'm trying to think. Obviously the Night Rain network tests. And then Monster Hunter. I don't know what the release date is of it, but like I might get into Monster Hunter. I don't know. I'm open to the idea if it's not something that is like hard to balance with all the other stuff that I want to make for content, because it could be actually really cool to just to try for a playthrough, right? At least beat it. But from what I understand, Monster Hunter doesn't quite work as simple as that you just beat it, essentially. Like, I think it's a lot of stuff. Oh, it's a game like Getting Over It. Okay. I might try that one. Yeah, I can make that an incentive because I like those games a lot. Okay, wait. We got to go and get +6 on the bow. And then I got to get the hat as well. Where am I from, Jod? You asked me that not too long ago. From Canada, dude. That was like days ago you asked that. Where are you from? And why'd you ask the question more than once? Okay, let's go to McDuff. Big Eat, it's going good. How are you? Watching you play yesterday made you want to play again. Picked it up and remembered why you don't play this game anymore. Yeah, it looks a lot better when you're not playing it, and then as soon as you play it, it's like shit. And I think that's what I'm having when it comes to the all boss run. I've been watching, you know, a little bit of like the recap of Ottstarva's first all bosses, and I was really enjoying watching the video. It was funny, it made me want to play it, but then I'm like, I probably won't have the exact same feelings towards it once I actually do it. But either way, it's still something I want to do. But I totally get the same thing sometimes where I'll watch someone do something, I'm like, oh, that's really cool, I want to try. Smash Bros is like that, and Street Fighter too. It's like, hey, let's learn this combo with you know, this character or whatever, or let's try to apply this combo in an actual match. It's like, yeah, right, dude. It's like, or oh yeah, like let's like figure out how do you do the inputs for this to make it work more often. It's like, oh cool. It's like, okay, now I got to get it 100 times in a row. There's like no chance. It's a bot. Jod is a bot. You think so? You really remembered it? I remember quite a few things, yeah. But why did you ask twice though? Was that on purpose? Like you were just trying to like screw around, or you genuinely forgot you asked twice and then I reminded you by telling you that I remembered? All Bosses run has come a long way since Otts got his run. It definitely has, for sure. Like even Gino's level 1 run, it's like 4.5 hours. And you were saying it could be quicker than that too, right? It's awesome you remember what chat asks you. I don't remember everything, but like there's moments I can associate. For example, when Jod asked that question originally, we were actually on this part of the game, so I remember visually where we were. It was actually on this section. This time we were in Majula, but I can associate like the run with it as well, and it helps as a reference sometimes. But it depends on how involved somebody is. Like someone could say hi, pop up, and I would never remember that they even existed because they only said one thing ever, right? Now, if you get more involved, then it's like it's easy to be like, oh yeah, this person likes these things. They've told me about their life in this, you know, in these ways, or what's going on in their day or their weekend, and it's easier to piece together. What up? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome, man. I appreciate you using that here as well. Thank you so much, dude. Oh, we got the peasant shirt right away. Sweet. See that Marshall got his all boss run today, Alex? Who's Marshall? And all bosses, like what kind of run are we talking about? What game? Dude, Johnny Bravo subbed to the stream. That feels really good. I love Johnny Bravo, man. Thank you so much for the Prime. I don't know how you got into the third dimension to be able to subscribe, but maybe the cartoon world has internet. I have no idea. Thank you so much. Johnny Bravo. Is he the real one? He might not be the real one. I could be getting excited for nothing. This happens all the time. Got the peasant drip. We got at least one piece. And like ideally on this fight, I shouldn't need to iframe an attack. So technically, if something were to go wrong and it was, you know, maybe a question of how would I have dodged it, it's probably because I didn't have a good placement ahead of time. So I should be able to just do this fight. We can farm everything later. One thing though, if I do the Betwixt segment where I get the Fragrant Branch from Malentia a little bit earlier, and then go get the Ladle at least, because I'm getting the Ladle, I probably will have the Infusion for the Mace by at this point. And +7 Mace is enough to kill them, but I think the Infusion might help a little bit. Like, it depends on how much I want to use the Mace itself, because I don't kill anything with it after we start the fight off. And then we'd also have Stone Ring too. Stone Ring would probably positively impact this fight just a little bit. What does real mean? I don't know. Let's ask Johnny Bravo and see what he thinks. Maybe he sees us like a US cartoon. That could be the case. That'd be a really cool thing. Imagine every cartoon is literally just another world. That'd be a very big ripoff for the entertainment industry, though. It's like, dude, no one made the illustrations for that. That's just real people. The hell, man? They've been tricking us the whole time. They've been making us look through wormholes and telling us it's TVs. But like, meanwhile, we only get 2 dimensions out of it. We don't even get the full 3D. That's crazy. Total scam, dude. Like, even crazier than crypto rug pulls, right? That bench saved the hit. Yeah, so like that's typically what I do on that fight. I just use the benches to protect because you don't need to roll or anything. You either get like a really good amount of spacing ahead of where they're shooting, or you just use the benches to block for particularly Congregation. Magus, he can't. He shoots over the benches because he's tall, so we do have to worry about him. But his magic is really easy to avoid. What's so important about the peasant attire? Yeah, it increases your iframes for rolling, which is really good. I don't want the torch. What am I doing here? Get away. All right, we're gonna go and get the stuff for the ladle and stone ring and all that. How do you not get hit by the annoying casters on this area? They're pretty easy to avoid. I mean, they shoot at this. They have the slowest casting speed of any, or travel time for the projectiles in the entire game, probably in the entire series. So if anybody's gonna try to avoid the magic on any enemy, that's the enemy to avoid. This is the run Kuven. This is a really good start. I like the pace of it too. It's a little bit quicker. I do want to try to make everything quicker so we have at least an extra attempt or an extra reset each stream. Even that's pretty good. But I think I got to get the run under about 3 hours, so it's got to be like 250 to 3 hours. There's going to be a Monster Hunter Wilds beta next month if you want to try it before committing to after the release. Yeah, dude, I'll definitely have to try that. If there's a sign up for it, and if anyone wants to just send me the sign up for the Monster Hunter beta, just so I remember, I'll definitely do that. And I'll see if maybe there's some way I can maybe get into it anyways, but we'll have to see if maybe the agency that I'm with has a relationship with the publisher. There's no sign up? Oh, you could just play it no matter what? Okay. Is this harder than No Hit, in my opinion? It's not really opinion, it is objectively harder. Damageless is always objectively harder unless it's Sekiro. Sekiro is the only game where the blocking mechanic is not indicative of a tool. It's like the only weapon you have. Either blocks or parries based on the timing or your priority of how you do it. So because of that, Sekiro's damageless run, it doesn't have the same kind of rules as this one would be, right? The shield blocking thing's not really applying there. So you could do damageless on Sekiro, and you don't have to parry. Well, you have to parry or do something to do damage, but you don't have to get perfect parries the whole playthrough. But if you do damageless plus hitless like the run I did before, the hitless rules are that you'd have to get a perfect parry, but you could take environmental damage. So damageless is only technically able to be easier in that game, by definition. That's just by I guess the rule set that people typically play by. I mean, obviously you could compare that Sekiro run to the equivalent of blocking with a shield in this run, but almost nobody would do that for a damageless anyways. Like, that's just a different kind of gameplay, I guess. Doing Freya 3 times for the soul memories. We're going to be killing her 4 times, and it's all to farm souls. Beowulf, yeah, so I do voiceovers. I did quite a few characters for Bitterstrike Cartoons, which is Matthew Shesman's cartoon company that makes a lot of the parodies for the games. And then, yeah, right now it's mainly just narration for my own stuff, and there is some character acting coming up in a video that you guys may see at some point in the first bit of this year. We'll see how long it takes to get together. It does require other people, unfortunately, and they all got to be available, but there's a character acting project, I'll just say that. Multiple, technically, but one in particular you probably will see this year. And then in terms of like just the portfolio that I have for voice acting, I do want to add a video game to it. So I'm trying to build a relationship with an indie developer, or again, just someone in general, some developer that wants to try it out and see for a character. And then once I can get my foot in the door for that, I'll definitely pursue doing more character roles in games, because that is ideally what I want. But technically I could have built a career off it. Like, I have somebody that I was introduced to that essentially was a previous agent that now connects people with agents and like scouts for them, so they don't have to be the agent directly to anybody, but they can kind of consult as a middleman. And they have worked with Michael Bay and Christopher Nolan, and like been in the industry for like the voice related stuff for a long time as well. So basically they said if I just did this education course online, they would find me an agent, and then that agent could just give me a bunch of jobs for it while I just chill. And I just gotta do the jobs. Wasn't really interested in getting the education for it though. I was like, you know what, I'd rather just do a really good job doing the actual acting and not really need to pay for a course and do all this stuff, because it just seemed like it was unnecessary. I didn't think I was gonna learn too much from that. So I didn't do it, but I also don't really want to commit full-time to doing voice acting anyways, right? It's just something that I think is fun. And I really like doing characters that are challenging. Not ones that sound like me or sound like people even in some cases, just really weird things. Narration-wise, though, the nice part about that is I get practice every single time I make a video. And the longer the script, the harder the script, the better. So the next actual fully scripted video, you guys will get a a taste of like the upgrade of skill, because I have been working on that kind of stuff a little bit. And so if anybody wanted to, you know, do something with me for narration, my portfolio is full of that kind of stuff. And then it has quite a few characters in it too. But we'll see where it goes. I mean, again, I'm not aggressively pursuing it. If I wanted to do it as a career or like really make opportunities, I just have to like put the time into the networking aspect and just putting the portfolio in more places. Emailing cold emailing a bunch of developers. I could do that. I don't care enough right now to put the full time into it. But I think it will happen though. I'm pretty sure I will be able to do something for a character eventually. In some production, it might be very small, and that's fine. But yeah, if anyone here is making an indie game, you want someone to voice a character, even a minor role, and it be very cost effective for you and something that we can both build experience from, I would definitely be up for it. Lucky Boltstone. Yeah, I wonder if the Boltstone is a good idea. Because then I don't think I can buff the mace anymore. It almost seems like the Boltstone would have been better to put on the crossbow. Terrible idea? Yeah. Why Freya and not Rotten? You can't get to Rotten without taking damage, without doing a lot of extra stuff, so the route is just better with Freya. It's a lot easier. Yeah, we can't unfortunately say that the crossbow is worth doing the lightning gem on now though, because I think the raw gem's still technically better for overall damage, considering some enemies might not, like they might not really benefit from the lightning damage as much as just physical damage. But I can check and see. I can definitely compare it and see what the number looks like on it. Okay, we actually got the dagger too. We got everything. Now I got to get that upgraded. So Cardinal Tower, get the 2 shards from above, buy the rest, +6 on the dagger, Freya, and then we just start going for the later part of the game. Good thing you mentioned Night Rain. You almost forgot to register. Ooh, yeah, because January 10th was the initial date just recently. Good thing you remembered. Raw gems are always better on crossbows since they don't scale, so it's free damage boosts. Okay. That's what I was figuring, yeah. Because like, if it was like a leveled character, I can imagine the other gems might have some relevance. Does Seath death in S1 count as damage in no damage runs, Bomb? For me, it does. I don't think a real no damage run can have any kind of death unless there's no way to skip it that's you know, in the boundaries of the game, or like with regular gameplay types of methods. Okay, we're going over here. So for me, that's the case. For other people, if they don't want to die to Seath, you could totally just say it's 0 damage, and like whatever it'll be regarded as by people is just whatever you get. And maybe people will be like, yeah, that's really cool. I don't care that you died to Seath. I just personally, for my own achievement and my own sense of accomplishment, I can't possibly allow a skip that's in the boundaries of the game to not be used to avoid the damage. So I would never do a damageless run on DS1 without Seath skip personally. But on a hitless playthrough, I can understand, yeah, you'd still just let him kill you if you want to. You're already taking damage, and the scripted death originally wasn't considered a thing that's a big deal because there wasn't a viable method known at the time that was easy enough. And I don't know if Duke Skip was refined enough when the hitless run came out where it was super consistent. Maybe it was possible, but I don't think anyone really knew about how easy it could be, or if they were really willing to risk that. So like even Lobos for Deathless, I think, agreed that Seath doesn't count, but again, like if you can do something about it, that's more of the mindset that I'm in. Oh yeah, we want to go over here. Also, dude, Polynix, thank you for gifting Stride and Black Engineer a sub. Or Black the Engineer. I appreciate it. Thank you, dude. How are you doing today, Polynix? How's your weekend going so far? If I get 5 of these, ooh, do we have a soul to pop? Is Freya the hardest part of the run? No, the hardest part is Throne Watcher and Defender. Freya is one of the easiest parts. The running section can be hard only if Forlorn invades, but without him invading, it's pretty simple too. Oh yeah, I'm doing this. What am I? Okay, there we go. And I'm assuming we're not going to be infusing the dagger. Yeah, that's going to ruin the damage a lot. We have +7 on the crossbow now. No, wait, why do we not? Not enough chunks? Okay. What game is the easiest to do a no-hit run on? Probably Dark Souls 1 with a leveled character is the easiest hitless run. That's my opinion, mainly because, again, you have such a crazy amount of damage you can deal. You have Black Knight Halberd you can just spam resets for until you get it, which is extremely strong. It's the strongest weapon that is easily accessible across all the games that I know of. I think it is the best one out of all of them in ratio to how the game scales and everything, and how enemies have health. So you have massive damage from that. You also have other backup options if it doesn't drop too. It just has the most flexibility. It doesn't have a crazy long runtime, and then the bosses aren't super technical other than like maybe a select couple or a few. Wind can die in one parry on that run if you do it properly. And yeah, a lot of stuff is trivialized by how much damage you do. And also you got Darkwood Grain Ring. Dude, I got stuck on a rock for a second there. Oh, you have Darkwood Grain Ring as well. Okay, the next time we do that part, I'm making the crossbow +7, and then just making the mace weaker until we actually use the mace, because that wouldn't have been able to happen even if I did get stuck for that second. But yeah, backing up on the staircase, no visible barrier there, but that one corner doesn't want me to move back, and that was enough timing to screw that up. That's why I hate spiders. It's not the spider's fault, it's just that like I assumed that I'd be able to move backwards because there's nothing in my way, but you can't really assume anything in this game. you gotta really, like, it's one of those ones where it'd probably be smart to walk every single square foot and move in every direction, do everything you can think of, just so you know the limitations of the environment, because the environment is also it's not the same. It's not as obvious. I haven't actually gotten stuck there and had a problem before, so that's a new one for me. All right, now we're gonna go with the shredded lady with the bowl cut again. Blue hair and then random. Oh my god, yes! That's so funny, dude. Yes. Oh my god. What are we doing here? We made Mr. Mime, dude. Mrs. Mime. Who's my favorite NPC? I don't think I have a favorite NPC overall. You do the meta run as the easiest hitless in your opinion? Really? You think DS2 like with a leveled character is easier than DS1? Okay. I always thought that like even though it can be a lot more structured, that DS1 still has way more potential. Like you have way more options to just destroy everything. I mean, you got Pyromancy is pretty crazy strong. You get Chaos Pyromancy just by offering the humanities. You got Red Tear Stone that scales everything. 30% more. Again, good weapons. Your iframes immediately upon getting the ring, which you can get at the very beginning if you wanted to kill Andre. And just get a smith kit, literally gives you 15 frames. And yeah, like some of the areas are a little bit more hardcore. You can like dive from gravity probably easier and stuff. And the enemies are a little bit more involved sometimes. But again, also you can upgrade the bow and just spam them with the bow if you wanted to. Do the same thing you do in this game. You once fell through that staircase because a spider glitched you through it. Really? Oh my god. That'd be freaky on this. Getting glitched through a staircase. Also, Kurt, I'm doing good, dude. Diet, what'd you miss? Unfortunately, I was backing up a staircase and there's a spot on the stairs you can't move for some reason. Like the collision just blocks you. And I tried to back up for a second, couldn't. Went around that little spot that you couldn't back around, but then it was already too late. Got held up for too long and then spider jumped me. But I mean, a better solution, even ahead of even knowing the stairs could get you stuck there, would just be having a +7 for the crossbow, because then the time would be way more lenient. You could kill them immediately. In most cases, it'd be a one-shot. So I'm just going to do that, and it should be a lot easier even if something like that happens again. Found Creighton to be a cool character. Your favorite armor set from DS2 as well. Creighton's pretty cool. What phone do I have, Big E? I have an iPhone. What about you? Looks like a cashier at your local discounter. Dude, someone that has this complexion might need to go to a forensics expert. I don't know if you would go to a doctor for this type of situation. The blood flow was definitely not present for many days, if not weeks, somehow. Either that, or this is like a body paint kind of thing. Maybe they're like a geisha, like a very ripped geisha. Not even a banana phone? No, I don't know. I wish I had a banana phone. That'd be amazing. I'd love that. iPhones are for losers, sent from an iPhone. Dude, Rasculius, thank you so much for the Prime sub, man. I didn't say thank you for that properly.
Please stop this.
I really appreciate that, dude.
I've no choice now. Chrysemia, because she invades later on, and she'll make the run really hard if I don't kill her there. One run already done, Shady, today. Oh, sorry, we gotta actually... that run was pretty far in. I gotta make the attempt counter higher. My bad. Let me actually fix that. Thank you for mentioning something. Should be run 16. I'm counting any run that makes it to Pursuer as like an activated run. Good thing there's not talismans in this game. Well, chimes and talismans are the same thing, are they not? What would be the difference with that? Satisfied? I'll be around.
You have one too, but you hate iPhones. As soon as this one bricks, you're switching to Android, Brandito. Oh yeah? Yeah, for me, like, when it comes to technology in general, I just need it to work for the things I'm using it for, so... Like, the open source stuff on the Androids are cool. Like, I've had them before, but it's just, there's nothing about Android that I would utilize at all. I just need the phone to be stupid easy and work and not break. And basically do the same thing forever and I'm good. Very basic stuff. And, luckily, actually, the last two iPhones I've had, for some reason... Like, I hadn't, I think it was the 10th one. It literally is still working since I got it, and I gave it to my uncle. He's been using it for years, and it still works perfectly for him. It's never had a problem. It's mint condition still. This one's worked since I got it, never had an actual problem. That's, like, not fixable just by, you know, maybe getting an update or holding back on an update. So, it's kind of funny. Like, even the very first iPhone I ever had, too, like, it was the one that everybody was smashing to bits, because they would drop it and not have a case, or the case would be bad and it would just shatter the screen. I had that phone with no case. I think eventually I got like a dollar store case that was very like slim, but like I had no case on it for a while, dropped it on the ground many times. When it actually was in a case, a car tire ran over it partially. I dropped it in a toilet when I was at work by accident. It was a clean toilet, don't worry. It just had regular water in it. No one had gone, it was fine. But clean toilet. Dropped it in the sink twice, dropped it in the snow, and then lost it for, I think, an hour and a half. Went to a restaurant, had to go walk back to find it. Literally, so many things happened to that phone. The worst that came out of all those things was one of the speakers on one side was just a little bit fuzzy. Everything looked mint condition. Sold it for almost probably exactly what you'd want to get for it at the time, as if you never had a problem with it. No one even asked a question. Dude, for some reason, my luck with iPhones is unbelievable. Every Android phone I've had, something's happened. Literally, Gorilla Glass could be like almost bulletproof, dude. Like, it still breaks. Something happens and they break, every single one. I even still have some of them physically, like just to keep the phone so I could fix it, or just use it as like maybe, you know, another device if you need like a camera, whatever the case. And like, it's not even worth keeping a lot of them because they don't even work. That's just my luck. It has nothing to do with the phones themselves or anything. Obviously, I know tons of people that have had the same Androids and they didn't break, same iPhones and they did. But I've had really good luck with Apple somehow. And it's just stupid easy, and that's the whole point. I just want it to be like brainless. How many days, years for you to memorize every pattern in DS2? I haven't memorized every pattern in DS2. You don't need to. So the way that like runs like this work is you basically create like a pipeline of information that's narrow enough for you to control all the time. And you don't need to know all the information in the game, or even like, you don't even have to know a lot of stuff in general to do a run like this. You could know a very small amount of information and barely even play the game. But you do have to practice intentionally what you're trying to do for the method and the routing. And then you just have to recreate those situations, or create like a narrow pipeline of possibilities that you can control. And that's all you need. So by no means do I know everything about this game. I probably know like less than some of the people in the audience, but I probably know a little bit more about some of the mechanics and the way that we're using them. And so I'm just utilizing those ideas. And once in a while, what I like to do is I do like to practice like the worst case scenarios or really weird things if they go wrong, like we were doing earlier. But you don't even really need to know that for a lot of stuff. And that's what I was saying before too. In a tournament, if you went head to head with someone trying to get a live 0-hit run, or the least hits possible, and the person with the least hits wins, you could go up against somebody that's practiced a run religiously and is really good at it. But if they didn't play the game in many different ways, they might not be able to adapt to one of their methods going wrong, right? So as soon as it's outside of the boundary of like what they're familiar with, they might not be able to adapt to just play the game itself. And some of the games have a lot of flexibility where if you're that good at the game itself, you can play your way out of almost anything intuitively. This one's not a good example for that. There is a lot more problems with it just because of the density of the enemies and stuff. But like Dark Souls 1, you can play yourself out of a lot of situations. DS3, in some cases, definitely Elden Ring, all that. Could definitely be flexible. And so the one advantage, I guess, of knowing more patterns like you're asking with that question, or a lot of the stuff, is the flexibility on the fly. But I would actually wager that there's no one that exists that knows every single thing about the game they're running to the degree that people might think. Like, it's a little bit different than that. But yeah, there's people that know like a lot, like the mass majority. Douche Groundhog Day? Oh, with the reset, yeah. Pursuer is one of the cooler gimmicks, ideas that DS2 had. Too bad a lot of the initial vision for it did not make it. Yeah, there's so many things they could have done with this, like even just based on the story elements and how enemies are portrayed in the written story. A lot of things that could have been done. Okay, wait, let's get Silver Serpent again. And then what I'm going to do, actually, instead of getting Mullen set right now for Pursuer, I'm not going to worry about getting it. I'm just going to run right there, kill him, and then we'll backtrack from Bastille and get everything. Because we're already here anyways. So the only question I would have is like, does the set really make a difference in the setup now for this part? Like, will it make the setup really tricky? Yeah, I'm gonna go back and I'll get the mace. Then we'll get the feather and everything. What hit me, Gabriel? Unfortunately, a spider. Ooh. Speedrunning is kind of easy, actually, but hitless run is crazy for you. Speedrunning's easy, Helmy? So, like, do you mean, like, just to say that you did a speedrun in general, or do you mean, like, competitive speedrunning?
Lively times.
Would you be able to interrupt... Oh, you'd be able to interrupt her so easy if she used a talisman? Is it because of the cast time is very bad? Instantly thought about talismans from Elden Ring. Yeah, the original talismans were actually just like things to cast incantations or miracles, essentially. And then they turned rings into the name talisman for Elden Ring. If this isn't a PB, you're going to fail your test on Monday? If it's not a PB, okay. We have some wiggle room then. I could have continued that last one too, but I want to get far though. I really do. If it's not a PB, you throw the test. God damn it, I don't like that. I mean, I can't stop you from doing that. If you are serious about doing that, you're going to do it regardless, but it's a little scary though. I like how she just stays sitting down when she's getting destroyed by the hatchet. What is that? What's that supposed to be about? What we could do, actually, that would be really cool, just put on the Seldora set for the next area, and then we'll make back the bonus from Pursuer, just passively as we go through there. It's almost a two-shot with the +3, wow. Okay, I definitely want a little bit less equip load here. Hey, good attack right away, nice. Got lucky. Gonna keep playing until you get 0. I'll do this challenge. Like, this run's gonna be completed. I'm not quitting the run, but I'll be taking a break for some days to be able to do some other stuff. So tomorrow's stream is gonna be a little bit shorter, and we're gonna be doing. I think I want to try the DS1 No Roll No Death. See if I can get that on Sunday or tomorrow, I guess. And then Monday and Tuesday, I want to get the int only Elden Ring run started at least. See how far we can get. So next Wednesday, I guess I'll be returning to this one if we don't get it today. What is happening with this guy? I think he's going to try to come in the door. Let's see. What do we got? It's crazy that he could sense you. Like, there's no way the audio cue actually... There's something with this game where it's like... I swear to God, there's a bubble or something, or a radius. And if you're in that radius, no matter if there's objects in the way and shit, just some enemies, they want to go after you, and it could be that you have to like tip them off first at some point, but they don't de-aggro easily. Their de-aggro is not really their favorite thing to do. I'll just say that. But Wastes a lot of time though. What are the rules with int only? Just the stat, then free reign, or only spells, etc. It just leveling intelligence the whole time is the rule, and then I gotta kill every remembrance boss. That's the DLC. Every remembrance in the main game as well. Jedi, what's up? How's it going, man? Welcome back. How's your weekend so far? Yeah, we should be able to launch this guy again. I believe. Ah, it was like a little bit short. I usually have the opposite problem where he's too far forward. Okay, I'm gonna have to move the barrel, I think, which really sucks, because the dogs. So let me see how far it is, the door. Like, that could work, but I don't think it's going to, though. I really don't think it's going to. And then the other issue is, again, the dogs are problematic anyways. I'm gonna try to, I was gonna say, I want to blow it up anyways and see. We don't want to run in there. That's the issue. I could push it over, but then I'd have to back away, and then this dog's gonna chase me no matter what. 2 fire arrows unupgraded probably won't kill it. Firebomb might do enough, but then there's still the second one, so it doesn't really make a lot of sense to do that either. I'm just gonna have to check and see if it blows up and then redo the whole area again. It works. Okay, good. So it's worth trying. But yeah, going down there and pushing it closer would have been kind of a problem there, because since we're not trying to kill the dogs at all. Picking the starting class with the least initial int then? No, I think that I'll pick whatever class has the best setup for the beginning of the game, just because when we level the int anyways, like, we're already going to be able to boost stats to be able to wield other equipment, so it just depends on exactly what the breakpoints are for requirements of casting tools later and weapons, and like how we're going to factor in the best build for the beginning, also with the you know, enough stats if boosted to be able to meet requirements, because I don't think I'm going to be able to pick a character that meets requirements for everything without boosting stuff anyways, and there's no point in doing overkill where I have extra stats I can't use even while boosted, right? So it'll kind of be like either a middle ground or maybe just more focused on the beginning of it, getting it started good. But keep in mind, I also don't know a lot about intelligence, so there's going to be a lot of stuff unaccounted for most likely, and that's the beauty of it. It'll be a nice disaster at the very least, maybe something kind of cool, and I'll probably learn a lot from it. All right, I think I'm just gonna go get that lizard early in Cardinal Tower. I might as well. Started work again tomorrow. Your hard drive got corrupted, so you lost all of the lesson plans you've been working on for the past 3 weeks. Besides that, you're doing great though. How the run's going? It's going pretty good. I had a reset that was really funny before this one. I'm so sorry about your hard drive getting corrupted though. Do you not have like a cloud service to put them on as well, like Google Drive or something? Do you only do like a hard copy or a hard drive storage thing? Thought about doing runs for some other games like Liza P, Outer Worlds, OG Demon Souls. I've done Demon Souls stuff before. Liza P I did practice off stream quite a bit. And there will be some runs in the future of that. So I will be doing Liza P. And it's just, I guess it's just whatever games interest me. I don't necessarily just try to look for a game to do a run on so I can do a run. It's more so I have to like the game a lot and then I'll figure out what I want to do after. So I'm always open to that, but there's not a lot of games I like that much. And there's some that I like in a way where it's like they're perfect without doing a run. Like I don't really feel like that would be better. It's kind of just good enough. With 10 faith to use the fire spell. To use fire for and oh yeah, I guess you could use other types of magic within, right? Especially if we boosted the stats for magic related things too. That'd be cool. I'm gonna save that their bright bug because we can't use it right away. Or Magus, are we gonna go straight there? We're coming back. We're not coming back here, I don't think. We don't need to. So yeah, I'm just gonna get that one extra. So you do like DS2, Jand? I do, yeah. 100%. Do you not like it? I've seen a theme. It's like people are here because they just like want to watch me, but they don't like the game. They're just putting up with the game. Just hilarious. DS3 talismans while using L2, LT. If you have them in your left hand, use a weapon art, which makes them cost a bit more FP. You gain hyper armor while casting. What? Really? Best hyper armor is given with the Sunbro talisman for DS3 particularly. I didn't know that. That'd be really good to know in a speedrun for miracles only. Obviously, like damageless and all that, you wouldn't be able to trade with anybody, but in a run where you could actually utilize getting hit on purpose for an advantage, that'd be pretty cool. You wouldn't watch me playing DS2 if you didn't like me or DS2? Okay, so it's a bit of both for you then? Last Bomb likes DS2, there we go. Loves it even. Oh wow. Big words we got on here. This dude gets up, and then we're gonna have to throw this really quick. And we're running. Yeah, so I guess that guy's behind me every time. You put up with me so you can watch DS2. Titus, your New Year's resolution was to not play this. Beat it on the 30th. Okay. You saw a 0 damage, no parrying run in Liza P. Wow, that's pretty cool. 0 damage, no parrying. Damn. And that's like a whole playthrough, not like segmented boss fights. Second favorite after Bloodborne, damn. Like more than 3 in 1? What's going on here? What's in the water supply over there? What's the local water looking like if you just run the tap? Like, oh man, okay. Got the Proud Soul, that should be good to get quite a bit of buffs here. Still a better game than most modern RPGs. I give it that, yeah. It definitely, it has its own appeal still. It's still worth trying. But like it can definitely be dethroned very easily if you were to play something new from FromSoft, and it's like, well, you know, you're going back expecting something just a little bit worse, but it's like not even close in comparison for a lot of details. You don't mind me playing DS2? It's your only exposure to the game. Okay, well, we're gonna basically turn you into a super fan of it when I do the all bosses run. You wanted to continue DS2 after a year or so, and you learned that it doesn't use cloud save on Steam, Elephants. It doesn't have the ability to, or you just didn't set it up? Invisible Forest in DS2 scared you as a kid. Chrysemia, how old are you? I guess technically the game's been out for like 10 years, so I could see it being possible. Because like when this came out, I wasn't quite a kid. I guess you could say kid, but I definitely wasn't though. Actually, you know what? Well, I was a teenager still. I was like 19, I think, when the original one came out. I was like 18 or 19 or something like that. So I guess you could say it. What are we counting as kid? Because original's 2013, 2025. Yeah, I think I could have been on the cusp of 19 for original DS2. Because I know it releases earlier in the year, so yeah, earlier 2013 would be 18 still. 23. You count 23 as a kid? Or you're 23 right now? Is this all bosses or just base game? This is base game. Scorched Contract was such a banger. See if you like that run. Did you play Scorched Contract or did you just watch the video for it? Zarman, what's up, man? Yeah, you're right, actually. First playing this is kind of what makes you have that nostalgia for it. It's hard to get that same level of appreciation unless maybe you were like early to it and you played it a lot. Or again, it was your introduction. I think that's the two major things. So one thing I did better there, I got a little bit further back so that if we do get a stagger, we don't actually make the situation bad on purpose. She gets moved, or I guess, yeah, you get into a different position, she can do these attacks. But like what we did there was better, and we got the tail break too. Still unfortunate, still not super lucky, but it's much better. This is unfortunate. Oh, the tree broke too, so I actually am fucked, I think. Okay, we got it still. That's crazy. I know the timing on it really well, but proximity is important. I want it to be farther away so I have more time to try to utilize the stamina and then not get hit by her at the same time. Should have rebuffed here as well. I forgot to. A little late now. Actually, I probably would have had time right when I said that. I just didn't think I did. Damn. Oh, fuck. Okay, we're good. Oop. Possible to mod DS2 so that it has character movement from DS1. That would probably be modding DS1, or like reskinning DS1, not so much the other way around, because the modifications to the engine itself would be better to just kind of like use as is and then reskin DS1 with the like the environment scans and the map scans and the textures from this. I don't know how hard it is to import environments versus modify the engine itself and the physics to be the same as the other game. I think that building what you're talking about out of DS1 as the base code would be easier. It'd be cool to see someone do that, though. I would love to see that. Archthrones gave us a little bit of a taste of like if you had maps that were from the other games in DS3's engine, and it worked really well. That's kind of funny, dude. I swung over the lizard there, but it didn't move though. That was weird. It wasn't running away. If you break her tail, doesn't she use magic more? I don't believe that's a thing. She'll just do the exact same attacks with the tail, even if it's gone. It's actually just safer. She can't wrap around as far, so like even if you're in a bad spot, it won't hit you the same. But I've never seen her do more magic for any particular reason. It's mainly just if you're in front of her, she can do it. She can't do it if she's doing something in the tail position at all, and that's pretty much it. There's just a high chance she's going to keep doing the tail attacks if you're there. Okay, so I already got the Explorer helmet. We're just going to get the crossbow +6, and then we're just going to rip this area. Get another good Magus, and we're back to where we were. Potentially a little quicker, too. And then again, I'm going to do the +7 early and infuse right now. We got the Bright Bug, we have the buffs, so we're good. Cool. Scariest part of the run, Throne Watcher and Defender. It's the hardest and the most crunchy part of the run because you have to constantly be running away from 2 enemies that are trying to attack you. And trying to not die to gravity, all while actually still doing damage to them with a attack that does half your total stamina and has a recovery of like 3 seconds or something crazy like that. Do I look at YouTube chat, Tyler? Oh yeah. Yeah, I just try to make sure I'm prioritizing the run as the most important thing so we can actually get through it, because it is a little bit tricky to read chat at the same time sometimes. So YouTube chat, if it feels like I'm not reading it as much, it's actually not even because of any particular reason. And in order of how the chats are on the screen, the Twitch chat's closer to the game screen, and then the YouTube chat's a little farther away, so I do look left to right. I'll usually read the Twitch chat first. And then sometimes something could come up on the game where I just have to take a break again and I don't get to the YouTube chat as quickly. It's meant to have a lot more stuff. Simon, yeah, they went with the quantity on this one quite a bit, but the quality is questionable, considering that the main team at FromSoft pulled off DS1 even with it being an incomplete game too. Or having like... you know, confirmation they didn't get to complete it. Do you play Marvel Rivals? No, I don't. I played Sekiro, Demon Souls, Dark Souls Trilogy, Bloodborne, and Elden Ring, and then like there's odd other games that get mixed in, but it's mainly just the Souls games and then Souls-like games. So again, Liza P is going to be making a comeback. I will be doing Resident Evil 4 in total, like the full playthrough this month, so that'll be cool. I do like Resident Evil games. And then you'll see some other stuff once in a while. Like I was saying, I'm going to be busting out the Gran Turismo 7 as a break for maybe like a short stream sometime soon. And then we'll be doing Clone Hero Pro Drums here and there too, which we've already done quite a bit. But a lot of the stuff is going to be Souls related. And again, if there's any other games that pique my interest as we go, even for the video's sake and everything, I'll be making videos of other stuff if I like it. Did I play Lords of the Fallen? I did, yes. I didn't like Lords of the Fallen too much. But then they did do an update like fixing a lot of things, so I covered what they changed in it in the most recent video that I made for them. But what I had played of it originally on release, it was pretty, or around the release, it was pretty bad. It had the potential to be an amazing game, but they just kind of didn't balance out certain things as well, and it kind of felt like a game they want you to play with more than one person by default. They didn't really want to reward the solo player or give them something that's as fun, in my opinion. Do you like Neo? I'm not a big fan of Neo either. I played Neo for 20 hours and then I stopped. Didn't beat the first playthrough. Neo was better than Lords of the Fallen, though. I will say that. Definitely will admit that. Okay, I think we're good for rings on this part. Let's go. Let's do it. I shaped a big piece of your childhood. Glad to see you're still streaming. Thank you for what you do, Tyler. What was I doing when you came here originally? Like, what year was it roughly? Like, or how many years ago, and what was I doing? Because the childhood thing is interesting, because I guess I have been doing stuff for long enough where I can see the overlap. Not going for the armor? Not yet. No, I'm going to farm it when I actually need to use it. Because like I was saying before, this fight doesn't require you to roll an attack and iframe it if you do it properly. It's only if I play incorrectly would that actually help. And it's much easier to play correctly than go justify farming just to do this fight. Oh, dude, I literally just used the buff and took it off. Okay, here we go. We're good. Yeah, it's easier to just do the fight properly rather than trying to justify pushing it later in the run, farming, and then still having to, you know, do all the other stuff after at a later time in the run that I'd want to generate the outcomes of sooner. So I can see if we actually make it. Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is good. It was bad. Can we get the angle? Angle the dangle? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, the bad thing wasn't that bad. I was kind of just exaggerating a little bit. It was okay. So I was still in a really good place, but timing was kind of scary there. Can't target Magus. Zola, you felt that way with No Rest for the Wicked? The town upgrade was fun. You had a lot of potential. Haven't heard many good things from it. No Rest for the Wicked is a game. Such a letdown boss fight. Yeah, they just take a bunch of basic enemies and put them in a room. I think if they're gonna do that, they should take a basic enemy from like later in the game. Something that's like a little harder than that for sure. Okay, we can just go get the setup for this part done first now, so I can get my revenge on the spiders. That'd be nice. Let's do this right away. Probably should always just do this part first anyways, because we need to do it, and I don't really like doing it late. Why armor switch? The armor that I have on right now boosts the amount of souls you absorb. So every time I kill something, if I have it on fully, it'll give us an increase, but the reason that I wouldn't have it on fully all the time is because it shortens the distance of my roll, and that might be dangerous in certain situations where I don't want a roll that's short. There is situations, however, where having a shorter roll actually helps, so sometimes you'll see me do the opposite, and I'll put the equip load purposely over 30%. But our sweet spot for you know, being efficient with movement and stuff like that is trying to be under 30% equip load.
soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel.
Okay, that's pretty good. Probably Magus and Congregation of Dark Lurkers. You know those guys that have the enemies on them that have like a backpack or like a platform with a dude that like controls them? They would be pretty good for that fight in replacement because they have magic and they also have punching attacks and stuff. You do a duo fight with those guys, or like one of those guys and another enemy would probably have been way better. There's bigger enemies they have that would make a much better replacement for sure. And then it could actually tease something from like late game, and then they could probably tie it into the backstory somehow with the area and all that. Frankers, thank you so much for using the Prime sub, dude. I appreciate that. Hope you enjoy your emotes, man. Welcome, welcome. There's the other spider. Okay, I was waiting for you. Thank you. Is that another? Dude, there's another one. Oh, he wasn't fully killed. That's why. Okay. That's not a common thing. We usually have one-shots on all of them, so he lived by a little bit. I didn't notice because he must have faded under the wall or something like that. All right, dagger time and the... What is it? Branch of Yore? Fragor Branch of Yore. It's a top-down POV like Path of Exile, but falls more heavily into the Souls mechanics with slower combat, exploration, and you could harvest resources. Okay, cool, man. So it's kind of like a survival game, predominantly. That's the idea. Did we already get the Majula shards? Yeah, I got 6 anyways, so we're fine. Yeah, just go to Betwixt now. I tried Valheim. No, what is Valheim? Sultan Sanctuary. I've seen the whole game before. I've seen it ran multiple times in casual playthroughs. I did many giveaways for Sultan Sanctuary as well, but I never really had the desire to play it. It's really hard for me to get into like the indie Souls-likes or the action platformers unless they're like really good, because my standard for that is like Metroid and Mega Man, so it's like really hard to, and even Hollow Knight too. Hollow Knight's such a good standard to set. Cuphead as well. It's really hard to live up to those. So I played quite a few platformers that were like almost on that level, but if they're not quite giving me that level of excitement, it's hard to beat the whole thing or stick with it. Only one that I started that I didn't finish that I actually really do like is Mega Man 11. I was getting so salty on that towards the end, dude. I got pretty far, but I didn't complete Mega Man 11 just because I was really getting pissed off at it, and I should have went back to it. It was a bad time to be playing it. Baldur's Gate 3. You can beat Baldur's Gate. There's a way to complete that. I don't know how that works. I thought Baldur's Gate was one of those games kind of like World of Warcraft or something. Like not MMO, but like you just play it forever and there's no like hard ending. You just keep leveling things. What's going on? Foshi, how are you doing? Recommend play Elden Ring or DS1 first? I would say Elden Ring first because I like it more. But that's just a biased comment. It doesn't matter which one you do first. I'm just going to tell you the one that I like better. Especially if like you haven't bought them yet and they're roughly the same price or you get a good deal. I would say Elden Ring, you're going to get like the biggest value for what you pay out of pretty much almost any game that exists right now, unless you get in like a competitive multiplayer game or an MMO or something like that. Baldur's Gate is an actual physical board game, like classic D&D. Sounds pretty cool. Ever finished Bloodstained? No, I played Bloodstained a little bit. I never finished it, though. That is one that I did not complete. It's very hard for me to have the interest. Like, it's just basically the idea that there's always something that is a higher priority, so to be able to play that game in the first place, I put something to the side usually that I'm working on that I want to do, and then if the interest of that doesn't, like, match evenly with the other thing, then it's probably not going to be completed at all. And like that's why I'm also a lot more careful with playing games in general now. You don't even see me start games that I don't finish because I don't want to start them and not finish them. And also the reason why I'm going to do the due diligence of just restarting the playthrough of Resi 4 altogether so it can be cohesive and I actually get the value out of it. I don't think it would be right to just play from where I am on it. I'm just going to restart everything. Do it the right way. And I like to get games done in one block. I don't like to like chip away at first playthroughs and go back to them. It needs to be like back to back to back to back until it's done. Even in one day, just finishing it in a day if I can. It's preferred. So I think we'll probably do like 3 solid big streams of Resi 4 and get it done. All right, I think we're ready to go here. Mace with the dagger on the offhand and the torch ready as well. Okay, I gotta move the skull over. I want to have the feather here. Cool. Played Blasphemous? I have played Blasphemous, yeah. I played the second one. That was another game that was kind of like what I just said with Bloodstained, is I played quite a bit of it, but there was other things at the time that just kind of were more enticing for me to play. So I got pretty far into Blasphemous 2. I got decently far, but I just did not complete it. And now to get back into it, it would be probably better to restart it again, which I'm not sure if I'm going to do, but it was really fun though from what I played, and they sent me a collector's edition of the game, the people that made it. That was really cool. I haven't opened up everything in it yet, but I did open some of it. It's pretty awesome. Ten out of 10 pixel art, dude. The art design and direction on it's so good, and it's apparently it was also a lot better than the first one too. Going to decrease the equip load a little bit there. We should probably still keep the gloves and the pants on. Just makes it a little bit easier switching everything, so I'm gonna do that. Should be doing that no matter what, but I've learned my lesson this run. Had quite a few times where I missed switching the pants. I was kind of fumbling on the armor swap after the fight was over. Course on the time where there's no invader, this guy's like, I'm just gonna run out at you, and the other spider's like, I'm not gonna block. Do spiders never attack if you have the torch? That is correct. Yeah, any enemy that's scared of fire in this, like even the big dudes that have like the gigantic arms and the tiny legs, like they do not attack you either. And there might even be other enemies afraid of fire that I can't remember. Invisible blocks on the stairs. Yeah, let's make sure that that doesn't happen again. I actually do Freya this time. RE4 Remake has a crazy good randomizer. I'm so excited to do that kind of stuff. I don't know how much I'll have to play of the game to like be able to do a randomizer, but I'd love to have, you know, some other game like that that has very good mods and is fun to do runs on. I really enjoyed practicing the speedrun and trying to like figure out how I would do damage lists on Resident Evil 2, the remake, but I never actually put that on stream though. That was always offline that I did, and then I just, again, it wasn't as high of a priority, so I just stopped doing it. But I did try to figure out some runs for that. I did practice Outlast. I did a two complete speed runs of Outlast 2 offline that were pretty damn good, like with skips in it too, glitches and stuff. Shadow of the Colossus, same thing. Did the speed run for that a couple times. I think 3 times for that one. But it was all offline. So the potential's there. Like I think that I could probably learn other games pretty quick. It's just like I don't have the interest in other games to that level. It's the one curse of being very specific with the taste in games, I guess. And then a lot of the games I like a lot, you can't do speedruns on, right? Or it wouldn't even make any sense. Like like at least the ones outside of Souls. Hyper Light Drifter, yep. I have seen Hyper Light Drifter before. I've watched quite a bit of gameplay. Actually, I think Cheese did a playthrough of that I watched. It has a cool color scheme. I like the color palette for it. Cyberpunk? I've tried Cyberpunk before. I have the game. They gave me it, but I've never streamed it though. I was saying I'll stream it if they fix it. They took a long time to fix things. And then I tried it at a friend's house after it was updated. And it was okay, but definitely not like to the level of I want to play this game kind of thing. I think that the only time you could have caught me with Cyberpunk was like if they had launched it and it was really strong and I just got sucked into it at the beginning, then I probably would have played a little bit of it at least, but it's not my type of genre. That's the thing. It's a lot of talking to people and like, you know, role-playing the actual character and being a part of a story and cutscenes and shit. I don't know, man. That's not, I don't know, it's not that arcadey, right? It's not like a gameplay heavy game. Has gameplay, but the gameplay is not the biggest selling point of it particularly. It's the experience, right? Which games? My favorite games that you couldn't speedrun would be Smash Ultimate, Street Fighter 6, and Gran Turismo, as well as Clone Hero as well. Like those 4, you can't do speedruns on that. Or if you did, it would be kind of silly in my opinion. Wait, did we farm for the stuff over here? I don't think we did yet. Let me get the stuff over here too, just in case, because the lizard's still alive. Street Fighter no hit run. That's so funny. Yeah, I wouldn't want to do like Street Fighter like with the computer is not fun. It would be only multiplayer. Like it's good to use like the bot for labbing if you loop scenarios and stuff, but like actually fighting the computer in that game's not that fun. I think Smash would be a bit of a different story. Like I know in World of Light or whatever it's called, like the main progression of the story, you could definitely do cool runs of that, and you could do on Melee, like, you know, race to the finish and all those different types of mini games with a playthrough of each person's story very fast. That is actually kind of cool, but not enough for me to be like, yeah, I'm gonna put a lot of time into this. Favorite character? You're a Ryu player? I play Ryu and Chun-Li. Ken on the older versions, but Ryu on Street Fighter 6 particularly. I was mainly Ken on 5, and also Rashid and Ken on 5, Chun-Li and Ryu on 6. But I haven't actually put a lot of time into 6 at all though, so I wouldn't say like that's like a good Ryu or a good Chun-Li, but they're fun though. Tekken 7 on max difficulty is your new Dark Souls. I'm sure the AI in that's actually pretty crazy. Forgot to get the soul. No, I got it. Also Forlorn, there's a different strategy for every single area, so it depends on which one. It's a combination of escaping him and running to a fog gate to just make him get sent back home. And then the other half of the game for the areas would be killing him. Been practicing Clone Hero every day. It's hurting your wrist and fingers. Oh no, are you doing like the guitar on it? Thought the big hand dude actually gets over the fear and straight up attacks you. The big hand dude. You gotta remind me of what we're talking about. Big hand dude. Oh wait, you're talking about, sorry, those enemies I was talking about with the fire. My bad. Yeah, I've never been attacked by them with the torch. Maybe eventually they do. Like at least on this run, yeah, it's never happened. And we run by them, at least for most of the runs I've done at this point, I would say we've encountered them because we switched to doing Flexile. And I've done the hitless version of this with Flexile every single time from the beginning. I don't believe there was a problem on that either. But yeah, it might be possible, just could be like extremely rare. Also, this is annoying because now the invader's here and the spider's going into the cutout, which we don't want at all. We need that spider to leave like desperately, dude. This is really freaking annoying. It's annoying to the point where it's like, I don't even know what you would do. other than just go in circles. Because it's still in there, and now it's just starting to have interest of leaving. Like, what the hell's going on, man? Cyberpunk is a game you had zero interest in, but the combat is super fun and builds as well. NPC relationship is just a cherry on top. Fair enough. Yeah, it looked like it would be like a bit more engaging than something like Skyrim or whatever, even though I know it's like a different theme. Reminded me of a Skyrim type game. You refunded your copy of Cyberpunk originally, but last year you got to play it through fully, and it was such a special experience. Getting a new PC just to play it at capacity. Oh, that's always so cool, man. Like when you get the new PC and the jump in performance is actually big. That's been the case every single time I've gotten a PC upgrade or gotten a PC in general, like from the first one to the next one. It's always been a big boost. And there's nothing that beats, even this one's been a giant increase of the other one, which I didn't think was going to be a thing. So I can imagine Cyberpunk being fun if you're playing at max settings and you weren't able to before. Photon's exclamation point Freya in chat has an explanation. I want you to test it just to see if it works though, because yesterday I was told by one of my moderators it's like an editor only command for some reason. So if anyone wants to use exclamation point Freya just to see, oh perfect, there we go. Yeah, so that's the explanation right there. Using 15 from 2009 and 2012 on their board. I'm assuming 15 means i5. Which edition of Skyrim, though? That's a good point. I kind of just meant like the actual overall idea, like you're just a character that you kind of roleplay in the environment, first person, open world kind of thing, and then you can like kind of have more freedom to decide how you complete the game. There's a lot of miscellaneous stuff on the side of the main story. It was an i5. 15 was a typo, you're banned. You can't make typos in 2025, dude. We've had so long to get perfect at typing. Come on. No excuses. Can still manage to run Cyberpunk Monster Hunter. Is Monster Hunter pretty hard to run on PC? Stance on pirating games, Jedi. I think pirating is okay if you already own a license for the game. Like, you own the original game. Like, let's say you're going to emulate something that you easily could have access to, and it's pretty easy to just buy the game and own it already. I don't see a problem with that if you already bought it, you know. Practice the Demon a Song for the weird hit 2 days ago. Yeah, we have gone over that attack many times. The problem is, Luminos, she won't just do that attack all the time that way. That attack has, like, a few different versions, but the one solution would just be if she turns her head slightly left, I have to go right regardless. Even if going right still later in the fight makes it harder Might have to turn around halfway through, but that's just one of those things that's kind of weird. Wasn't really that surprising to me, I guess. It was pretty straight up. But I did practice that area and like everything. I've practiced everything a lot more since then. We've actually gotten pretty far in runs where even just playing the game has been really good practice. But yeah, I'm not too worried about that specific thing. I don't think that'll happen again. I would be more concerned with just like the one attack we've been performing properly on her that actually is the one that's hard to avoid and is kind of rare. But again, that one's been perfect the last couple times. And I think there was one fight where it never even happened too. Pirating movies? So I don't pirate movies myself, but I know people that do, for sure. And what I kind of find from the pirating the movies is that you get a really bad quality movie usually, so like it's not even worth doing, in my opinion. Unless you don't have any like money to buy the movie or rent it. I spend like $5 every time I watch a movie. I rent it and I spend money on it. I don't even like watch on Netflix or anything. So literally I pay for it on Google. Dude, this is crazy. Oh my god, we got it. Nice. So that's Forlorn right there. Yeah, I've tried like the movie sites and stuff like that that have the free ones or the freebies, whatever you want to call it, allegedly in GTA 5. Allegedly, it didn't actually happen. But yeah, the quality's so bad I can't actually sit through a single movie that's like that. It's terrible quality usually. And like when people say it's good quality, I swear to God they're coping. There's no way. Like I've never seen a movie on any of those sites actually be in full quality. It doesn't happen usually, unless you're like watching something really old that's been out forever. But there's no like newer movie you can find in good quality, or what I would consider worth watching. So yeah. I've had that debate with family quite a bit. I've had some family members that like those sites. I'm just like, dude, it's so bad. Like, I would rather just pay for the movie. Like, if you're gonna have the experience anyways and invest the 2 hours, whatever it is, like, make it good. Even to the point of like, there's some movies I won't go see in a theater, particularly because the experience in a theater, though it is like it's better in some ways. If I really want to watch the movie in the best quality, it's better to watch at home because your refresh rate on your TV is better than the frame rate of the movie. The theater, so you get a better experience, you see more information, and then there's no people that are talking during the movie too, so you can really get a good idea. So there's some movies I'll save specifically for home, and I'll wait the extra X amount of months. If I'm really excited, I'll definitely just do the theater, but yeah, I'll wait on stuff for the quality sometimes until they update the theater with better performance or whatever. I guess that's the, again, 24 FPS cinematic meme, but once they go to like 60, we'll be good. Why do you kill Freya 3 times, not the Rotten? That command right there should explain it to you. Got to get screener copies? What are screener copies? Venom 3 I didn't know existed. I didn't know that came out. You guys told me about that. I probably would have seen that one in theaters if I had the time during that time. Because I was excited to see the end of that series, but I forgot that was even a thing coming out, and then by the time it did come out, I didn't know it did. And you guys were like, yeah, it's been out for a long time. But then I actually like took a look and I'm like, oh, I've missed like most movies. Because I don't really like try to make a point of keeping up with anything really, so it's it's kind of nice. It's like there's too many things to now watch, but I can choose, and they're cheaper. They've already been out of theaters. Cam rips are never worth it, but if you cannot find quality uploads for things with releases, that's a you problem. When I say quality, though, I mean like legitimately good quality, right? And I guess I'm just referencing like when I know people that use those sites and like they'll try to be like, hey, we should watch a movie on this site. And I'm like, no, they're not gonna find a version. Like, and they look through every single portal or every single upload of that piece of media, and it's just every single one is still lesser quality. I'm like, dude, why sacrifice that? Like, is the $5 really that much? Like the $6, whatever it is? Like if you think of the fact you'd have to still go to the movie anyways, or if you're gonna watch like X amount of hours of content a month and you're paying $20 for Netflix, whatever it is, maybe you can pay less, but let's say you're paying for like an average plan on a streaming site, like you're gonna be making up a lot of that hours per month you're gonna watch anyways, just by splitting it into 4 and buying a rental for $6. That's how I look at it. And I'm not even gonna watch 4 movies a month necessarily sometimes, so it's like it's super easy to justify for me. And it actually supports the movie too, I guess. Like, it's more direct support to them. That's the biggest thing, I guess. I'm not even thinking of that, though. I'm just thinking of the quality. All right, perfect. So, third Freya, done. 10 minutes on the torch still. Looking pretty solid. Time to go to Flexile Sentry. And we don't have a single Peasants piece, so I'm gonna try to farm them first before we do that, just to make sure we're safe, because we want at least, I would say 9 frames for Flexile makes sense. Oh, wait, do we have the chest? We might have got the chest piece on this one. Unless that was when the... Yeah, no, that was the other run. Never mind. We did not get the chest piece on this one. Blending the timelines together. Yeah, anyways. Wait, gloves on that is enough to be over the weight? Wow. Dude, the Explorer helmet's kind of heavy. Hardest no damage run? Are we talking about any level of content that you can possibly do? Like, you can count all bosses, or is it just any percent? Anything over 1080p is rare. Yeah, like, I'm not trying to say that I'm like too good to watch a 720p movie. I totally would if like it was someone else deciding and I had no choice. Like, let's say like they were like, yeah, we're gonna watch a movie, and there was like friends gathering to do that, and like I couldn't pick like the situation, then I'm not gonna complain at all. But if I can pick, like, I'm like, I'd rather not, like, if it's something I really want to watch, I'd rather not watch it in lower quality. I can wait like a month extra or whatever amount of time. When I did the bow only, that looks super hard. Oh yeah, the bow only run on DS3 is pretty crazy. I think it was mostly because like people weren't really doing anything like that at the time. And I just was thinking like, hey, you know what? Like, this run sucks in terms of like how hard it is, but it gets really feasible like in the mid to like later game, because you actually, like, the bow picks up a little bit. It's not that it's easy at all, but like it gets better to a degree. So it was mainly just figuring out how to start the run. Like, I think we got like a +1 for Vort, and then Vort was a long fight every single time.
Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel.
Beast mode swag. I like that name. we need to embody the magical nature of beast mode swag so I can complete this. Thank you for the Prime sub, man. Thank you for offering some of your magnificence here. I hope you enjoy your emotes as well. And also the little bit of farming I got to do to get these guys armor to drop. A lot of pirated movies are 1080p. Oh, I'm sure you totally could find them. I'm kind of talking about specific situations where there's like a newer movie, and I have a family member or a friend or somebody where they're like suggesting to use that kind of platform to watch it. And they can't really, like, there's no level of coping that will allow me to like get to that level of reasoning with their opinion that the quality is good enough. Like, good enough's not worth it if it's like something you really want to see. It's got to be good. And if they made the movie much higher quality and you could just go and pay to watch it in the theater, it's like, let's at least try to get like that quality, if not the home quality when it comes out, you know? And that's why I was saying I'm patient. I could like wait. I don't need to watch it at all then. If that's the case, I'd rather wait into the future. That's what happened with Logan. Logan, I decided to watch a lower quality version of it, and I fell asleep halfway through, and I haven't watched it again since, because unfortunately again, I just wanted to wait till there's a higher quality version. I haven't even thought to go back to it, even though I'm sure it's probably pretty good. Yeah, that version unfortunately was so blurry. It was like it actually took away from me absorbing the information of the movie. Ooh. Oh, we actually got his shoulder there? Okay. Okie dokes. Oh, I still haven't used the coin, did I? You didn't put it on the slot this time. Another torch. 28 days later. Are you trying to make a meme for SpongeBob, or are we just talking about the movie? Heard that piracy has saved some old games, like the owner of the game has lost the copy, asked for it to be published so they can pirate. So they pirate it to sell legally. Okay. That's pretty cool. Industrial strength heavy quotes, 1080p, but you can count the pixels. Problem you got with just go to the theater is that you don't have a car license, Brandito. Oh, well, like I said, I can wait till movies. I usually end up watching more movies at home than at the theater anyways, because it is cheaper and higher quality, right? Especially if you wait the long period and you don't pay the movie ticket price. But I feel you on that. I understand. Wouldn't steal a car. maybe that's the secret. It's like, you could just solve the problem with the pirating of movies and the quality by stealing a car so you can get to the theater. And then also just stealing, like sneaking into the movie so you didn't pay for it, and then stealing the popcorn so you could eat for free. Then at that point, when they catch you, you could just say it was some other guy and then have a disguise that you burn in the garbage, and then you actually just learn how to fly and then become a superhero and fly into the night. Problem solved. All right, so we didn't get anything yet. I'm going to pop the coin on this next one through here. This run's probably going to end up being a bit slower. Just because of the farming, unfortunately. The audio in the theater. Oh yeah, they have like the Dolby. Is it? It's beyond 7.1 now. It's kind of like close to Atmos, right? Or Atmos is like featured in certain places, I think. Something like that. Unless I'm like actually clueless and Atmos is like old now. I don't know. Mimic head with 0 damage. You could probably do it. You'd have to cast something that offsets the reduction. And if it was offset enough, I wonder if it would even tick one time. Like, let's say you had, like, Elden Ring. Let's say there was an item like that. Oh, I fucked that up completely. That was pretty good, actually. Wasn't too bad. I think 3 of them lived. Yeah, let's say you had, like, Blessing of the Erdtree or Resplendent... Is it Resplendent Life for DS1? So massive regen with Sanctus, or a item that has passive regen like Blessed Dew Talisman with maybe a few other types of like pieces of gear that boost health. If you can push the health back quick enough, there might be a way to offset it. I haven't checked for DS1 if that's possible without it ticking a single pixel ever, but maybe if you overlap the casting of the replenishment spell and then always had Sanctus on for DS1, you could do that. DS3, I'm not sure. I don't know as much about all the magic and everything. At least when it comes to particularly miracles that boost health. No mimics in ER. Yeah, that's actually a good point. There isn't. They finally got over that one. I got a lot of Titanite shards, and it would be amazing if you dropped some chunks. Unfortunately, though, we don't actually need either at all. And then I think the first guy we did kill, right? Let me double check. aren't using drop right items like Parma Shield. Gold Serpent's in Iron Keep, so harder run right there. Mimic's Headpiece, not accessible. And then also Parma, where would you get Parma? I think all three of those things are kind of dangerous to go for. Well, Gold Serpent is certainly like, the whole entire run's not even worth doing at that point, but I know with Mimic Head, it's still a little bit harder to get, and then Parma's definitely not close as far as I know, unless you're talking about Crimson. And Crimson, I'm not aware of boosting any kind of discovery, but I mean, I'll totally grab it if that's something I just misinterpreted. MG, I'm doing good. How are you? Dolby Atmos has earth-shattering 128 independent audio channels. Wow. It's like left, right, center, rear, and then it's like left 1, left 3, left 13. It's okay, we have like too many numbers after lefts. What do we do now? Left up, left down. Left cube, left square. Left circle. It's like, are we doing like a Grand Theft Auto cheat code? What's going on here? L1? Any tips on how to parry Gwen? It's just practice, dude. Just get the timing down. What I would say is if you're not trying to go as close to him as possible, you have to be touching his body almost. You can't parry things at a distance in DS3. So even halfway through the sword might be a little too far away. Like you want to be parrying his hand pretty much. And once you have that down where you've walked up as close as you possibly can every time, just pay attention to the animation of what you're doing and when you die. So if you don't see your character's hand move and you die, you're too late. And if you see the animation happen where the hand swings for the parry, and then like it's recovering and then you get hit, you're going too early. And then you just adjust it between those two ranges until you got it once, and then try to recreate that over and over again. And that's the best way to practice it. So unfortunately, there's no secret, but like if you didn't know about the proximity, that's one thing. And then you can kind of like accuracy check yourself by how far the animation progressed before you got hit. You just pay attention to that and then just squeeze it into a tighter margin. Also, I would recommend backing the save up and making a save state so you can just reload from the fog gate. So if you go into app data on your computer, you might already know this, but if you don't, app data and then the roaming folder, you have to show hidden folders on desktop on Windows to be able to like see app data. So it's % app data % that you type in, roaming folder within that, and then you'll have the games that have save files under that directory. And your .sl2 file is the save file. You take that, you literally just put it into another folder when you're outside the fog gate, and then just copy it back into the folder that it came from in the roaming and the save data and all that. And you're set. You can just reload it over and over. You can also get a software to load it for you as well once you make the copy. Technically could burn an ascetic here. You don't have an extra ascetic to burn unless you do Skeleton Lords. So no matter what, not everything would make the game harder. Unless there's like an item that we actually walk by that I'm just not cluing into. Parmesan Hides Tower, Mimic said you can get if you use Bonfire Ascetic Majula. We can't use the Bonfire Ascetic. Chess going down to Forest of Giants is a Mimic. Use that item that makes them go to sleep. Oh, you can't do Mimic Head because you take damage, dude. I just realized that. Unless it doesn't do that in this game, unless it doesn't have the damage effect, but I'm pretty sure it'd be a reset immediately as soon as you put it on, right? And then Parma and Hides, but where particularly in Hides? And also, what's the increase of the drop rate? We need the shirt and the gloves. We only need the one of the two. If I have two pieces with the ladle, it actually still gives me 90 AGL, which it says is 9 frames. So I should be good still. Like, if you guys want to verify and like double check that 90 AGL is 9 frames for iframes, go for it. But we were debating it because I remember, I think Doofish, if you're still here, you were saying that it doesn't make a difference if you have just 2 pieces of the peasant set and the ladle. But 92 agility, you said, has 10 frames, right? So 90 says 9 frames, which is just 2 pieces of the peasant set and the ladle, but 3 with the ladle is 92 AGL. So I'm wondering if maybe when you were saying that, the website was wrong, or if like maybe you didn't know. I don't know if you're still here though. Technically robbing the poor? Dude, my character literally came into the world with no items in general 2 seconds ago. We've been alive for an hour and 24 minutes with nothing. Other than what we're picking up. This is quite the scavenger hunt here. Parma's drop by the dragon in front of Old Dragon Slayer. It's the same item discovery as base Gold Serpent. Okay. Yeah, that might be a little technical to add to the run because we have to kill all the old knights on the way, the Hyde Knights and also the dragon. So just the time you would consume doing that alone probably would be like the same as it would take to find the item anyways by just doing this, or even sometimes more, plus the danger. So I don't know if I would justify doing that unless it was like maybe it was a little bit harder to farm these items. But they drop pretty quickly. They have been dropping very fast lately. This one's like a bit more of the unlikely scenario, I think. You can use a healing item to negate the damage. Wouldn't it do damage immediately though? So how would I be able to do that? What healing item would negate the damage autonomously while I'm playing this area without me having to repop it like over and over again? Because every single life gem has a very short lifespan that we can get in abundance. So that would make the run so technically difficult to do, even if you could offset it, that I don't even know if that'd make any sense. I think that at the end of the day, though, with these kind of runs, a lot of people have good suggestions, but like it's just not necessary to do every single thing because you can do it. That doesn't mean it actually helps. There's always like a cost usually, unless the things that we're acquiring are literally on the actual route itself. And the time investment and the danger to acquire the extra thing isn't actually outweighing the benefit of it, right? So I think the cost ratio of a lot of things we could do on this, they just don't add up to be better. Like there's small things I think I could probably change. Like I could probably use, again, the crossbow on the left hand more often. That could be a decision that helps a bit just for not having to menu as much and item manage. And then I could just choose to do some fights with less iframes, technically, if I wanted to as well. That'd be kind of hard, though. Why the next Elden Ring installment won't be 2-player? I'm not actually sure. I don't know. Maybe they balanced it out in that format where the 3-player was like the main design, and then they boiled down that version into a 1-player, but didn't think that 2 would be enough to justify the challenge of how they set it up. It might have to do with like how they first envisioned the game, and then they just skipped the 2 right to the 1. I feel like they didn't start with 1-player with that type of idea. They definitely started with the multiplayer in mind. It is kind of funny though. Like you'd think that they would just make all 3, or even technically more than 3 players. Oh, we got a chunk. Okay. Excuse me. I was hoping the height of the hill would hit him in the head there. After getting killed by Frida a bunch, you somehow do Demon Prince in 1 attempt? No way, really? You know what? You did Demon Prince in 1 attempt, and as soon as I read that, I found the item we needed, so I think that's good luck. We should just stick with that. Also, wait a second. Did we not go do the hippos or the... No, we did the dagger and everything, yeah. So I didn't actually confirm the ladle. Unless I didn't actually do the ladle part. I think I did, though. Yeah, we should be ready to do Flexile now. Final Freya. It's a little bit... Tiniest bit slower, but I think we're good. Two-shotting Pontiff at level 1 with parries. Oh yeah, you can do the attacks in between him getting up, right? Max iframes in DS2. We were talking about it before. People were saying 17 was the highest. But I was aware that it was 16, so, I mean, again, every single time I say something and I check a website, there's a different answer from you guys, and the website you're checking says something different, and then I'm told that you can't trust any website. So... We're just going to say 16 for now, because that's the original number that I was aware of for the majority of me playing this. Wait, is it just... we just have to talk to her, don't we? What am I doing? Not even going the right way. Why does that door close? Oh, we didn't kill the hippos here, did we? Is this run still flawless? Yes. So if you see any mistakes on the run, it'll be lit up in orange on the counter on the left side. You don't even have to look for a number. If you just see orange in general, that means there's a mistake. You see blue, then you're 100% good. Dota, thank you so much for the good luck. We'll take that. Oof, okay, we're good there. Are there actual websites? If you go to Freya the way that I'm getting to her by walking down the webs, that would be a website right there. The original www.dead. www.youdied. And then Forlorn comes in after and he's just like, by the way, I'm invading. Think that most big streamers use bot farms to get viewers. Asmongold and iShow, you love Asmon, but it seems like a lot of the comments are generic. No, I think mostly nobody uses bot farms because there's actually like the incentive for the platform to crack down on that. So like periodically throughout the year, YouTube and Twitch, they sweep the platform for bot accounts and they remove them. And also it'd be really stupid to be like that popular and successful and use a bot. You don't need to, right? So like, let's say like hypothetically, you did, what are you gaining? You're already like one of the biggest streamers there is. There's nothing that you can gain more. So like there's a point where a certain amount of viewers doesn't matter, right? Like you could say that Ninja's the example of that. Like the amount of viewers he had at the peak doesn't matter. It's not necessarily any different than having a quarter of those viewers because the response that it gives you is not sustainable. And it's not like actually a realistic average of the platform. So he even said himself, like the fact people were saying he fell off is the stupidest thing ever because there was never really like there was never a possibility anyone could sustain that anyways. It was just a freak event that happened with the things going on and what he was doing. It was never going to be like a permanent thing, right? So I think that there's a point with the averages, at least on the really big channels, that like there's literally almost no difference between drastically big numbers at a certain point. There's just like a certain ceiling where like after that nothing changes much. So if you're seeing generic comments, it's probably just because people make generic comments. Now someone could bot someone else. Like let's say he didn't do it himself, but someone sent bots into the stream. It's happened here before too. They send in like maybe 50 to 100 bots randomly and then they leave, and they'll just spam like a certain message or whatever. Usually it's to like say something offensive, spoil a movie plot, or like do something random, but like you'll know when that's happening. Random people saying different messages that are like just generic, that's just basically the world, dude. If you look at any comment section that exists on social media, the comments on somewhere like Facebook or Instagram would probably be even more generic than a Twitch chat all the time without fail in most popular posts that exist. There's not a lot of like unique comments on anything at all ever that I've ever seen. So that to me just seems like regular people things. Also, unfortunately here, we ran out of bolts, which is crazy. I've never had that happen, so we're gonna have to redo this part. But then the good thing is we get a raw gem, or we have a chance. So that really sucks. But we're gonna have to go get more bolts. Very easy to figure out if someone's using bots with the human eye, not to mention looking through the network in the back end. Yeah, like they have stuff built in to be able to address that, but also, yeah, like people could manually check that too. Like I could check that as a consumer, but maybe I just know what to look for, right? Okay, let's do that again. DS2 no bonfire, no death run is quite fun. They took into account that there's a lot of healing items. Yeah, the no bonfire, no death is really fun. I've never been able to do both to combine, but my first challenge ever was that, and I only got the bonfire part of it. But even that was cool. Anyone finish this run? This run's been done one time that I could find. It's possible more than one person did it, but I've only seen one video of it. And I asked some other people, they couldn't find anything else. So I'm pretty sure Ursuza's run from 3 years ago is the first and one of the only, if not the only. But yeah, this one's not that popular for obvious reasons anyways. Like I wouldn't, there's hard runs on games that are more played, that are crazier than this, that I would be like, yeah, you probably could find examples, but this one's just like a unpopular run. Like even when I did the hitless version too, there's only one person that had gotten it at that time that I knew of, and wasn't even someone that like makes content like hardcore or anything. They just did it because they were crazy, you know. There's a crazy guy. Okay, we don't have any partial kills there. Unfortunately, I don't think I saw a gem drop at all, so that sucks. Just gonna double check and see. Yeah, so no infusion for the mace on this one. That's fine though. Ever watch your old accomplishments you're proud of? I watch my videos to like learn things, so if I have to review a strategy, or like let's say for the music stuff, you'll see in the video that's releasing on the music channel soon a good example of this. I'll critique my previous performances. So usually it's just kind of like a let's see what we can improve kind of thing, or let's see how I did this to implement it in a new run. But I don't watch it for entertainment though, definitely not. It's kind of hard to find yourself entertaining when you did the thing that time, so you remember doing it. Then you're just literally watching time replay itself. But I think it's good to, there is a necessity. I think anyone not watching their own content's missing out on the critique that you can give yourself. You should be reviewing everything and like having some sort of goal or standard in mind and seeing how you can bridge the gap to that constantly. I think that's a good idea. Especially if you wanted to improve. If you want to improve on all the controllable factors, you really do need to be aware. And pretty critical yourself too. It's going good, Vibration. You didn't spam the ones, the twos, dude. I think it was the twos last time. It's like 22 hours or something like that. All right, now to Flexile. Oh, no. Gotta grab the spoon, dude. I gotta grab the spoon. See, like I get sucked up in like bad farming luck, and then having to redo that area because the bolts and we're thrown off so hard. In all aspects of life. So that's the thing with like doing this stuff that's really cool, is if you're doing it pretty seriously, like at least it's recorded. But one thing that is a slept on tactic is people don't really record themselves doing enough things that they could actually use for improvement too. So it's a bonus. I think anyone doing any kind of task or skill that wants to get better, you should just record yourself doing it, or at least write down your thoughts on it. Minimum, I would say recording helps a lot though. So that's like it's a blessing for sure. It's a huge advantage. You mean a no hit, no damage SL1 was done, or just no hit? Like this run was done, yeah. This run has been done, the damage list. And then Papa Finn got the first SL1 hit list as far as I know for DS2, and I think I got the second one. I don't want to say that for sure, but I'm pretty sure mine was the second. And then this one, I don't know if it's going to be the second or whatever, but out of what I've searched for, the people that have been looking for it have only been able to find Ursusa's run, so this probably is one of the few out there if we actually get it. And I think mainly that's just because, again, it's not an interesting run for a lot of people. Like, this game's not as popular already, and then also it's just a brutal run to do. Like, if you're gonna do this one, you'd probably be more inclined to just do a hitless version so you can get the damage bonus. And even then, like, it's still pretty ridiculous, right? Where can you find it? Ursusa's run? Just type in ERRSOUSA. And it's on his channel from 3 years ago. Rabid Bubble, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate that. Hope you enjoy your emotes as well. Welcome. How's your weekend going, too? Long-time watcher, Rabid. Love the content personality. Thank you, man. Well, I'm glad you're here for this. You might be able to see the actual attempt of this that works out and we get it. Crossing my fingers, man. Magoo, what's up? Welcome back. Hello from the other side of the lake. Other side of the lake, what is that? Is that just a figure of expression, or are you actually at a lake? What's going on there? You're probably just saying that to say that, but yeah. If you are actually on a lake, I'm curious. Ots is so cool. Shame he doesn't upload, though. Not Ottstar. That not Ottstar dude's pretty cool too. Yeah. Yeah, I think he'll probably upload on the main channel again at some point, but like, it's hard to say though. It's like one of those things where a lot of people's second channels overtake their first channel eventually. Like when you get to the sweet spot, it's pretty easy. Like, it's not super common, but it does happen a lot where the second channel will outperform the main one for many genres, many industries. I've seen people do that. And it's mainly dependent on your formatting. So like if you have watch time being a very low potential ceiling, then you can't justify that content being as powerful for the algorithm. So the second channel just has a better watch time potential, so it's probably why it overtook the main one. So he'd have to retrain the main channel's algorithm most likely. A lot of people that do other content too that like that, where they have their VOD channel obviously farms crazy watch time, so therefore they're able to get much more like value out of it, I guess, in every metric, even if that channel has a smaller fan base too. That's my take on it. I've studied a lot of that stuff, and I've seen it myself too with certain things. Speak any other languages, Colton? No, I don't. What about you? Okay, resin, and then we two-hand the ladle. We're running. Other side of the pond, the Atlantic. Okay. Or Freya's, Nick. Farming for 1,000,000 souls to get into the Shrine of Winter. Easiest option on damage list because you don't have to take fall damage going to Freya if you have the cat ring, but any other area is either much more dangerous to do, or you do take fall damage that you wouldn't be able to avoid until later. MJ, thank you for the 55 months, dude. Hi. Only a hi? Nothing else? How are you doing, MJ? Second channel is about 60 to 70k subs from having more subs than the main. Yeah, exactly. I should catch up with him and ask him about that, because like he is somebody that was pretty inspiring for how his content structure, his content plan was always one of the most intelligent I've seen from the beginning. Like he was way ahead of everybody pretty much, so I'm definitely curious of like what his thoughts are, because I asked him a similar question about the main channel a while ago, and his response was literally, if there's something worth putting on there, I'm going to put it on there, but that's about it. So obviously it hasn't been worth it for a while, but I can kind of see, like I could guess why. I'm pretty sure I know. Just curious of if he actually plans out anything with that channel in the future, if he's going to just let it die, because there's not a lot of people that like build a channel like that one particularly that do let it die, because you don't really need to. It's past the point of like needing to like let go of, but it's pretty cool though that he like his strategy and his the way he thinks about it obviously is repeatable and very strong. Okay, so here we need to have the other bow on. Feather to check for Forlorn for a second. So yeah, Forlorn's not invading. Firebomb to break this. Ooh, that one didn't work. We have the urn. Yes, we do. Oh wait, you know what? Because we have the vantage point of just chilling here, I'm not gonna go over to that wall yet. It's gonna hang over here. We're gonna break this stuff too. The dog's running straight forward here. I'll chill like right around this spot. This spot should be safe from the archer, because the drop off of the arrow wouldn't be able to hit that deep into the room, so I think we're good on this part. Got both, sweet. Yeah, I think the whole thing with getting both the dogs there is literally just waiting a little later. I was always thinking that there's RNG where you wouldn't be able to get both, but I'm actually convinced now there might not be such a thing. Like, you might always be guaranteed if you do it at the right time. So no need to break that other wall then. But I'm going to do it as like an escape plan just in case, because it's a really good backup method. Maybe I fumble, but yeah, I don't think I'll be using that much in the future. Jedi, it's dependent on the situation. There's a lot of different reasons of why one would be better than the other, but it's like it highly depends on a lot of factors. So, like that is a thing sometimes for both things you said could be relevant. Just depends on the person and what they're doing, and then how they plan to do it, and what they've already done. So, yeah, for Otz's stuff, like I guarantee you, like his second channel is a better idea for sure right now. But like I'm wondering if he'll resurrect the main one. Oh, Moon, we were talking about Otz Darva because he made a second channel for his YouTube. His main one was mainly just like more curated, like super high priority uploads, like maybe one every 2 months, once a month, once every 4 months. Big ideas. But then he moved on to smaller ideas on the second channel, then kind of rescaled that back up to the bigger ideas from the main one again, but more frequent, and then has like this little bit of like in-between thing going on with it, but didn't address the main one for a long time, so I'm wondering if he'll resurrect it or not. 'Cause he could, but it just might be like not worth the time investment at this point. If the second one's already popping, he could probably make a third and then restructure that one as an actual true VOD channel and be fine. But I don't think he needs to though. You know, he's probably doesn't really want to put the time into that. Okay. We are going to Freya for the 4th time because we got the ascetic. When is the -1 hit? You know what would be really cool? If we could figure out a way to actually do that. And I think it would have to be that there's an enemy that has an ability that heals you, and we go into the fight with a ring that boosts the total health pool, but like have the gap missing, like the favored protection, then we get healed by somebody, and then it counts as a -1 hit run. Branduto, you should try it, dude. Go for it and build, like, just, I would say, give it a chance and see how it goes if you really want to do it. Like, you definitely never know until you try those kind of things. And it might be really fun. You might really enjoy just doing it anyways. It might be like, for me, it was originally just a way of like repurposing the time I'm spending playing games. I'm like, I'm not going to just play games at this point. I got to like do something with the game if I'm going to play it. Like make a video, make a community, make a tournament, get better at it. Something community based though. And that's why after seeing a lot of people doing those things, but like maybe again, not in the way that I was thinking of it. I was like, oh, there's definitely like room for this in this community, or the overall community. And then like a bunch of things can happen from there that you wouldn't really have planned at or expected. But I think just having the enjoyment for repurposing like that time you're spending anyways and sharing it with people, making it fun for everybody, it's a pretty good thing, because all the skills that go into that, they'll stay with you for other subjects, other things, right? Because eventually, if you do it decently enough, you have to keep doing it, you end up becoming pretty proficient at, like, at least I'd say 3 to 4 different skills. I'm thinking of skipping a Bright Bug on Freya for this one. I'm gonna see how that pans out. See if that becomes painful. There's a small chance I might not even be able to get away with it, but we have a lot of torch time, so let's see. Definitely got to make every hit count for the actual damage I'm dealing. And rebuff for every single hit too, so I'm definitely not going to hit her if we don't have a buff. But very curious if we can stretch the Brightbug so I can use it for the end game. Christabs, yeah, we played it. We did a stream of it. It was cool. I'm going to be playing it again soon too. Have you tried it yourself? The Shad PS4? No emotional damage run? The emotional damage run is the part that we never really seem to be free of. That's the tricky one. No one's figured that out yet. Still waiting for the IRL skip for the emotional damage. I think we're actually we're almost 1-to-1 on durability, but I think we can get ahead enough where it's possible. It's just very close. Like if you look at the Dagger's bar, like its health bar is literally almost the same as Freya's. So this is the fight where like something could break. We'll see. I have other stuff I can use to finish her off if we need to, but could also just pop a Brightbug last second. We think it's overlapping too much where the bar is starting to fall behind her bar. It's about 50% now. We're at 45 for Freya, roughly, I would say. A rebuff here. It's going to be really close. Technically, the sword being broken still does damage, though, too, so I guess it doesn't matter if it breaks. It's mainly her head breaking at that point. Ironically, though, the pace of the fight actually isn't that much different without the Brightbug, because it wears off pretty quickly with all the downtime. Gonna throw those lightning urns on for the finisher if we need it. Dagger will be 3 hits from broken. Oh, yeah. How's your run going, Flamingos? Ooh. I thought she was going to jump for a second. Losing some time here. Oh yeah, Warmth Pyromancy. So you think that there's someone that could use Warmth in the game? Like, is there actually an enemy that does that? That could be a funny way to get healed. All right. Freya done. How is this not the usual path? You usually see people 4 times rotten, but instead this seems way easier. It's because it's like, it's not as quick, and also the area is more dangerous. That's mainly why it wouldn't be like a normal thing you would do. What are the bolts like on this? Let me see. How many do we got? 250, that's perfect. Brightbug is 1, which is good for now. Wait, chunks. 5. Ooh, yeah, we gotta upgrade a ton of stuff right now. Let's go do that. You get the crossbow higher than before on this one, because we're gonna have 8 in total then once we get the 3 from Dragonlight Castle. I think we got 2 extras. Am I excited for Silksong to come out when I'm 76? Yes. 100%. I genuinely want to play Silksong. I think it's going to be cool. Yeah, Mace is still +6. We need that at least at... do we want it at 8? Yeah, I think we want it at 8, and then we want this at 8 too. We'll use the other 3 to get this to 10. We don't have the Raw Gem, unfortunately, for the Mace, but that's all right. Just got to play a bit better. Why fight Flexile after doing Freya 3 times instead of 4? Because Freya doesn't require, what's it called, like the rolling equipment, like the iframe equipment. Flexile kind of does, so it just delays the time that we need to worry about farming and all that. And then I need the aesthetic from after Flexile to use on Rotten. So being able to get the materials in the area on the way to Freya, do it all at once, you know, put off the farming and everything, kind of just makes it a little bit nicer to have that already done. If I do the farming first, I still have to do all that other stuff. And technically, yeah, I could do Flexile pretty early, but... Oh, hey, look, this guy took damage from behind while blocking. Nice. Yeah, like, no matter what, though, the aesthetics, I'd have to do Flexile early, which we wouldn't be able to justify with lower iframes unless I farmed right away. So I can get the aesthetic to do her 4 times in a row rather than the 3, and then grab that 3rd aesthetic to reset it a 4th time from the first one. If that makes sense. It also breaks up the monotony of it a little bit because Freya's not an engaging fight. Farming's not that engaging, but you have to pay attention pretty intently to do it because it's very dangerous sometimes. And then Flexile actually is kind of engaging in the areas you do need to pay attention, so it kind of gives a nice balance or partitioning the type of gameplay. I do like to space it out where, let's say we had like momentum sections or boss rush sections. I want those to have, I don't want those to all be in one part of the run, then everything else be super slow paced. Like if there's big pockets where we're not moving or doing things that easily, it's kind of a problem for me. Speaking of which, need to pop all these guys. Yeah, like that whole thing I was just explaining, that's not a problem in pretty much any of the other games because the momentum's almost continuous in those. Like the setup's so minor and the downtime for like killing enemies or clearing areas, it's so much different. Like you can just run through everything. If this game you could just blast through, then I would probably do the farming right away. Because again, the momentum of the run would be much nicer. How much thought goes into every detail? You don't have to think that much about it. I do think about things pretty detailed. That's how it usually goes. But I wouldn't say you have to care that much. Like it's gonna probably cost you though. If you don't, the less detail you think about, the more problems you're gonna have. But there is an extent where like the way that I see it's mainly just a good way of me seeing it. It has nothing to do with like you having a disadvantage if you didn't see it that way. More so than just me being subjectively advantaged in that situation. Like I could pull it off easier because my style of like how it's explained or seen matches how I think about it, right? Let's say someone explains something to me the way that I'd want it to be explained, I'm just going to learn way quicker. But there's a low chance that most people would be able to explain it in a way that I would actually want. So I'd have to ask you like 20 questions to get it to the point that I want. Then I'll be good. But like someone else might not have to ask that many questions, but they might miss certain things that later I would actually rectify because I asked those questions and because I would have explained it with more detail anyways to prevent those things ahead of time. So like that's just my thought process. I don't think you have to be that crazy. There is definitely still a pretty large amount of information that goes into a run though. It's not like it's simple, but you can make things a little bit more simple and more of like a feel type of thing rather than like an information heavy type of thing. Where it's like, let's say you do something and you don't know how you do it, but you just do it. Leave it at that. Don't even need to break it down. That works for you. All right, we don't have Forlorn on this one, luckily. That's kind of cool. It's not too bad. I'm kind of confused by the Royal Soldiers. They take longer to get over here sometimes. Like, I've been at the door, they didn't pop up. They're probably going to pop up once I'm in here, but, like, why do they take so long?
Who are you?
What is up with that, man?
And by whose permission do you stand before
Why are they also running straight to me right here?
this castle? Is a demon.
That's kind of strange. Okay. That's way easier. I'll take it. Forlorn for who? Equivalent of the Black Knight Halberd in this game. Probably the rusted Red Iron Twin Blade, but even then, that's like kind of a later option. So, I mean, the closest thing you got's probably the Rapier. But Rapier is not necessarily as good as Black Knight Halberd. It's just like very easy to get. I think the rusted Twin Blade's a better comparison with that one. And like, if you had unlimited time to play the game, like if we're just gonna say like what's a good weapon in this game, you could pick so many different things, but right away, right off the bat, you don't have access right away to the Twin Blades. So Rapier is basically just like the go-to for everything right away. Rapier than Ice Rapier. Ice Rapier is really good for PvP. In PvE though, again, it takes a long time to get. And I think that it's still not better DPS, for example, like damage per second, than some other weapons. But yeah, it's definitely up there though. Ice Rapier is pretty damn good. I think it's just like the time it takes to get there for the efficiency that's kind of the tricky part. Worst weapon you could use in DS2. If it's a weapon that's like full durability, like it's not broken or something like that, probably the ladle. Rapier feels good in this game. It's what you use against Throne Duo and Nashandra on SL1. Yeah, it's really nice on SL1. That's why it's kind of a shame that it's a pain in the ass to justify going and getting on this particular version, but it's great though. I think if I was using that, I wouldn't say I would have already gotten the run, but it would have been made a lot easier. We probably could have gotten better PBs quicker. That's at least for sure. But again, the problem is like that's only if I was able to use it right away, not with the case that I'd have to go get the work hook. Then it'd probably be even worse. We'd probably be more behind on the run at that point. Okay, we're checking for Forlorn with the feather here. I didn't kill that Royal Soldier, actually. I just realized that technically I think he has to be killed if you want to do Forlorn Invasion, so that's the only thing now that would be making it complicated. And I haven't addressed that yet, so we should be trying to go and kill that Royal Soldier with the carryover from this buff that we have on the weapon. I think that'd make way more sense. And we didn't change lightning bolts yet. Let me see. Here we go. You ruined your run because you joined a covenant? Oh, sorry, Flamingos, I didn't see the rest of that. What covenant did you join? Dorian Yates, what's going on, dude? Oh, sorry, Dorian Yates Hair 1991. That's an amazing name, dude. I love that. You were here. I definitely say that we had one of the best in the chat. It's barely been a few weeks. If you tried this run and it took you 6 months, you'd still tell me you're amazing. Stop being so hard on yourself. Well, Guava, like I said, though, the scale that I'd apply to you would be different than what I'd apply to myself for a reason, because like we would look at how many hours you have in the game if you did it full time as a career, and also or make content at least. Like, so like the pretense of that changes the way that I'm gonna gauge something. For me, the standard has to be higher because I'm doing things in a way that require a higher standard. It's not because I'm trying to be unfair or anything like that. Like, it's actually very calculated. Like, I'm pretty realistic with regular people's goals, even with fitness, when it comes to like, let's say we consider mine a little bit irregular because I'm like obsessed with optimization when it comes to the fitness stuff, but I also need to be better than the clients if I'm going to teach them something. Typically, at least in some regard, I'd have to be better than my clients. So my standard for me would be higher than my clients, but if I try to teach a client something that they could reasonably do and they just are not going to work hard, I'll crack down on them and I'll be like, you know what, you just need to work harder. That's your problem's not information, you just don't try hard enough. Like, I'll be 100% honest. So as much as you guys might think I'm super easy on people or whatever, like I could be pretty hard if I know you could do it. But like when it comes to this kind of stuff as well, again, it's just my standard has to be pretty high up there. I don't have a choice. It'd be like almost ignorant of me to not be aware of what I could potentially achieve with the time we invested. That'd be kind of negligent, because then it's like, oh, I could have done better, but I just didn't because I tried to make an excuse saying that, you know, I didn't need to be or something like that, or that it's not a big deal. But that's just, it's a cop-out though, in my opinion, from just actually doing a good job. Okay, finally we got it. If you're in your position, you'd probably feel a similar way. You're just glad that you're not getting down over it. No, I'm never getting down over any of this stuff at all. It's like, as much as it seems like this is a super serious thing, it's just a game, it's not real. I'm setting a predisposed elective objective on it that is a goal that I find important, but the importance of that still doesn't like go beyond a certain threshold where I'm gonna be unrealistic and, you know, get like upset emotionally and it ruin my life or something like that. I'm not like going to that level, but I am pretty serious about trying to achieve it, and I know I will. But like, I do see the comment that you made about just like the comparison thing a lot, and like that's why I try to stress when people say, oh, I would never be able to do this. Like, I died 200 times. It's like, how many times you played the game? How many hours do you have? How much do you like the game? What are you willing to sacrifice? Do you need to perform at a certain level to be able to achieve bigger things in the future, and is this a stepping stone? Like, those are the kind of questions where if all those are no, then it's a different realm of endeavor, I guess. So even the same type of, like, let's say you had like again, just someone doing a sport, for example, and they're trying to throw a ball better, the way that like someone would need to throw a ball, like in baseball, we'll even say, I don't even know a lot about baseball, let's just say like the way that someone would have to throw a baseball to be like a really good player for a high school team is not in comparison to an MLB player. It's just a different thing, right? Sure, the person could aim for the MLB standard, but like they don't need to, though. They'll still probably be really good even if they're nowhere close to an MLB player, because first of all, they're probably not even done growing. That's one aspect, and second of all, it's just like they're not getting paid full time to do it. So it's, what's the point of them putting that level of comparison on themselves yet until they get to a point where they need to? And this is a thing that'll constantly change. The standard I have now goes up even more if I do even more things, and that's the only way to get higher. The totem pole, it's just the natural progression. So if I had kept the same standard for anything at any point in time, I would never even be here doing this at all, and you would never have seen like half the stuff I've done. I probably wouldn't even do any of it. Wouldn't have done a lot of other things either. It'd be pretty bad, you know. It's the better long-term for people fitness training, and what do you see is the key difference? Bodybuilding or strength training? So there's no such thing as like strength training that's not bodybuilding, and vice versa, as far as I know, other than like some nuances. So essentially, like, that's a conflated term. It's kind of like someone saying I want to spot reduce belly fat. Like, that's not a real thing, so you can't do that. Same way as like you have to gain strength by doing bodybuilding regardless. It's indirectly going to make you gain strength, even if you purely just did accessory movements. And then you can do a powerlifting plan and you're going to get hypertrophy, which is aesthetic in the case of bodybuilding. So just some are more hyper focused. I would say long-term best thing you can do for yourself is make your body strong, have a good like connection kinetically, or like we'll say proprioception was the word I used before, where you have a good mental to physical connection on activating things in your body and being able to pinpoint where things are coming from. So good body control, power to weight ratio, strength, and then just doing a plan that encompasses those kind of things for functionality for the long term that you can sustain. That's it. There's no particular look to like what that is or what exercises those would be in specific. There is some hardcore best possible invested workouts for the least amount of time, or best result for the least amount of time workouts for sure, encompassing everything. But there's no actual particular plan or anything. It's mainly whatever you can follow. Okay, I gotta still do the bright bugs here. I'm gonna go back and buy some. Kind of funny what you're talking about, because you beat Millennia RL1 today and it felt like your biggest achievement in life, but at the same time you felt ashamed that some streamers you watch beat her a lot faster than you. Although you know they have much more hours in the Soul series. Exactly, yeah. So the comparison you're making is like a fantasy comparison that's not... If we had to boil it down to math and you had to calculate numbers and like make a graph that matches an equation of what they did to yours the closest possible, you would never be able to compare it the same way. Because there's so many things that are incorporated in their whole unfolding of that don't get calculated for you. So... But one thing that's really good though, like, so what I like to do is I like to set like fantasy standards that I know that aren't possible, but are like still the focus outside the range of the actual tangible goal, so that I strive even further than I can possibly do, so that I push myself even harder. So like even for like fitness, we were talking about it. There's a lot of people that take like gear and stuff like that. They take PEDs and like people won't like consume their content, watch them, listen to any advice from anybody that did that if they want to be like a natural fitness person. I think that's kind of silly, because if you can look at the people that are just really good at actually doing things, regardless of whatever they're doing with supplementation or anything else, that's the most tangible takeaway, is like the attribute of being able to program intelligently and execute, not the fact they're on drugs or not. That doesn't matter, because you don't have to aspire to look like that. But I think that if you do though, and know you can't, but know that like you're gonna try anyways, you'll try harder and then you'll actually just do better anyways. Instead of bumming yourself out being like, oh yeah, like there's no point of doing anything anyways because those people are cheating kind of thing, you know? There's a culture with that, and because we just mentioned fitness, it just made me think about it. There's a big culture with younger people, like they're not doing good workouts or proper workouts because they think there's no point if you look too good, because there's no way that they'd be natural, or regardless if they are or not, it's like they're using it as a coping mechanism to not train hard because they're like, you can't look that way or something, which is a terrible excuse. It should be the opposite. It should be you try harder because someone did that. Even if you can never do it, you'll still get a better result than if you didn't see them, because now it just ignited a whole new like level of ability there. It's like, wow, now I'm gonna push myself even harder. It's like, it actually works. It can help. And same thing for this. Let's say you try to live up to Millennia standards for a streamer. Not a bad idea sometimes, as long as you can table your expectations. No, dude, he was a pixel. I had a feeling to homeward bone out. I should have. He was literally a pixel. That's the first mistake on Looking Glass since we dialed in the run. We've never made a mistake on him once I had this practice, so it's unfortunate, but I should have rebuffed, or I should have homeward boned and did it a second time. Or I should have squeezed in 1 extra hit on an earlier encounter. I think that's the only thing we could have done. But good distance. I mean, like, again, I think we probably would have, if we did good at mana, we would have made it the farthest we made it on this, obviously. What agility? I got 80, no, sorry, 90 agility. Yeah, it's pretty straight up though. Just miscalculated the health there. I shouldn't have believed that was gonna work. The first high intensity program you tried, you almost puked. Yeah, dude, like that kind of stuff, the anaerobic aspects of it can definitely make you feel sick for sure. You'd be interested in putting a plan together with you? Is there a way to connect for that? Yeah, if you want to have me make a like a fitness or nutrition plan, well, they come together as both, because there's no way for me to justify the time it takes to do it for like half the cost unless somebody is in a very special situation or something like that. Sometimes I've done that, but I usually prefer to do both. So if you want nutrition and fitness, you're willing to do a consultation for that, then just send me an email on my business email. If you type in !lifestyle, or just hit me up on any platform and DM me. Let me know your Discord tag and then what your availability is like to have a call. That's just like 20 minutes or so. But before that though, just if there's any questions you have of like if it's worth it for you or not, I can explain the entire process so we know it's worth having the consultation. And so just if you have any questions, just include it in the DM or the email. And I definitely can do that. My fitness coach, I do coach people for fitness and nutrition, yeah. And I have done some transformations for a few people in real life. Some transformations and some like just plans to help people achieve their goals online, quite a few. The online, and definitely always willing to try to help with that if there's the time to do it. It's more so I want people to become their own teachers so you can teach other people, and then I don't have to worry about like, you know, maybe you just are the type of individual that just listens to things when you're there and you show up when someone is doing it for you kind of thing, rather than you become self-sufficient. So trying to teach people the mental aspects of it the most, rather than like just having the tangible takeaways from the physical progress. I want you to be able to be like, yeah, I can program myself for the rest of my life now. I have the actual tools to just recreate any kind of plan I want to and move the targets all over the place. Especially if you're more intermediate when you come to me. If you're like very beginner, the goal would be to get to the intermediate level where you can start to do that. And then you can teach other people if you wish to, or at least be a good influence in that way. But then there's some cases where it's as simple as someone just wants to go to an event and look better, or like they had a goal originally and they weren't able to achieve it with the person they previously were working with, or maybe like their nutritionist or their whatever, something's going on where there's a recommendation where they need to increase a fitness level or change something. All types of cases. I still need to work with someone that's very elderly, a pregnant person, and also like maybe someone that's really young too. I've worked with many different people otherwise though, that have varying pre-existing injuries, health conditions, like things that have actually gone away in the process of working with them too, which is really cool. And even different, you know, maybe like you don't have the ability to conventionally use certain types of lifts because maybe even things that you would be born with or whatever. I'm trying to address everything I possibly can. So to me, it's a challenge. If you have a situation that you haven't been able to figure out and it's not the standard one, that's even more appealing to me. Yeah, I think this is a good distance. Yeah, there we go. Nice, and then the second arrow actually hit him. Cool. Coaching for streaming. So I actually do coaching for YouTube as well. I do YouTube consulting along with my editor. We've worked with like quite a few clients. We have a lot of reoccurring clients right now too. But mainly anyone that wants to start off content, that's a little harder if you've never done anything, because we're not going to be able to teach you how to like make an actual idea for your channel or anything, but we can help you restructure what you're doing if you already started doing it. So if you have a brand new YouTube channel, you've made videos, you had some experience, that's like the baseline requirement. Just for the amount of time we're gonna have to invest into it and like what you'd have to know already. So we can get people from like pretty low metrics to partnered on YouTube so you can be monetized. You can get people that already are monetized like to another level if you want to do that as well. Unless you already like know a lot of these things, which there's not a lot of people that know everything we know, but there is people that do that wouldn't need the help. So if you're someone like that, then I do technically do consulting for that too. We have for a little bit. And our first client, like an example, was like he went from, I think he got like hundreds of views on videos to like 250,000 on the first project that we did with him. And part of that is because he actually worked really hard. But even since then, there's been some really sustainable, good average numbers. And he's actually like literally making part-time income from his YouTube that's supplementing his life, which is really cool. So that was a really good first thing that we did. And then there's some other people that we've helped that already are really established. Some people that are ahead of where I am too. So, and it's a really good learning experience, vice versa, because I can learn stuff from working with you guys on your content too. But yeah, if you're in that situation, either or, you can contact me for either of those things and we can talk about it. What if you know what you want to do, but you've never done anything? I think that you'd probably want to start trying it first and see, just because we can't do anything if you haven't made anything, right? So the idea is that like we can help you structure your projects. We don't make videos for you. You have to make a video, but like we can help you strategize how you would make that next project and improve over the previous. So if you wanted to do it for the first project you ever did, we could try, but you would have to have an idea. And then the biggest issue is you would not have a comparison in mind of how like a setup for a video normally works if you didn't already do it. So that would take a lot longer. And at that point, I'd have to ask, like I guess Galaxy, she helps me quite a bit too. So I'd have to ask if it'd be worth the time to do that. I would recommend if you want to do something like that, do at least one project first, see how it goes, and then we could help you with the second one. Just so we have some level of understanding, and then like you've done the work to do the setup on the back end so you know what goes into it. Because having an idea of what you want to make for content is completely different than actually uploading content and strategizing. The back end is like a complete 180 from making a video. It's a whole different process, right? But once you get the fundamentals down, like there's a framework for it that you can apply where you'll probably always be within a pretty good realm of extracting a lot of value out of like how you set it up and helping its visibility. And I guess furthermore, what you also could do too, and this is something I'm just going to recommend because it'll probably be easier for you to do this. If you really want advice to get started right away that's free and they're easy to use, just look up some videos on what people recommend that are free. It's not as extensive as what we do, but it definitely could help you. And then you could use that for your first project and we can compare the results between what you've researched and done yourself upon having like a second project that you would do with us. When you start, you're going to consider writing me? Yeah, go for it. Try it out, see how it is. You have a food baby, Chewbacca? Does that count as being pregnant? Definitely not, but that is interesting too. Arriving at the consultation with the food baby already in the stomach. Damn. Getting ahead on the calories. Okay, that hippo we don't want to aggro, so we got to be a little bit careful here. Archdrake guy didn't come over here. Perfect. I had one instance where the hippo actually did come over. It's pretty wild. He's harder to hear too. You don't really hear him running up that easily. Yeah, on this one he's chilling, so I think we can get through here nicely. Just type in !fitness Chewbacca. In the Twitch chat, you got to type in !lifestyle if you want my business email. But you can, again, you can DM me on Instagram or Twitter even as well, which those links are in the pinned comment of the latest video. You can also Twitch DM me as well. Twitch DM is fine. Because we're just trying to figure out exactly if it's worth it to you, so you can answer, I can have any of your questions that are like preliminary answered, and then you can also share your Discord tag so you could set up the call. That's the first step. Second step would be having the call, and then the final step is you reviewing the plan on a second call, or at least just messaging. And then after that, you can do check-ins and stuff. Let me know how close you are to the goal. Once you hit the goal, we don't really need to talk beyond that, but sometimes people like recenter on like a different goal, or like they extend the goal even further and they want to ask a very basic question of what to do for it. And or even they want to make an even crazier plan again a second time to just get to like that higher level from beginner maybe. Okay, so he's not blocking. We're good. Safe kill right there. You have a beer baby. You bet our babies would both get along nicely. The beer baby and the food baby would actually probably look like twins when they come out. Chewbacca, type in !lifestyle, and there's the business email there. But again, I think it's even easier if you DM me. So you, by all means, you can do the business email. I just don't check it as frequently because I get so many emails on it every day that are just like ridiculous that like I can't read them because a lot of them I'm not interested in. And so I have to sift through it, and usually your guys' emails go to the junk email, and the junk email also gets spammed. So it's a little easier for me to see if you choose to do Instagram, Twitter, or a Twitch DM for sure. But by no means will I completely miss the email for longer than maybe a few days after you send it. And if I do for whatever reason, just ping me on here when we're live and just be like, hey, I emailed you, but you didn't see it. Don't know the DM process. Like the message box is in the corner of the screen if you're on desktop. On mobile, it should be a different tab you can swipe to. And then you can just, again, type in my name as a message, send it. You could even do, I think you can message through the chat box with a command as well, but there should just be like a little message box looking thing on the screen at the top right. Heard that shorts are really helping people get those views for initial watch time sub requirements. So there's a problem with using shorts for that, but that actually works. You're right. You can get the views, the watch time requirements very unlikely because shorts, even though they get viewed sometimes a bit more and all that, watch time is really tricky if you're only putting up videos, even if you're only putting up videos that are 5 minutes to 15 minutes. Very, very difficult. You're not going to hit you're going to be over the subscribers by the time you get the watch time, whereas we're trying to get the watch time well before you even get to the required subscribers, since that's an easier thing to solve after is the subscribers, right? So your best bet's making videos that are half an hour minimum if you really want to get the watch time right away. And that's actually a really good measure to just run the channel with. I'll say if you're doing stuff gaming related, especially, like I wouldn't make a channel that makes videos that are less than 30 minutes minimum. You should probably be going for over an hour at least. I'd say ideally that works out the best. If you can justify it at least. But yeah, so what you could technically leverage a lot from the shorts is the subscriber conversion, but just not as much the watch time. And the watch time is harder to get, in my opinion. So I would say, like, don't discount using shorts. Like, definitely make them at the same time as the long form stuff if you care about doing that. But if you're gonna do like a lot of them or whatever, maybe focus more on that after you've already gotten the watch time, or even after you've even gotten the partnership. Okay, she died, right? Yeah, we're good. Cool. Demon is song. We want the longer roll distance on this part. So I gotta take those things off. Now we're 27%. Perfect. Well, most people actually watch hour-long gaming commentary videos, of course. What do you mean? Look at all the content that's super popular, and then look how long it is. You'll see a correlation there. You have to also think of just like practicality too. Like, it's harder to make a video that's longer, but the reward is infinitely better in the long run, because think of it this way: if you have a playlist that has a lot of long videos and people watch it, they can't watch all of it all at once. So they're going to chip away at it. They might, again, in my case, a lot of people put it on before they go to bed. It'll just autoplay. That's going to help your watch time too. And not only that too, but you can fit better concepts and better quality content into an hour time frame than like 5 to 10 minutes in some cases, especially for games. There's certain like industry or genres where, yeah, it would be hard to do an hour-long video, I understand. But even those ones still benefit for the higher watch time too, because that's what YouTube kind of prioritizes. They want people on the platform and they want them using it. So if they're gonna leave sooner because the video is short, obviously that's not great for both parties. Yeah, I'd say the people that we work with across the board, their average video length is like over an hour. It's probably an hour and a half. Hour to an hour and a half at least. Not saying you couldn't do that, like you could do less, but they do typically make videos that are longer. And it does help. Sauron, thank you so much for the Prime sub, dude. I appreciate that. It's an honor to have Sauron subbing. I'm kind of afraid now. I feel like there could be like a bad thing that will happen if I don't get this. Need the PB now. You cannot hide. Gotta have the sultry voice too. That helps, BZ. It can, but like I think we've proven also too. Like I know, well, you probably know you've done content quite a bit too, right, man? So you know, there's people that'll always be like ultra successful with terrible like or what you would consider not like optimal or societally acceptable speaking voices, speaking into mics that are like really cheap, that sound like flamethrowers, and they'll pull like way more attention than someone that has a good audio setup. So like there are things that are fundamentally not that important at a certain point. Anything is possible other than, I'd say, video quality definitely needs to be like at least I'd say 720 to 1080. 1080 definitely. Some people can still pull off 720, but 1080 minimum I would say is a standard. And yeah, aside from that, just like there's a lot of different draws for different people. So if you can have that person doing the Turtle Beach setup while screaming and it works still now, and it worked for their entirety of them doing the stuff, then you definitely don't need the good sounding commentary at all, because that's just so subjective. Some of the people that watch that stuff don't watch because it sounds good. They just watch it because it's hilarious, right? Like there's some things that purely have to actually sound bad in quality to be funny as well. Like if it sounded high quality, it wouldn't be funny. But that is the beauty of it, though. It's like the rules are not that tight. Like you can do a lot of stuff. A lot of people can do a lot of stuff. But you get into a trap when you start to assume there's like certain hard rules for everything, and then you just like don't do things because you think it works a certain way that you can't prove. That's when it's a little bit difficult. Currently watching this in VR, Zesty. Oh boy. What does it look like in VR? Is it like is it wrapping around your vision, or is it the same kind of thing? Voice definitely makes the content more appealing to you. I think for me, it probably works a bit better because I'm not doing theatrics or like trying to like go over the top with the level of hype That makes sense. So like the energy wouldn't carry that great of an impact without it sounding somewhat appealing. Trading the doubloons. Doubloons is like the pirate lingo, dude. What's best for making the most money for one of these streams, watching live on Twitch or YouTube, or watching the video later on YouTube? Egregious, welcome back, dude. Like, what's better for ad revenue for like watching on Twitch versus the YouTube? So the way it works overall is there is no actual answer for that. Unless, of course, like the only answer that would beat it is if, like, let's say there were significantly more people watching on the YouTube than the Twitch, like double the viewers that we have on Twitch on average, maybe triple on the YouTube, but not on the Twitch, then the YouTube would make more sense, because you have to factor in the long-term effect of the viewer experience. So, like, this is like the weird part of it then, where you get to, like, okay, we're not looking at a dollar for dollar, like, or like, let's say we're not looking at just the ad revenue amount. We're looking at the fact that I don't have a join button for the YouTube, so people can't subscribe. The only revenue I can get from YouTube Live literally just is people watching it. That's it. So it's kind of like a regular video at that point. Now, when it comes to the Twitch, people can subscribe. There's still ad revenue. It's not good, but people can subscribe, which creates a effect in the community where later on down the road, maybe not even the same day, someone else might subscribe because they were part of the stream when someone else did, and that person was enjoying their benefits and they just want to do it too, and they do, and that creates a domino effect that's like over the longer course of time that could be more effective than actually making more money in the shorter term. So it's like, I would say you'd have to have like triple the viewers probably in the YouTube stream for it to be a better trade-off, as long as the platform for Twitch stays the same right now, at least. But like, if we're not counting anything for sub revenue in general, or any other factors, then the YouTube ad revenue is better than Amazon ad revenue. So then I would say that. But I've said this before when it comes to like people saying, would you rather just me donate like the cost of a sub instead of subbing so you get more of the dollars? I'm like, no, I'd rather take less dollars, because there's an extra effect that happens when you sub. It has nothing to do with like the money right away, but in the long term, it might create a better effect for the community. And you're also getting benefits in the meantime, so it makes me feel better that like there's something you get immediately back that's not just appreciating what I'm doing or enjoying the hours of entertainment, whatever it is. Like, you actually get like other things too. And if you care about those other things, then that is more valuable in the long term. Once people start looking forward to it, you made it. Yeah, that helps a lot for sure. Like having consistency, not only in just frequency, but also quality too. And it could be performative as well. Like again, I know I referenced Ninja earlier a little bit because we were talking about just like his take on like viewer counts or whatever. But I'm just gonna reference him because he's just a really good example of the fact that like his performance level for a lot of his peak streaming, even like before that too, is pretty much tireless. Like, there's not really a deviation in how well he does on everything. He performs at like a much higher level than most individuals ever have for the longest period I've seen most people perform at, and it almost never falters. It's always pretty high quality, even if like, let's say now he's had some like drama or whatever, people have gotten toxic towards him, etc., or vice versa. But one thing's for certain, he prioritized playing like incredibly good all the time at a rate that's much higher than everyone. So that also, on top of consistency with frequency of how often you're live and the personability, the presentation of everything, can go a really long way. Because some people will just literally be like, yo, I just want to keep watching because you just don't miss, right? Like, you're just so good at what you're doing. And then that's where it's like you could have a channel that is just purely good at that doesn't have any personality, barely has commentary, and it still works. Because there is just a niche of people out there that just care about performance, and they'll leave the person's stream as soon as they start talking about a subject that has nothing to do with the game that could play it good, just because they're not there for that. And that can be appreciated too. Like, it's all important for different reasons because there's different preferences for everybody. For sure. All right, Cat Ring goes back on so you don't forget it later. I'm We're just running through here. No forlorn. Please and thank you. Why is that dude allowed to bring light into this? Exactly, man. Why is the torch guy allowed to have light? You know what I think happened? I'm pretty sure Egdane doesn't get mad at him, as well as his buddies over there, the Grave Warden guys. Purely because that dude's trapping him behind the doorway, and that guy can't be moved by anybody. I think they got in a situation where he's too heavy to move. And so they're like, oh man, we don't have a way of getting like a crane in here to pick him up. So he's just stuck. And then like our character is the first thing that basically helps them change the entire order of operations here. So I actually finally kill him, and then it moves the doorway. So like, yo, we could literally take the guy with the torch out now. But then I took him out too, so they're like, damn, there's no honor. There's no glory for us. It's a whole charade of things going on. Whole onslaught of things. He's afraid of the dark too. Yes, definitely. He's been reading way too much R.L. Stine. His Goosebumps knowledge is at an all-time peak, but it's scaring the hell out of him because he thinks that the the guy from Terror Tower is gonna execute him or something. Non-compliant. Oh, thank you, man. I really appreciate that. Yeah, that's not even, I'm not even trying to give any of this stuff as advice. This is just my analysis and experience. Like, it's not even like I'm trying to tell you to do anything. I think that maybe that is how it comes across sometimes, but like, by no means what I say, I recommend doing this just because X, Y, Z. It's just literally my experience in life from these kinds of things. And I've had to do a lot of research for years, application, trial, error, interview a lot of other people about their process with those things too, and then document it and try to, see where we can go with that. And it's still not even over. We're literally I'm just getting started on the whole next chapter of that. It's like it never ends, just levels up, right? And then as you adapt with the platform too, you have necessary adaptations that change as the platform changes. And as the culture changes and generations change, etc., all that stuff. And then also your changes as a human are factored in too.
Keep up the refreshingly pragmatic content on and above the gaming content, sir.
Ooh. Okay, yo, whoever did that, I can't see it right now. I am so sorry. I cannot check that. I'm gonna kill Velstaff first. And I promise you I will read that. It sounded like something really nice, though. People being too nice over here. Do the magic thing. Thank you. I like that. So it's not worth punishing anything else right now, really. I'm just gonna wait till he does magic again. Which he should right now. Soon. See, now it's gonna be like that, like just the right amount of other attacks where I should have punished it kind of thing. It's one problem we run into if I assume that maybe he will just give me like the regular RNG, and then he only does something unlucky over and over. But that was pretty good though. I wouldn't have been able to kill him if I punished those other attacks. It would have created two other situations that just increased the danger for no reason, so that's a good idea. You have an algorithm for learning? How do you learn? An algorithm for learning? Well, there is a thing called meta learning. Like, learning is a skill, right? So, you would probably just be talking about meta learning. And in that case, my understanding is basically like anything that you would learn, learning is scalable, right? So, you could rate it based on your efficiency, the quality of information absorbed, and how to apply strategy to the learning process over time to continue to scale it. So it's like, let's say originally you're trying to ride a bike and you're looking at the bike as like a bike and that's it. And there's no actual components to the bike. You're just on a bike and you sit on the bike, and then the sensation of sitting on it confirms you're on the bike, and then you start pedaling and you just think about trying to stay straight. That's cool. But then like think of someone that maybe considered that like there's a balance factor to biking, and they you know, they think of, okay, now if I'm starting to tilt this way, what do I need to put more pressure on to actually offset that, so that right away I can already be aware of what to do to counter this situation? Or now how much air is in the tire of the bikes, is that affecting how it's going? Is it steering properly? Is the seat adjusted at the right height? You know, you have parameters now you can control to increase the ability of desired output around the actual action now. And then like that's just a very basic way of doing it. But let's say the meta scaled version of that, or the meta learning aspect of that, is thinking of what components are you not considering that are going into this to learn it, rather than just like doing the thing, right? A lot of approach I've seen with like people learning a certain thing, even myself, has been autonomous. So you just do things, but you don't really like critique or assess or reflect on why that's the case and why that makes sense and what's better than even that too. And so it's like, because of that, what will happen is you'll hit plateaus, but then you won't have awareness of why you're at the plateau you're at. And then because you didn't actually pay attention to your connection with the activity or the output or whatever in the whole process, there's no plan you can make that's easy to define at a certain point. Therefore, you can't scale the learning even quicker. And you still have to go back to doing those things no matter what. But now you've done a lot of actions without instilling those as second nature habits. And so your learning, unfortunately, has to be slower then, no matter what. And so this is just the natural way of, I think, how everything works. I would just say, like, meta learning can be considered looking at like things that you might not think are that controllable or scalable or efficient, whatever, as just a more serious endeavor like that. Because like someone's not going to try to build a rocket and launch it without making calculations. They're gonna have to drop a blueprint of how to make it, figure out what the best material is, figure out how that's resistant to certain atmosphere and all that. They're gonna have to find a way to justify the budget of that, and then make some sort of way to raise the funds if they have a corporation that's private or third party, whatever, or find out how the government will fund it. There's tons of different factors. So you don't just like wing getting a jet by being like, yo, or a rocket by being like, yo, I'm gonna go to like the space material store, buy the parts, glue it together, and fly. It's like, no, you have checklists of things to even get the product made, and then you have to also go through testing to make sure the integrity of the thing you think is the way you think, and you're not wrong. So back checking is a huge thing too. Even if you actually have a good awareness when you're doing something, checking back on how it went every time you can. So an example with me for skateboarding would be like, I was doing, what's it called? I'm trying to think of what I was doing originally. I think it was like I was trying to do like a 50-50 nollie big spin pop off the ledge, like, and land it. But I started off with just doing a nollie front shove off the 50-50. And I remember, like, this was returning to skateboarding, so obviously, like, I'm not as good as I was at the peak, and I'm just starting to get back to, like, that level. And so I thought of it in the way of, like, okay, we're going to break it into multiple parts. I'm going to get on the ledge. I'm not going to be moving, and I'm just going to do the front shove from the position you're in when you're at the end of the first whole major thing of you're doing. So you reverse engineer it backwards, break it into smaller pieces, and then it's like, oh, every time I do the front shove, the board's angle out of the 180 doesn't go 180 degrees. It goes like 70 or like 90 degrees or something like that. What am I doing? Then it's pressure point related. The actual point in which my toes are pushing the board or making the physics of the board dip at an angle that's not actually proportionate to a 180 is easily. It's more, has a more drastic like kind of pitch to it on a certain axis that's not what I want, right? So then I got to like change the pressure point, whether it's the amount of pressure or the actual angle. I don't know why that door was taking so long. And that's like, that's basic for skateboarding tricks. Like everybody that's skateboarding's thinking something like that, regardless if you're doing tricks. But that's a good way you could apply that to a different scenario. Like how would you apply that to a test, like writing a written test? So what do you have as controllable parameters for writing a written test? You have information that's given to you. You have tools to be able to use on a computer or technology to test yourself against that knowledge beforehand. And you have the pressure of delivering on the day of, right, with a limited amount of time to consume that information. So how are you going to be able to demonstrate you know that information? Well, you have to have meaning behind that information and not just memorization and crystallized knowledge. So let's see if we can take the subjects from this, apply it to your life or the real world, like actually you have tangible examples of how it functions. And if you can't do that, then at least just understand the nature of the origin of what each point is, right? So that like not only is it just I'm just reciting information that's regurgitated, but I can actually be like, this is because of this. And if you can do the because of this, then there's almost no way you'd forget being able to do it on the test, because you actually have importance in where the thing's coming from and you're not just bored with the subject. But then how do you get in, like into the subject? Well, then you have to set a visualization of, okay, like maybe I don't care about the subject and it'll never matter after this day. But if I have a goal of like, this is the only stepping stone to get me this bigger goal, it's necessary to do. So the importance is derived from a bigger goal beyond that. And then you have visualization in it, and like there's a big plan, and you know, it's like you could do that for absolutely everything. It's just like we don't really want to use that much agency or brain power for a lot of stuff typically, especially if you're not like conditioned to do that. There's even more factors too, even in that example. It's not even a good example, but just, you know what I mean. You're just trying to go for every controllable factor you possibly can, and then you're reassessing like your actual ability to see things, and trying to pinpoint any blind spot, and then reformat the way that you're actually trying to create efficiency as well over and over again. So like, let's say there's subsystems. Those subsystems have to be audited constantly too, and then you're pretty good. And let's say that like ideally no one can actually do the best possible application of that. Like there's no way to make it perfect, but like if you're trying to do something like that, somewhere along the way it's always going to be better, as long as you also enjoy what you're doing too. You have to find enjoyment and happiness in that too. So this is where emotion comes in, then tabling emotions, and then the next level, if you have emotion attached to the stuff, negative or positive sometimes, in a way that's not calibrated to proportion of what it needs to be, that's also super dangerous, because then you have falsified entitlement or anticipation of outcomes that don't actually help you continue the process. Also, I'm just getting one phone. Oh, damn it. I got a phone call. I got to call that person back. Give me 1 second. And also, I'll stop the ranting about that stuff as well. That was just my my take on it. There's still more things you could say, and you could probably make it quicker to explain, but that's my explanation of that.
soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel. Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Let's go, baby.
All right, guys, we're back. Just had a lengthy phone call. Ooh. All right. Giant Lord. I didn't want to do Giant Lord on the phone. I feel like that's kind of a harder split to do than what we were trying to do, just the area for the Dragon area. What did Miyazaki tell me? He said there's no way you can get a PB on this, and I was just telling him that the square root of shepherd's pie is flamingos. And he thought I was crazy, and then it scared him after a while, so he just backed down and was like, maybe you could do it. And I was like, exactly. I'm talking to you about guitar stuff. BZ, do you play guitar? What a sad state of affairs. Who says that? What NPC says that? Man, I can hear the voice in my head when you said that. I don't know who it is though. Oh, it's Gideon. Yeah, Gideon. Dude, Gideon sucks. Was it Zaki or Guava? No, that was family. There's a situation a family member of mine had that they ran into a Karen, unfortunately, that caused some chaos. And I was trying to tell them that they should have just not changed what they were doing, not done anything. Like I was telling them, like my recommendation was the silent method, the terrifying method, which is that if you have a Karen in an establishment that causes a problem against your rights and the rules of the place, you don't do a single thing. You just keep doing what you're doing, and you make sure that they know that you don't see them and they don't exist. They're invisible, and if they touch you, then you use force, and that's it. It's the only way to solve it. Because like, what are they going to do? Bring somebody over to you, and then the manager's going to be like, yeah, technically you're wrong because you're a Karen. So I was just trying to like give some advice and listen to an interesting story. But it was pretty wild, actually. Like, it would be funny. Like, I kind of just put myself in the situation. Like, it'd be really funny if I was in that situation, because it wouldn't have been like, it would have been diffused in 2 seconds, and they would have had to literally hit me for something to happen. So they'd be screwed. And I'd like, obviously, no one wants to deal with people that are difficult when they're just trying to mind their own business, and maybe use like a facility or like, you know, go to a store, shop for stuff, whatever it is. But like, I would have been very curious of what would happen if it was a person that just doesn't give a fuck about anything. But unfortunately, the person in concern, they were upset about it, which is unfortunate. Are they okay? Oh yeah, like it wasn't like any like physical altercation or anything, but like it was a little bit of a heated thing, and the person caused a big problem. Family member that I was talking to, they unfortunately, like, they don't want to go back to the place now because this person was like ruining a lot of the experience for not only them but other people too, and just making a huge scene and disturbed their there was a workout they were doing that disturbed their workout. So I was just saying, like, you should have just not moved and just stared at them fiercely until they literally think you're a psychopath, until they question their own existence, or they hit you. That's it. Only thing. And then if the management, I was saying, like, if the management had to come into it and the management was wrong, they were incorrect, then they got to drag you out of the freaking establishment, dude. Like, just do a dead fish on the floor and make the police drag you out so that you can prove a point that they're all stupid. That's how I get crazy though. I'm so nuts that like I probably get a little reckless in that way, where like you gotta try. My stubbornness will persevere over yours. You'll never win. But luckily it did not get to a crazy point. The person, however, was silenced. The Karen did not win, and a lot of other people were upset apparently, and unfortunately the person I was talking to, they don't want to go and do their workout on the regular day they do now, which is kind of annoying. But it's whatever. Okay, what are we doing, Giant Lord? Dude, that sucks because there's no way to fit through the feet. The angle that he was on was impossible with the wall. It was literally impossible. That actually sucks. I've never had that happen before. That's the first time I've seen that on this game. Like, even on a leveled character hitless, on any challenge. He's never been on an angle you physically cannot fit through the leg gap. So even though I rolled the attack, obviously you could see it was like a near perfect. It was like the frames where you don't get knocked over by the attack, but it was still technically lingering, so it doesn't count. But again, that's why I don't want to do Giant Lord on the phone, because it actually does take some focus, even though it seems really simple. So yeah, we can get a PB at least. That is pretty wild though. Oh, also Jedi, have a good night, dude. Thank you for hanging out. I hope that the whole situation with your computer is also easy to solve with the lesson plans and everything. Karens are pinwheels. They seem tough until you touch me. Improving the PB by 1 hit curse continues. No, technically not yet, because we have 2, so we might actually cut it in half. Is really cool. The only thing that sucks is that Giant Lord thing would always have been possible. So even if this was a perfect run, like that still was a very... Both the mistakes are very straight up and straightforward. Very performative, but like... It just sucks because again, like I couldn't have assumed that there would be no gap. I thought that it would be like that there'd be no room in general, but like then it looked like there was, so I went for it. So I should have assumed there just wasn't. Like maybe if he's kind of close to a wall, we don't even go that way. That attack is difficult though, it's tricky. Compromise or co-optimize? That's a very deep statement there. How are you doing, Seth? Okay, I'm gonna take the mace off altogether. I think we could switch it on when we're in the fight. Defender, are we there? Earth to Defender here. Earth to both. Hello. Interesting follow-up there. So, like, typically the AI doesn't let Throne Watcher even do an attack at that point, but apparently it did from, like, a recovery standing still at that distance. So I've never seen that. That's a new one. It almost looked like an input read, but they don't actually really do input reads as much. So I wouldn't have even made that choice if I knew that could happen. So it's a good lesson, but literally not something I would have guessed, because it just doesn't happen. It did, though. It's also a unique situation because it would require me to be in a very particular place for me to do that anyways, so it's not always possible for me to even have that opportunity. Have to pay attention to that one, though. I mean, again, the bigger mistake is just the health distribution needs to be good. Where are we going? Nice, I was able to get the bright bug right away. Perfect. That's really good. I think I am losing a frame on that attack, though, so that's the one thing. It's a little scary. All right, pretty good Nishandra too. We got the PB one reduced. We were talking about how it's like this one could be cut in half. The curse of the single PB reduction continues. But we got it though. We got a PB. That's good. We got 3, and then we're gonna go for another one right away. Exciting. Dude just full healed a dead man, or is it a woman? I think so. Watcher is a woman. Defender's a guy, according to sources. Run 19 is going to be the one, hopefully. I mean, like, we have it. We definitely are there. We could do it at any point now. But it's nice that we can still get PBs as well, because I I don't mind the practice. The practice for this is helping for the next run we're going to be doing on the game anyways. Like playing this game in general is helping, especially a lot of the quirks, because I'm sure it's going to apply to all bosses, even in areas where the enemies are different. Just the logic of it. I am, however, going to take a quick break. I'm sorry that it's so far, like back to back with that phone call, because that phone call was a break in my opinion. But for me, like if it's family, like I usually prioritize that, so I'm not going to just tell them later. I'm going to answer. Here are the socials for when I go live, and also just the other channels as well. You want to check out the YouTube stuff. If you're on the YouTube watching, all those links for all the channels and the other social platforms are in the pinned comment of almost every video and in my bio, as well as I would recommend, if you are on the YouTube live, consider joining the Discord so that you can know when I'm live on Twitch as well, because there will be days I'm not going to be live on YouTube, and you would know exactly when I'm live the second that I go there on Twitch, just from the bot that's in the Discord. And then you don't even have to actually like make an account to like, you know, keep up with the notifications. You could like go over at that exact time and just use that if you want to. Because I typically don't stream on the YouTube when I upload videos, and there's going to be a video upload again in like probably like 3 days, so, or 2 or 3 days from now. So we'll probably take off Tuesday's stream from the YouTube. Anyways, I'll be right back. Give me like less than 5 minutes. And thank you so much for being a part of that last run and enjoying it and everything. Good discussion, good stuff. But we got to get a bit better though. Just got to be a little bit better. I can finally do this. I can finally change this to a 3 this time. And I can finally change the title to a 3 too. Or at least one of the titles. Although keeping it at 4 might create more engagement. Who knows? All right, I'll be right back, guys. Here's some louder music as well. All right, let's find a hype song. I need hype, dude. Too light. Oh, these are good songs, but I want the hype. Nope. Nope. I'm going crazy. I'm just gonna click a song. Here we go. I'll be right back.
Let strength be granted, so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
All right, music's back to normal. Thank you for being patient, everybody. And for being here. Welcome back to DS2 times 2 with you and me. Can't you see? This is going to be less than the PB of 3. I shall not take an arrow to my knee. Okay. Got the counter open. Also, I'm pretty sure that when I was on the phone, I missed some alerts. I'm really sorry if that was the case. I'm gonna scroll back up and see if I can find any. Gotchin, if I didn't say thank you for the Prime sub, thank you so much, dude. Basil, welcome back as well. And Cybernetic, what's up, man? Anybody I didn't say hi to in general that tune in? Farks, thank you so much for the 7 months if I didn't say thank you for that. Game Over, thank you for the good luck as well. Welcome, dude. Benny, thank you for the 7 months as well. Thank you for using your Prime. And then anybody in the YouTube chat that I didn't say hi to. Jesus Christ was here, nice. Matt, Egregious, I said hi to you already, I think. Nicholas, what's up? Azua. Lucifer. Seth, I think I said hi to you. Alexi, welcome back as well. Nice PB, you almost passed out. We're gonna go for another one. Yet again. Oh man, and I actually have caffeine beside me right now. This is the first coffee of the stream. Uh-oh. Watch out, we're caffeinated. Miyazaki doesn't like caffeine, dude. He knows I'm good. He knows I'm better with the caffeine. He's like, shit, he's gonna be moving at least 1% faster. The good thing I would say with that run is there's not much to go over that's like really important or should be practiced. Like the Giant Lord thing I can't practice. That's literally something I've never seen, but now I know what it looks like so I could avoid it. And we can almost kind of say that if he's near a wall, we just back out of the fight if it gets really bad. Trying to think of what else. The thing on Thronewatcher Defender, again, just never had seen her do an attack from standing still after just finishing an attack and not moving. So that's kind of, or barely moving. That was kind of weird, but it happened. And she also did an attack she typically holds for longer too, but yeah, it was good. Good experience. And then what was the first thing? We had Looking Glass Knight. Just didn't do enough damage to him. Just gotta make sure I bail out of the fight. Do it again. Or be more aggressive, one of the two. Just kind of like figure out the sweet spot for how much damage I'm doing. If it looks like I'm kind of behind, then decide to bail out when he's launching the guy to the shield.
Perhaps you've seen it.
I think on him I should be hitting him for the final hit as his health goes back to normal again, where his defense is not so high from the animation of spawning in the Phantom. So as soon as his health goes back to normal and he's just about to attack, have to have that as the last hit. I can't have 2 hits at that point, or I'm gonna have to back up and then Homeward Bone, because I'm not gonna have enough time to hit him again after that and risk the Phantom situation. Oh, dude, Shogun also. Oh, I'm so sorry, man. Dude, was that you? Shogun, dude, thank you so much for the 1387, man. That's amazing. Keep up the refreshingly pragmatic content and above the gaming content. On and above the gaming content. Thank you, man. I'm glad you guys like to listen to rants of somebody talking about random shit. That's really cool of you, dude. I'm so sorry I couldn't like read all those things at the time. I get so sidetracked doing this challenge particularly, even more than other ones. It's gotten a lot better, but this one was like a lot of time that I wasted on it was literally just trying to figure out, okay, I go here, I do this, I do that. And I'm like, oh wait, I can't do that because I didn't do this yet. And I get the order of operations screwed up so much in the beginning, particularly. All right, we're gonna do we'll do the braided bun is a good hairstyle. It's not funny at all. It actually looks good in my opinion, but we're gonna do Super Saiyan lady with braided bun that's super shredded. We make her like extremely jacked maybe. Let's see. Build. Just like huge, dude. Massive. Wait. That's like not. That one looks, yeah, that's pretty crazy. Okay, let's do that. Luckless Lee, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome, Luckless Lee. That's a tongue twister to say that name. This character's kind of funny. I'm not used to like this being the go-to. 10 out of 10, yep. DS1 world record has been beaten again. Bro's getting a world record every week. Q is getting a record. He must have something down that other people haven't really grasped yet, or he's finding a lot of new methods. Because typically if there's an active community of playing, or active community playing the run, it usually is kind of like a war over who has the record. So I wonder if he's one of the only people attempting it, or maybe he has some advantage. Brandito, if you take a nap and you wake up, you might be able to perform the IRL PB skip where you actually get to see the run happen, or another PB, but you don't have to watch the beginning. That's the best thing. Unless you like the beginning, that's a whole nother deal. $20 Canadian equals 1387 USD. Noted. Oh, you use the Canadian. So the thing is, Shogun, though, it goes back to me in 20 Canadian still, because I am Canadian, but Streamlabs is American for the processing and everything, so it just converts it. Technically, I got most of what you sent anyways. Just looks pretty bad. Crazy that the gap is that big, though. Then considering the cost of living here, too, opposed to like majority of the US, it's kind of like, whoa. Currency is, it's pretty wild. DS1 has a new skip, Ozzy. Is it the one that gets you into the Undead Parish? Like early or something? Where you like fall through the ground in Undead Burg? Is Dark Souls 2 all damage? Sorry, no damage, all bosses, something you would do? Oh yeah, that's the next thing I'm going to be doing after this. Maybe not right away. Like I might do the Elden Ring hitless DLC at the same time. But I do want to try damageless all content on this really badly. Like I wanted to start it during doing this as well, like at the same time. But I think that'd be kind of silly though. Albtron, what's up, man? How are you doing? What about damageless DS1 with DLC? Oh, like that run, but all content? Yeah, that's gonna happen too. It's not gonna be something I do right away, but I will be trying that too. The nice thing about that run is like there's not too much extra to add that's gonna be crazy. Like Gwendolyn will be very easy. Priscilla's gonna be very easy. At least I think. Like they shouldn't be too bad. Like some of the fights don't even count. Like Gaping Dragon's a free fight. Nothing wrong with Gaping Dragon that I'd have to practice at all. It would mainly just be the DLC bosses and Moonlight Butterfly, as well as Centipede Demon, I think, that I'd really have to go over. So I bet you that if I did like all content without the DLC on that run right now, we probably could get a really good PB just like without even practicing. The areas would be more of the problem, I think. I'd have to remember how to do the areas. And we should have made this character red. Missed opportunity.
What are you doing?
What are you doing? What are you doing? One more.
I've no choice now.
You have no choice, but you have no idea who you're trying to mess with here. I'm too shredded for you. Oh, she tried to do the chime punch right there. You don't really see that too often. It's a funny attack because out of everything she can do, the magic obviously is way stronger. So I wonder what makes the game make her want to do that when she has magic left to use. It's an equal fight this time. That's actually a good point. It is politically correct to do that fight that way. Gotta try for an all damage run. Get hit by every enemy. Okay, that would be kind of hard. It might even be harder than an actual hitless run, getting hit by every single thing just one single time. That's it. You have to beat the game with one hit from every enemy. Because you'd still be doing a hitless run, you'd just be getting hit on purpose a single time first. And if it went wrong and they hit you twice or comboed you, then you'd be screwed. So that could be even more challenging. If there's ever like a standard or a trend of people doing challenges like that, though, I think I've lost hope in this game, because that'd be a little bit ridiculous if that was like a super hardcore category. It's like, yeah, we got hit one time on every boss. You like everything except for the Freya grind. Ironically, the Freya grind for me is better than a lot of the other stuff. I don't even mind that part too much. The parts that are really rough are probably just Shrine of Amana, Flexile Sentry, the whole wharf in general, plus Flexile and Bastille after is kind of annoying. And then Guardian Dragon, like anything from Veltstadt to Giant Lord, like the whole Guardian Dragon with the Aerie and the guy on the staircase, like that's kind of whatever. Oh no, it actually shut, dude. Are you kidding me? I was so slow. Lord Storm, what were you streaming today, dude? Thank you for the raid. You've never noticed the guy in the tent before? Wait, there's an enemy in the tent in Ajula? Most draining run that I've ever done, Hunox? Most draining. I don't know, actually. I'm not sure. The way I look at it, it's like it's hard to tell because my capacity to do things that are like this has increased over time, in my opinion. But I've also gotten like better at trying to get things done quicker and having a better attitude towards it. So that greatly changes how much energy drain there is from it. Meaning that before I probably would have felt like a lot more drain from everything that I wouldn't even feel as much from now, just by how I'm thinking about it, how I'm approaching it, and how I'm willing to improve it, I guess. So it's probably got to be one of the marathon runs, probably the Trilogy SL1 hitless, or when I went for maybe the damageless 5 games back to back and didn't complete it but got some PBs on it. That was pretty crazy. That was quite a draining run. But the thing is, it was more draining because I knew that I wanted to make a lot more content than just that. But I also was kind of like in this sweet spot where I wanted to continue doing it because I didn't want to not get the run, because I had invested that time, right? You get the what it's called is sunken cost fallacy, where you're cutting your losses because you already put the time into it. But really, like, the smarter thing would have been making other types of challenges that I wanted to get done that I'm doing now, back then, or whatever else was appealing, because that would have been more fun, would have been more sustainable, and I still could have done a lot of really cool things and still possibly got that run randomly. But think of it this way, like, imagine somebody got really good at all these games and then they did challenges that were kind of similar to like the hitless marathon runs, whatever, like they had done damageless, hitless, and then going into a regular hitless run seemed kind of easy for some of the games, like it wasn't that bad. You probably could knock out the God run with a leveled character, like by accident eventually, if you did enough other types of challenges indirectly while still going for like back-to-back games. So let's say the first run is like damageless, but I have to use a certain type of build, or maybe I'm doing like another challenge, but I just get really good at doing no damage. Maybe I go and switch up to another game and try to get another one back-to-back right after, because I'm just so consistent on that game now, right? Then you could randomly out of nowhere maybe pull a marathon run that's spontaneous. Or just go for like a single attempt on it once in a while, and it maybe works. Now, this is definitely way less likely than someone practicing it, but like it's just like I'm sure there's other ways to get the same goal achieved eventually, or be just as good to be able to do it through other things too. Yeah, one thing I would be really curious about is like, hey, if we were going to do a speedrun marathon and then the routing for it that was the safest was still similar to hitless, what if I just don't get hit on one of the speedruns? The next one I can go for in a back-to-back, and then imagine it happens again. So every time we do that speedrun marathon, there is a chance, for some of them at least. Oh, I shouldn't have sent that up, dude. That's okay though. We're homeward boning. We're actually fine. Technically, it's okay. What do you take for starting gifts, Anzi? I take the Bonfire Ascetic. Raiding again. Oh, they raided again. Nice. You have to get accustomed to less iframes at level 1 to do runs in DS2. Yeah, it's like a learning process where you start to realize like, oh wow, being accurate is like a completely different thing in this game. For that at least, so you adjust to it. And there's certain fights where like, again, it really depends on the animation speed and the lingering frames of damage calculation. If something's like going through the air and it's going from one side of your body to the other and it ends like far away from you, that's not a hard attack to iframe. Because there's no lingering damage, especially if it's a very quick attack with a sword. All that stuff's super easy in comparison. If it's something where it slams on the ground and then like the game programmed like more damage calculation even after the attack's done, then you start to get into trouble because it's like, oh shit, I'm getting hit by something that's not even attacking me anymore. Or if the attack's a very slow attack, like not Smelter Demon, sorry, the Fume Knight, his like big sword where he scans the area with it, like that's a very slow attack with a weapon. And there's combos and like staggered attacks, all these different things where luckily combos aren't as big in this, but the level of how long the damage is lingering for is really what makes the frames hard, even more than just dodging any attack whatsoever. There's a lot of difference between that. So you'll notice the bosses that have the higher chance of trapping you, like frame trapping you, I won't engage those attacks, or I won't even kill them normally. I'm gonna get this right away so I don't forget it, dude. Let's do that. And we'll just go do Pursuer right now. I'll kill Emerald Herald too. No gross catch-up creature. I forgot to make this character scary looking. I wanted to make them like big boned but also shredded. And like the female character because we just used the male one. And then I was like, man, we can't pick the bowl cut. We picked the bowl cut too many times, so I picked an actual good-looking haircut, and then the character turned out to look normal, but just super shredded. So yeah, this is a weird character to use, but I want them to be red right now. Maybe I should stop wanting that because it's gonna lead me to a reset. I'm gonna get what I want and then have to redo it. DS2 seems like the hardest game to do crazy runs such as this. When it comes to all content, hitless and damageless, it definitely is the hardest game for that kind of stuff, yeah. But it's debatable because like, let's say you take 5 hours and you do a level 1 0-hit run of all bosses. Now, like, would you say doing a 10-hour run of all bosses with a leveled character is easier in Elden Ring when you have to do twice the amount of gameplay? Well, yeah, every situation's much easier, and like some stuff is just brain dead easy, but like you have way more, you have double the exposure to danger in terms of time frame, or double the time to make mistakes in some ways, right? So for me, like playing a longer run sometimes, even if the run's super easy, actually would be harder than it being quicker. I always prefer for it to be shorter if I can. I'm almost tempted to go back to doing the hand axe on this part and just like speedrunning this whole area back to back, because 9 fire bombs and then like just some of the fire arrows should be enough. But that's only if I'm like very accurate, so I'm gonna play it a bit safer. We'll go back, we'll get the mace. Saw you had 90 before, it's 9 frames. 92 AGL is 10 according to Wiki. Okay, cool, yeah. So that's good to know then, that when I was checking it before, that page that said the same thing is actually correct, or at least, because is that Wiki Dot or is that Wiki Fextra? Probably get the run soon anyways. Good luck. Nexus, thank you so much, man. Yeah, like we haven't been doing this for an incredible amount of time anyways, so it's not too bad. It picked up quite a bit. It's just like funny to get PBs that reduce by a 1, because I haven't been in that territory with runs lately. I guess maybe it used to be the case more than I remember, but nowadays I wouldn't be more surprised than not if like we were just skipping mistakes, like we were going from like 5 mistakes to like 1 or something like that, because a lot of the nature of the things that happen are just, you know, it's like the first time I'm seeing it or it's something weird. It's not even really a crazy big deal that I would have as a redundant problem. So like I'm playing potentially at the level of someone that would only make 1 or 2 mistakes when I'm making 5 sometimes. Whereas like there's other things with the other games where it's like you might just have like not the skill to get 1 consistently or something. And you can say the same thing in this, but that just has a different connotation to it. Different things that come with what that means. The longer you're actually playing the run, the more time you have to slip up eventually. Yeah, the mental part kind of slips. Like it's harder to actually perform something for that many hours, right? There's not many things you can do in life that like takes that many consistent hours of focus as an elective task, right? Even technically, you could say that someone's job would be more forgiving, like in a pretty high stakes career where like you'd have more breaks in between a lot of stuff. And like also you could make like deviations that are bigger that wouldn't ruin the whole thing. So it's like, yeah, this kind of stuff that is like longer, which I wouldn't consider this a long run at all, but the longer runs, there's the mental battle there. You gotta try to stay energized, stay focused, not overthink too much on it. Keep the same momentum the whole time if you can. And like when you get down to that point where it's like, damn, we've already gone the equivalent of like what 2 or 3 runs in another game would have been worth of time. Like that's where you start to get tested a bit. Got him turning. That's good. I should be good for this guy because I got the +3 on the mace this time. So we only need maybe 3 firebombs, 2 direct hits, or 3 with any denomination of partial hits is fine. Like whether it's 2 or all of them, 1 of them, whatever it is. Just 1 direct, 2 direct, so that's good enough. You hate the animations in this game with a burning passion. Yeah, they're special. They're definitely special. It grows on you. That's what they say. Oh, actually, wait. From the bottom level, I could probably get this. Yeah, there we go. That's super quick. Complete opposite of common sense. Yeah, common sense is already a problem with games in general because games are games and they create this illusion making you think you can use logic, but it's not. It's a digital environment that's made by somebody that made mistakes, obviously. So that's the first problem, and then the next layer is like being conditioned by games that are made well or made to a certain standard and then expecting the same thing with others. Which is why I also found the ChatGPT meme of ChatGPT making fun of DS2. Someone generated a prompt where it was like saying like, you guys are the reason that the standard for games is so bad, etc. And I was like, that's actually really funny because it's true that like playing this more would make you so much more lenient on weird things in games that like you can't really afford to have the weird things in. So maybe that is actually like an effect that happens that's It's built in, who knows? Maybe this was a psyop that Miyazaki made, and that's why he didn't want to have his name on it. He didn't want to be responsible in the future. Actually, wait, before we even do this part, we need to get bolts. I didn't get bolts. Did I even get the, yeah, I got the light crossbow. No bolts, though. I think we're gonna go max, because we can literally get max and then pop the souls for the other stuff that we need. And I got Explorer Helm, so I don't have to go get that. How many bright bugs? 1. So I'm just gonna pick up 1 other bright bug, which I guess I could have popped the thing and did that sooner too. Cybernetic, have a good rest of your day. If I don't talk to you tomorrow, have a good weekend as well. Thank you for hanging out. Why are you doing Scholar and not OG? I haven't played the OG Dark Souls for, or the original version of this game since 2014. So the chances of me being able to do a run on it are pretty much 0. I've never done a run on it in my life. Just way more familiar with Scholar. But I'll try the original DS2 at some point again. Would definitely like to. Oh yeah, we need to buy 1 more. How come we can't get, is it, oh, it's the soul count. Oh, we got into this situation. Okay. So yeah, there's gotta be something I get a little bit less of. I was really conservative on firebombs and no throwing knives this time, but the Explorer helmet early did cost me a little bit, unfortunately, when it came to the crossbow upgrade level. Luckily, we don't use it yet, so it really doesn't matter just yet. Difference between the two, the difference that are major, like the most noticeable things, is the enemy layout is different for a lot of the areas, and then some key item differences as well, with the biggest one being the blacksmith's ember that we just gave to him recently is in a completely different part of the game, so you can't just like get it from the same area that he's in. And then if it was like, what would you get if you bought the original versus this one? You just get the DLCs for free with this version. They're just baked into the game. Whereas they'd be actual add-ons that you download separately. For the other one, you have to pay for each one. Okay, didn't drop anything. Ozzer, I'm doing good, dude. How are you? Played Scholar once in 2017 after DS3. You beat it, you never tried it again. Oh, see, like that's kind of like a hard thing to do. Maybe the reason that I also have like more appreciation for this game is that I didn't play DS3 first. I played them all in order. Probably the best thing you can do if you really don't want to be like let down as much. Yeah, I don't blame you considering you did DS3 right before. That's a really big standard to live up to for anything. Especially at that time, too. If it was like you hadn't played the others yet at all, you had no idea what anything was. Or it was around the time they were newer. PS2 was the first one you played, James. That actually seems to work the best. The people that have played it the first, they have the best opinions on it. Other than, like, I guess, like, my opinions are pretty good, too. But I also just love the PvP on it. So that was my take. I don't want to risk having to reset this area. We're not going to be able to get more resins yet. I'm going to have to come back and do this after, because I forgot about the fact we don't have the extra souls right now. And if I grab that Proud Knight soul, it wouldn't really be much. I'd probably get 1 resin. the tactics from Fextra Life and then getting fucked on the runs because it's all lies. Phoenix, Fextra Life's all lies. Oh no. To be fair though, you have to think of it this way. Like, let's say they're trying their absolute best. They make guides pretty quickly. Like, if you think of the difference between, like, even like, let's just say we'll say Fextra is like a step above IGN, but we'll just put them in the same category as like large resources a lot of people refer to. And we'll say that if we compared that to a guide that I would make, for example, because I've made quite a few. Now, my guides aren't necessarily like pretty to look at in terms of like the presentation, but at least the ones I've done. But what you can guarantee is like that the amount of time I've put in to be able to tell you what I'm telling you in that guide is probably 1,000 times more hours than either of them combined. Something crazy like that, right? So the main problem with like a lot of guides is that people don't have enough time to actually generate good advice, and they rush to make them like when the game comes out, right? So it's just basic stuff. Like, you can't expect much more than just the basics. And even the people playing the guide are failing while they're doing the things. The thing they're saying is not going to work almost every single time for every single tip they've given. And it's usually not even really getting into detail of how to do anything. It's more so like, hey, if this happens, like, you should back up and heal. It's like, whoa, like, that's rocket science, dude. I never thought you could use the heal button in the game and back away from people. With mine, it would be like, well, this guy's going to behave this way and do these things. These are the maximum, you know, potential situations. You want to use this if you want to do better with this. If you don't do this, this is another alternate scenario. Like, they're not going to go into like granular detail because they didn't have the ability to play the game that much before deciding to make it. So the best guides are always going to come from people that do like game breaking stuff, or like really go to the depths of challenges and speedruns. It's always going to be the case. It's the same kind of reason why like someone that makes a game cannot actually understand their game as well as someone that plays it, because they don't have enough time in production to test it as much as like literally hour number one that the game comes out. Like, millions of hours have already been put in the game across the world. So like, imagine you just let that go by days. Every 24 hours, the amount of information generated is so ridiculous that no one ever could keep up with that makes it. So no one will ever be better at the game than like the best of the community will be by default ever. It's just, unless they're obsessed with their own game and play it that much, but that'd be weird because that doesn't typically happen. And it's not even like it needs to be any different. It's just the case. And so I think people take the Fextra stuff, or they look at IGN, whatever, and they get frustrated, understandably. But then, you know, they're expecting some crazy good guide that actually helps them do things that work all the time. But that person didn't even have the ability to do that for themselves that made it. I can put on the hat, I think. Yay. There's enough equip load for the hat. Death by glow stick. You did try it before the DS3 launch? Okay. But then you went back to it after you completed DS3. Is the lore of the trilogy connected? Not directly, no. Like, there's some indirect stuff. There's some things that are like references. So, for example, the Boreal Valley obviously is in the surrounding area from where original Anor Londo is, and original Anor Londo is still intact. So, you know, you have references of that in the time period between Lordran and Lothric, but then they're still technically departing like majority of that landscape or those lands. There's just like a tie-in with that one pinpoint area is actually the same original location still. But with the second one though, it happens like in a place where it's not related to the the geographical location of the other one, and the timelines between all of them are skewed by like a lot of time, so the conflicts don't overlap typically. Yo, this is crazy that this lizard made it. That's really annoying, actually. That really sucks. I'm gonna rerun this entire area, which is just kind of bullshit, but my fault. Didn't do the right inputs for it. You have to like a mini sprint and then run an attack again. Even a stationary attack's not good enough. And then there's like the whole like close range attack that I did where it goes over the lizard even though you're like locked on and you just hit it. You stand up fully, so I gotta do that carefully. Luckily, it's not too bad of a run back, but there is some danger. Like Forlorn could invade right here, obviously, and it does waste some time. Farron is Ulasil. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so like there's some geographical callbacks, there's some weapons. There was one character that made it too. Gilligan is dead in DS3, so you can see Gilligan somehow made it into DS3 even though he's in this game. Presumably, at least. Like, there's a lot of belief that it's his body because it looks like him. But like direct sequel kind of stuff with the story continuing or anything, there's no continuation. But there's like shoutouts for sure. There's definitely shoutouts. And I would even say, technically, you could say even DS1 shouts out Bloodborne as well, right? With Chester. And then Bloodborne shouts out Sekiro with the NPC that's in the area with Ludwig. There we go. They either got to do like a kind of like an unlocked attack that just recenters the hammer, or like it's got to be weird. I don't know. It's hard to explain because I could do exactly what I did right there, just slightly different, but the same animations, and any like level of hesitation or like going too quick sometimes changes it. Lizards are really hard to hit in this. Basically, they're harder than any other game. So. And they also don't seem to have great hitboxes. Like their actual character model doesn't seem to connect the way that they're shaped. It's almost like they have a smaller collision around them than the textures. And then when they fade, they also go into iframes as well, which is really weird. So like you could still see them, but it doesn't matter if you can hit them or not. It doesn't do anything. The other ones, they blink out of existence visually, but they're still physically there and you can bring them back. Gilligan is someone's favorite NPC. Gilligan's not a bad NPC by any means. I mean, this guy could be your favorite NPC right here. It's an interesting choice too. Even though he is like an MVP on this run, he is basically responsible for all of our damage here. Wait, I wanted the infusion. What are you doing, dude? Oh, I wanted to have one more resin too, actually. So let me go back and buy as many as we can with what's left here. Or okay, maybe not as many as we can. That might be a little bit of exaggeration because we have a lot of souls, but we'll get like maybe 5 or something like that. I think a handful of them would help a lot. Why do I not have the bow? Yo, calm down now. Calm down, dude. Where's the bow? Okay, I'm running back. That's not good. I'm running back. It's a little bit too slow. Just to be careful. Furthest I've gotten without mistaking this run, we made it to Demon of Song, actually. So that is the 6th last fight, sorry. So I think that would be like 16 out of 20. Something like that. I'm not a fan of this whole thing right here. I'm pretty sure like what I just did actually works, but I don't like the way that the angle is because I have to shoot the other side of the tree. But the dude is on the side that's not where I'm coming from, and that's a little scary. 7,500, that's perfect. Let me leave here, please. Where are the feather? Give me the feather. Where art the feather? There we go. Do you prefer working out fasted? No, I don't like working out fasted unless I have to. I mean, there's times where like I'll literally slam a meal and then a minute later I'll do a workout, or I'll work out without having eaten for like most of the day, but it's more rare than if I, you know, than eating decently beforehand. Mainly because you're just going to be weaker. Like there's no way to actually produce as much force, right? Unless you had like you preloaded the glycogen stores the day before. If you had a lot of carbs the day before, or whatever your energy source is, like you fueled up enough to not feel like weaker the next day and actually have replenishment, like then maybe you could perform the same. But like you'd have to eat a lot like later in the day before, and then not utilize that energy fully. Which I'll do that sometimes. But like intentionally I try to eat beforehand. You always work out fasted? I used to do that a lot too. Like I've done pretty much everything you can think of when it comes to like different styles of how you approach, like, you know, what the meal types are, like timing of it, how long the workout is, how many in the week. But yeah, the working out fasted's not a problem really. It's more so just your own personal preference. You could totally get good results doing that. And you could equally get good results not even like following any kind of logic, and like I said, just eating a meal and then working out the same second that you eat the meal. You could eat while you're working out, and it still works. It's not a problem really. It's just up to whatever you want to do. Even protein windows too. You literally could eat 200 grams of protein in one meal, one time, and you're fine. You don't have to eat 20 grams every 2 hours or something. Oh, I don't have the Explorer helmet on. No. No! We're gonna go through here a second time anyways, though. But yeah, Darth Vader, no. No! How do you roll the fast slam a demon a song? Forlorn? So what I do is basically any single time I attack her, and then she goes back in the shell, I leave a little bit of stamina, and then I start backing up preemptively. You'll notice I'll start walking away or running away. And then because I'm already heading that direction, the input for the roll is one less thing I have to do. I don't have to delay it as much because I'm already moving in that direction. It's just a tap and you're good. And you already have the spacing set up too. You're already about 5 feet away from where she is. There's no way to survive that attack if you don't move from where she recovers on the previous attack, because it covers such a big amount of ground and her body's hitbox is like pretty continuous. Where even if like I evaded the attack and then I rolled back beside her and just like kind of grazed against the outside of the shell, I'd still take damage. So you really want to set up the spacing on her closing the shell every time. That is the best way to do it. And have the stamina to do the roll with the iframes, rather than have like that shitty roll that you get sometimes. All right, we got Peasant Attire. I'm going to go for it. We'll get Magus done. Making attempts and resetting on damage, or you always reach in the end to always train local? So it's a combination of both. I'll do like PBs, where you get a personal best score of like a lower amount of hits each time, if you possibly can manage that. And that's where I'll complete the game. If I can't get a better personal best, I'll just reset anyways, because it's not really worth the time to get the same personal best when I'm good enough to do the run anyways. But in the early stages of it, I definitely will be finishing the run a lot more than the later one. Such a good song for this fight. Once again. Don't know why, but you feel like you perform better fasted, but it doesn't really make sense as to why, James. The mental focus is greater when it comes to being fasted, especially at different breakpoints within the fasting period. So you should be more sharp. Like your brain should always work better fasted. I think that there's the distraction of like the feeling of emptiness or hunger that can get in the way that makes it seem like it's not the case. But especially once you get over that too, like your brain should work a lot quicker. But what I'll say though is that, like, let's say your nervous system's level of recovery is not good enough, and so you're in a deficit of energy overall, like systemically, then you're not going to feel good, and it's going to be conflated with the fact that maybe being fasted was the problem when really it was actually overtraining and not recovering enough from other things. There's so many systems at play that like actually have different timelines on recovery. Think of it as like your body has 4 bars that are recovering over time within a 24-hour cycle, 48, 1 week, whatever. And they actually even stretch beyond just days sometimes. And some of them don't get full until the other ones are already full many times over. And that's why you have to really be careful with trying to point fingers at what is the causation of certain things without knowing, like, hey, was it my nervous system? Was it tendons, ligaments, actual contractile tissue, fatigue from just like the brain specifically, like mentally not pushing myself, etc. And other types of things too, maybe like, again, like a little bit of recovery needed for could be like work capacity. Like let's say recovery of your sets, so in between your rests are too short. Could be misinterpreted because you didn't time them, so you don't actually know how long they are, and they were just short enough of giving you enough ATP to get the next amount of reps desired within the set, and you blame something else like not being recovered full enough, but it's really just your one rest was bad by like 30 seconds or something. Tons of factors. 2 a.m. sad? Go to bed, dude. Definitely go to bed. Is Demon of Song a she? I just say that. I don't know if Demon of Song is any type of anything. It could just be an it, to be fair. It's a good question, though. What is Demon of Song at the end of the day? So difficult to overtrain, JB? Well, what I'm talking about more so is in like programming or periodization that's optimal. So like overtraining is not the same definition in that type of sentence that I just said versus like actually cooking your body. So like training, let's say, to a point where, again, you don't get the best possible optimal results for the next program day because of something not recovering fully, right? Out of those systems. It's a very common thing. And that's why people stay not progressing as quickly, because they don't rest at all, really. And they think they're resting, but the rest is absolutely garbage, because their level of like normal operation and energy isn't actually normal. It's in a deficit constantly, and it has been for months, maybe years. So they constantly exist in a state that's lower energy, but they think it's normal. So then like whenever they feel even worse than that, that's overtraining, but really they're overtrained anyways by default, because they never felt like what they could be like for so long, they forgot what that's like. So there's that too, and that's actually like a common thing with the 6-day, 7-day-a-weekers. They're like the trendy fitness people that train like a lot because they have to for their job. Like, and I've seen them literally, they stop training as much, and they all say the same thing. They eat a little bit more, stop training as much. Wow, I can do less, and I can just grow a lot more. Crazy. And Mike Menser was a huge proponent for like talking about that type of training way back. Even though he does take it to a different extreme, he has a lot of really good points about how you really could train every 10 days, one single muscle group every 10 days and be really good. But you have to actually like go to failure and get growth stimulus. And then at that point, you know, 100% functionally, like mechanically, energetically, everything, all the systems are recovered. There's no way that you're going to be higher, like at a higher predisposition for injury, and you can push yourself to PB every single time you lift as well, almost without fail. Now, he did actually demonstrate these things on special equipment that was very expensive, but with regular weights, you can still achieve the same things too. And so, yeah, there's a lot of ideologies out there, but there is definitely the notion that the culture of fitness and stuff like that has pushed like way too frequent workouts, mainly for your ego or for your mental health, because your identity gets attached to being like a gym person. And then if you don't go, you start to self-deprecate because you think you didn't do enough things in the week. But that's actually just a thing that could be associated with a lot of different activities and is more of a disorder, not actually like training the most effectively technically. But training ineffectively is still effective, so it's like you can have some level of ineffectiveness with everything you do and it's fine. It just depends on where you're trying to attribute the reasons for things, because you can get conflated then and then say that this is this because of that, but you didn't really consider maybe the whole time you were doing something, it wasn't even from a point in which it's actually possible to get the thing you're talking about. Maybe your actual state was needing to be reassessed from the get-go, and then your whole lens changes based on what you understand the base state needs to be in terms of energy levels or capability, whatever, you know? So might seem ranty. This is a very common thing. I've seen this happen with so many people that it's definitely 100% a thing. And I know people in real life that experience this. I lived that reality myself. I did the opposite of what I'm saying right now and experienced all these things as well. And it's really easy to fall into, especially if you're younger too and you want to like get results really quickly. I think that's a very common thing. Because you have the energy, like kind of, but it's like you also are not necessarily like modulating everything the best. It's the same example of like, I remember when I started eating clean originally, like I ate so clean that it was kind of stupid how clean I was eating. So I was actually probably screwing up a lot of other systems in the body where I could have gotten better nutrition, like more dense nutrition. It's better for so many other faculties and cellular function that I would have actually performed better and would have gained more weight that's healthy too when I was trying to. But I was eating like really clean. I was eating like the bro science diet, which is not good. It's not good enough with like the diversity of its macro and micro. Well, macros are okay, but its micros are pretty bad, we'll say. Okay, we don't have the dagger. I gotta go get all that stuff now. So we're gonna go get the branch. Mike Mentzer's the GOAT. He has a lot of valuable knowledge that people do need to realize is actually super, super important. Because like if you can go into Olympia and you can work out, let's say 30 hours less than someone else a week, and you literally have a physique that's almost comparable, then dude, like it's proven that whatever is going on is true, right? You can't really, it's irrefutable proof right there. And he also wasn't super special because there's other people that also push that too, but not to the level of how extreme he was. So there's people that are good examples in between, and they all have the exact same type of demonstration that like, hey, that one person going super hardcore, like they might just be on the same level as you, but you might not have to have done as much to like get to that level if it's really just the you know, the strength, ability, and the size, like literally. Yates trained 3 days a week. Yates was like super intelligent with that stuff too. He understood the recovery very well. And keep in mind, dude, that's a guy that's on gear, so he can recover way faster, and he's still only training 3 days a week. So imagine a regular person, then you got to take that and cut that down by like half. So 1.5 days a week, 2 days a week at the most. Like that's what I'm saying. And I'm not saying you should do that, because you can program 6 days, 7 days a week and still have the same recovery. But you have to do so much less than you think you need that it's actually crazy. It would look kind of stupid. Doing 7 days a week optimally would look really dumb. It would be a very short workout, it'd be a 20-minute or 15-minute workout probably every day. But that's the reality though. I think the super high frequency type of like stuff that's actually more than an hour came from people that were actually on substances doing professional bodybuilding, trickled down to mainstream, and people misinterpreted that. And that's been talked about a ton as well. But it's also the context of what you do. Like if you're doing something that's a little bit more lower impact or a little bit like less stress, then sure, yeah, you can modulate the amount of nervous system fatigue, all that. But yeah, if you go to like, you know, the depths of your soul and like the edge of your life, like to be able to like really pump out like a good set on something, that one single set means way more than like 10 sets of like whatever, you know, in a state where you're not trained as well, or sorry, not recovered as well. Especially if that next set of days aren't spent actually getting the recovery and the nutrition as well for it too. But that doesn't mean don't like do activity every day. You totally can. And if you really just enjoy the gym, you could work out 7 days a week. That's fine. Just know that like if you're having issues and you're really training hard 7 days a week, it's probably not actually helping you. And it could actually be decreasing the quality of your life mentally too, with the fact that you're just going to be mentally fatigued way more. Your brain will not be able to work as good. Thoughts on Dragon's Dogma games? I never really got into Dragon's Dogma, but I think it's really cool that you can upload your character to the pawn thing, and then like you can take other people's characters and use them too. Like that was awesome. Remember a guy on your gym was on steroids trying to give you advice on how to train? Like it would work for you, and he rested 1 minute every set. So that's like another thing right there, like the 1 minute thing, that's so subjective to the actual context of what you're doing, the perceived level of exertion and your skill level. So like, and your work capacity. So your cardiovascular strength, cross-reference with how much you're actually into that movement, cross-reference with how elite you are in that movement in terms of the progression you've had over all of time, and also what the previous set looked like as well. There's so many things that you could only calculate the perfect number for that at the actual given time. I couldn't even tell you ahead of time what that would be. So 1 minute could be enough for whatever he was doing. And that's why it's dangerous to like talk about it in specifics. I'm not saying you're even claiming this, but that's a really good example of why. I'll talk to clients and they'll be like, oh, should I rest 2 minutes between sets? I'm like, there is no calculation per rest. It's like the best thing you can do is feel it out. Like, you know your body really well. So catch your breath and feel good and then do it. There's no downside to going extra rests other than just your blood flow slows down a little bit. But dude, who cares? You know, if you're going for a bigger lift, like you don't need like to be that anxious about it. But I will say again, resting 5 minutes versus 2 will get you a way better result, and that will be more efficient time spent over time while you're still in that session anyways. So it's still hard for me. Like I have a really hard time resting like big rests in between sets. I'll try to find things to make myself like trick myself into resting longer sometimes, but especially at the real gym, it's really tricky. That alone is like a huge huge factor that can increase your records, like your PRs and stuff like that, very quickly if it's not being addressed. And like some of the best, they'll rest 10 minutes between a set, dude. Like they don't care. Olympians and shit like that will probably rest so long between what they're doing. Like even irrespective of like resistance training, but like other activities too. Like there's a kind of a, you know, that whole connection with your mind and your body that you have, and you knowing what the best time is, that can't be put into math, but the math will probably still check out that you need longer than what you might think if you're trying to be anxious about it. Okay, so unfortunately we did not get the raw gem on this, but we didn't have it last time, and we did really good, so I'm not too worried. You feel guilty whenever it's 30 seconds. It's an army thing? Yeah, so like that's the thing. Like a lot of the stuff you're probably used to doing is more for like the mental component than actually the exercise. If you're doing drills and stuff like that, right? Same thing with sports. Like you do drills for work capacity, not for actual like optimized strength output. Like that's not the point. A lot of stuff is just conditioning. So if you get anaerobic conflated with just pure strength and signaling for hypertrophy, it's like that's a whole different type of thing that actually is good to separately have a, you know, a scalable plan to like increase too, because if your work capacity goes up, then you actually can take shorter rests and you'll still perform the same and get more efficiently oxygenate the body and stuff like that. There's tons of different levels to that. Didn't start eating better, so after 3 months you lost 3 kilograms instead of gaining muscle side. Yeah, exactly. That kind of stuff can happen. If the nutrition isn't like, if you're not comfortable with going to a level where you're actually eating and you're not used to eating a lot, it's like you could think that it's too much and it's like, oh no, something bad's gonna happen, this, that, whatever. But it might not be the case, especially if you're doing it properly. Okay, so we got the dagger now, we got everything else. Get the 2 shards from Cardinal Tower, then we go to Leningrass, and then we go to Macduff one last time before Draenlink Castle. Pope Francis, how have you been, dude? Shogun, you want to get back in the 1000 club? What's the 1000 club? Ever get run moments where you fail at stamina management these days? You feel like you mastered SL1 stamina awareness at this point. Oh yeah, definitely. I've made mistakes from stamina management on this. Definitely, but it's like it's not really the same kind of mistake as I'd make typically, or that you'd like probably expect. It would be something like where maybe because I did let's say I know for a fact that in the situation for Dragon Riders, for example, that I'm going to go into a deficit of stamina. I'm going to lose the whole bar. I have to for the beginning of the fight. Like there's no choice to do it properly. But let's say I choose to do that and then I do another action too soon that like still makes me have to like recover before being able to even use the sprint function for 3 seconds. And that puts me into a cooldown that's dangerous. Like that kind of stuff can happen for sure. So yeah, I can definitely still delay the actual situation that I'm trying to achieve by like just prioritizing stamina management in like a very slightly different way. Like again, completely dissipating the stamina at a point where it's like, okay, cool, but then like acting too soon to get back into doing the animation, where then you're punished because you can't do anything again because you just did that input and it wasn't at the point where it lets you do it. So then you have to wait another little bit to do that input, even though you have stamina. Like, because this game does punish you in ways that's not, you can't, there's things you can't see by watching it that it punishes you by, but that I'm just counterplaying all the time, or like dealing with, I guess. But you'd have to obviously play the game to understand that and do some of the stuff. But yeah, like there's definitely like a huge downtime during certain situations with stamina where you have stamina, and managing those is really hard sometimes. Would I recommend Canada for work and travel? I think it's pretty good for travel. I know like there's an increasing amount of people I know that don't want to live here anymore. So like a lot of people I know want to move to the US, which is kind of funny, or somewhere else. But for me, I mean, I don't know. It's like I don't look at living in places the same as maybe everyone does. I think of it as like it's built around like your preferences and your lifestyle, not so much like nostalgia or like where you came from. You don't have to live somewhere you were born. Like living everywhere is going to be something you get accustomed to eventually. So it's more like what has the best like regulations for what you do, and also like the best faculties to be able to, you know, interact with. If there's like activities you like or hobbies you have, you know, maybe like access to like, you know, essential things like grocery stores easily. Roads aren't terrible if you do drive, something like that. Like just basic stuff like that. And also, again, work opportunities is another thing. If you don't have your own business or you don't do like something that you could work from home with, so or that your employer might not want to extend you to internationally, maybe we'll say, or whatever the case. So I would say I can't really answer when it comes to opportunity for particular career fields unless I were to like ask somebody I know that's doing a particular career of that kind. Or if I've had that conversation, I could reference that maybe. Travel is definitely cool. Like I would say definitely travel here, check it out. Living here, I think it's going to get better a little bit from what it is now, but it's in an interesting situation right now. And we're not, it's pretty hard to live in Canada overall. Like I'm pretty sure we have the, what is it? There's something that we have as a statistic that's never, the entire world oh, it was, sorry, like the way we handled some of the things, even with lockdown particularly, was worse than the entire world. Like we were the worst country in the world for how we handled it, according to certain statistics. And so that created a huge problem with our economy, and then like there's mismanagement of a lot of different things. And essentially like there's other stuff on the American side that's mismanaged too, that's like a bigger thing with federal banks and, you know, basically like people playing with like leveraged money and stuff like that. They get to be bailed out, that make the markets and have tools that can manipulate crazy shit. And it all kind of comes back to like, okay, so how are we going to balance out everything? And so we're moving into a period where we're going to see how everything corrects itself, but some things can't be corrected, and there's going to be very bad consequences for some individuals that aren't actually like to blame technically. And that's something that's going to affect some people here. And then there's going to be things that are an advantage on the flip side of that as well, that are opportunities because of those problems. But a lot of markets and like parts of our economy are going to have to be like going through a correction. And there's some bubbles that have to burst as well, and we're gonna see some interesting stuff. But I think in the future it'll be better to live here though, than like right this moment. That's my take. But yeah, like in terms of opportunity, I know people that live in Germany specifically. They love it. There's some things they don't like too much, but like there's definitely opportunity there. There's problems obviously that you guys have with your government that aren't relative to ours at all. And there's different regulations with certain things that make certain things easier or harder depending on what you prefer. But yeah, it depends on what you're into when it comes to opportunity over here. There's definitely opportunity in North America as a whole, like all over the place, but it really just depends on how you want to attack that, right? Probably love living in Canada because of the cold. Summer in Spain is hell on earth. Dude, the cold could be the same thing. It could be frozen hell too, right? I really like the winter. I enjoy it quite a bit. I like all the seasons, but like winter is special to me for like the fact I like snowboarding, and the snow is very like it looks nice. It's cool to look at. A lot of nostalgia for like just enjoying the snow when I was a child too. So I've always liked winter, but if you don't like winter though, then yeah, definitely don't come here. Or maybe go on a vacation every time it's the worst of the winter so you get to avoid some of it. And definitely don't live like northern areas of the country if you really don't like winter, or even like some western parts too. You miss the winters up north so much. Or you could just love the winter. There you go. It's rain for 2 months. Yeah, Vancouver's not too bad from what I've heard. My friend actually, he's there right now. He just went surfing recently in the winter. And I was like, man, I was super jealous about that because I wanted to surf for a long time. He was able to do some surfing in BC very easily without any kind of discomfort from the temperature. It looked a little cold, but it like apparently it was fine. And they have a lot of people go all year apparently. Went to Tofino. I don't know particularly where it was. I'd have to ask. Been swimming a lot. Do you have recommendations, Bedonker? Recommendations for what? Also, welcome, dude. Swimming's really fun, dude. I miss swimming. Heard that human gain muscle by strength by tearing your muscle cells while working out and letting them regrow. Yeah, you get like micro tears in the fibers specifically, and then they it's kind of like when you break bones, they become stronger kind of thing. But essentially, it's just your body's stress response or response to like danger, and so it just makes itself stronger. And also kind of like the use it or lose it thing. So if you're using something more often, it's like, at least in that regard, like that definitely will help your body know it's like, okay, I need to be able to perform this way because this is the stress that you're going to be giving me. So I need to be able to like take that beat down. And then if you don't use it, then the signal you're telling your body is that the muscles can atrophy because you don't use them. So therefore, why would it use resources on trying to keep them there, right? Or we'll say catabolism, and then like maybe the extreme would be called atrophy or something like that. Tofino's the biggest surf spot in BC. Everybody goes there. It might have been Tofino that he went to. I can't remember what he was saying, but I saw the footage he got, and I was like, man, this is beautiful. So the cool thing is that when I go visit him, because I haven't actually been able to go to BC yet, I'm actually probably going to surf. So even if I don't get to snowboard, dude, I get to surf. That's incredible. Very excited for that. Nether Knight, how are you doing? Not too much. Trying to get rid of the pests problem here. Like we're doing spider control right now. Pope, it depends on exactly like what you're submitting for. Like if you have a business, if you're employed by an employer, and etc. Like there's different forms and everything like that. So, if you're talking about compared to the U.S. and Canada are exactly the same in that way. Like I don't think there's a difference. There's just better, like you get better tax breaks in certain states than you can get in general here. So that there is people I know that have moved to the U.S. for tax reasons, for sure. There is not really many provinces that are like great for anything. Like there's some extras like we can get granted that have nothing to do with that subject, but more so like, I think if you live in like certain northern places, like they'll give you money because like if you start a family or like you bring a family there, like they want it to be populated. So there's like courtesies of like moving there because there's literally like nothing there and there's nobody. I don't even know everything about that, but I've heard some funny stories about just like they'll pay you or they'll give you some sort of like kickback for going to certain locations that are less popular. Why do you kill Freya times 3? So I kill her 4 times, and it's just to get the 1,000,000 souls so we can get into Shrine of Winter. So you can do that any way you want. This is just the most effective way for this run to get 1,000,000 souls. But you literally could go and kill the same dude at the beginning of the game forever until you get it. Planning to go snowboard in Japan by the end of this year? Dude, that's amazing. Which mountain in Japan specifically? If there is one that you have in mind. Man, Freya really likes chilling by the wall here. My god, dude. It's always this wall too. Like it's this wall sometimes where the spider web is, but just like somehow always gets into this location if she's gonna move. And then there's other fights where she's like centered almost all the time. And like we even fight her longer. So I'm wondering, I guess maybe her jumping kind of changes that a little bit. Because she can reposition and all that. Okay, this is the second one, so we can go back. Whistler, the place that once held Winter Olympics, is a 3-hour drive from Vancouver. That's amazing. Can't wait to go there. That place is awesome if you aren't skiing on people because there's too much people. Oh, for Whistler? Well, I mean, the biggest mountain that I personally go to has a lot of people too. So yeah, you're definitely like there's always a situation with people colliding. There's always drama. There's people that get mad even if you're a little bit too close to them where you have no choice and like they're not paying attention. So I'm very used to high traffic snowboarding. It's just basic at this point. Like it's actually like a luxury if there is no one or like very few people. You'd have to go in like on weekdays in the morning when it's not holidays or kids don't have like school off or something like that, and you can get really good like pockets, but usually a majority of my snowboarding's always been super high traffic, especially at like the one location I like. But that actually, it's good. I think it's good to do that because you get better at controlling yourself. Like you should be able to, you know, slalom everybody and like not be hitting anyone and making sure that you can always be in control of the speed, I think, for skis or snowboards. So more people just means you'll probably just get better at riding in general. Why'd that not come back? Did we not burn the aesthetic, dude? I didn't burn the aesthetic. Oh my god, this is bad. Luckily we can own because there's no invader if we don't burn the aesthetic, so we're safe. That would be bad if I had only a limited amount of torch time there. I didn't go back to this one. Use it. Last time you were here, PB was 23, Kitty. Good shit, Big Dad, looking handsome. Thank you, dude. Yeah, our PB was 30, and then it went down a little bit. And then I think we got it to under 10 a large handful of runs ago, maybe like a few days ago. So now we're going for the 2 or the 0, essentially. It's like just 2, 1, or 0 is fine. You can get certain benefits for living in North and Norway, like free kindergarten, less taxes, and cheaper study loans. Yeah, that's their way of being like, hey, come live here where no one wants to live. And then you just have to have that one person that doesn't care about most of the stuff that the people are trying to avoid, and you got that person. But like, again, that's the cool part, is like, depending on what you think is like a non-negotiable or whatever, you could be perfectly happy in the middle of absolutely nowhere if you have like, you know, your family and maybe some close friends, or maybe just your family in some cases. And it could actually even help like the probably like the upbringing of your children in some cases, I'm sure, because they wouldn't be subjected to as much nonsense in some case. And you'd probably have to do a lot more wholesome things and like be like less urbanized and shit, because you'd just be in the middle of nowhere. Now, of course, there's pros and cons to everything, but yeah, I can see that being a thing. Makes you want to launch yourself into the ocean floor. Yeah, when are they making the IRL update for that? Not for the ocean floor, but just for the season itself. They should make it more of like a like the Eclipse. That'd be much better. Tax GPT. You could probably write a script for something like that if you had like pretty predictable like claims and shit, like, and just like again, if like the way that you had it, you had like very repeatable things, and you programmed the AI to have a template, then maybe you adjust some variables, you probably could have something to that. We basically just need robots that have Chat GPT inside their brains, and like some other kind of cool stuff to just do everything, right? Like, how about this? Let's just take all the, like, Tesla can take all the self-driving technology, anyone trying to compete with them, they take all the budget, all the R&D for every future update, improvements, sell off the entire idea, make robots that just drive regular cars, and then they can do other things for us too. And we're good. And then it's like, Will Smith has to be someone that comes forth eventually, or the equivalent of Will Smith, and then there's gonna be a crisis, and hopefully it's not like Terminator, because Will Smith won't be enough then. And that's it. That's life. And then really, if there is Will Smith, if actual Will Smith is the main character in that storyline of life, then make sure Chris Rock is nowhere to be seen, because he'll get distracted. The self-driving would be more likely more better. Oh, well, self-driving statistically better, but it's the ethical debate, right? 100% agree. It is mathematically like safer, but the problem is if you have like maybe like a couple people die because of it, they would rather have been like causing the death by their own hands. If you probably could ask them, they'd probably be like, yeah, I'd rather have just it been my fault. So then like that aspect of the human part of it overrides the probably the ruling that we should go to self-driving for that sake at least. And it's weird because like I agree that like I think it being more organic makes more sense. There's more responsibility on the human then. And then you don't have like a company being able to get away with a bunch of like these crazy things that just because it's like, yeah, like I mean we made it a rule that if you're using that it's not our fault, you know. It's like just becomes more complicated in so many ways. Even though technically it probably would be safer. Sook, yeah, exactly. There's that too. I mean, it depends on how the system's set up for it, right? Because there's already stuff that exists that can do these things, and yeah, you can operate them both ways. Okay. Going to get. Wait, we got. Yeah, we had to get the dagger. We got the ladle. We didn't farm full peasant set. I think I have just the chess piece. Just chess piece and ladle. Do I want to do flexile with that? I think I want one more piece. At least. I played Neo, Michael? I played Neo the first one, yeah. I wasn't a huge fan of it though, I'll be honest. Like I really tried to like it. I tried so hard. I was so excited when it was announced, and then I played the demo and I'm like, this could be really cool. Fortunately, it did not pan out for me too much though. Snow and no road lines, snow covered signs, etc. How does it process that? You just gotta hope for the best. Fingers crossed kind of thing, right? Oh wow, that's a really unlucky boulder there. I'm just gonna reset the area again. Killing all of them with the bolts is just gonna be like way longer than just doing that a second time. Just make teleportation devices to eliminate cars carrying human. Elon Musk should do this. Maybe he already is. Like we'll have to see. See what he's cooking up. Do you like the rock group Soen, or have you heard of them? No, Brandon. If you want to send me a link to your favorite song by them or favorite album, just send it in a Twitch DM, Instagram or Twitter, preferably Twitch though if you can, and I'll check it out and I'll let you know what I think. That was a perfect one. See, we traded the not so favorable RNG for the perfect RNG. Soen is solid. I've never heard that name before. What kind of music is it? Remember the first time you first fought this boss and you got Kamehameha'd one shot without knowing anything? That beam is really scary on the first time. That freaked me the hell out. I was like, dude, the spider can shoot a laser? What the hell? I was like, okay, this is why Seldor is so screwed up, man. This spider's been inspired by Dragon Ball Z or something like that. One small muscle movement and you're dead. In 100 years, they won't even believe we used to drive them. Yeah, exactly. It'll probably be like a funny thing. Kind of like almost that we use controllers for games. Like you used a method that's not your mind? What? You weren't in the game? You didn't just load like IRL 2.0? What? We good. No, we're not good. We still got to get the other piece of the armor set. Ever since Elon bought Twitter, he's been making himself look more of a clown. Do you think that's part of the plan? Isn't Twitter like supposed to be kind of like that? One could say he's using the platform as intended, especially being the person that owns it too. Could be the ultimate ruse. Possibly even in creating more engagement than before. Who knows? Oh, we got the other piece. Perfect. That was pretty quick. So I think we're good. I would kill the other 3, but I don't think we need to. We did the other run really well with just the 9 frames. Carnival was solid. I've heard Carnival before. They're pretty damn good. Jordy Greep album, The New Sound. I'm not sure who Jordy Greep is. But yeah, if you guys have any music you think is something that I would like, especially, then definitely send me a link. And then if I don't message you back within like a week, just remind me it's there, because there might be a time where, like, let's say someone that day had also sent another one and there was other things, or maybe I didn't check. But I do try to get back to all of them. I do message back as soon as I listen to the music almost all the time. I think I've only missed that very infrequently, like a few times ever, so. If I haven't messaged back, it might be that I haven't gotten to it, but I do pretty good at doing that these days. And I'll try to let you know what I think about the music. Diddy, where do you live? Out of curiosity, where there's not a lot of options? Because typically, like, there hasn't been for a long time, but there still is quite a lot of stuff that's older that you could find, right? And there's still like some manufacturers that have to keep that as a thing because they're trying to do their part. Oh, Richelieu is so good. Holy shit, man. Richelieu is the first artist I tried to learn how to sing. Like, or I actually really started practicing singing with Feather Gun. That song, holy shit, man. It's hard, but it's like, it was really fun though. Yeah, they're so underrated for how good they are. It's crazy. It's obviously like a lot more experimental of a sound than even some of the bands related, but yeah, it's really cool. Feather Gun's my favorite song by them. I'll be right back, guys. I'm not even going to consider this a break. I'm literally just going to run downstairs for a second. Give me 2 seconds. Where should you send the link, Sook? Like, if you can send it on a Twitch message, that'd be the easiest. Oh. Ooh, okay. Peekaboo. This enemy is such a troll, dude. It's he's like the perfect troll. You live in the States, a lot of manufacturers have just gotten rid of them. Or you need to pay a premium. Yeah, it kind of reversed. Like standards were cheaper when I was like younger. When I was a kid, I remember especially. And then it flipped. Because I guess just again, preferences are more in the favor of consumers not wanting that. Even though ironically, it's like they're really just reusing the same gearboxes, which is really funny. Like in a lot of cases, not all the time, but they're reusing a lot of stuff, so it's not like it actually should be a premium. Just I guess again, the cost of like having to implement that when your main production is something completely different, still having to keep it on hand might just be like a liability for them. So they try to charge it. They might just be also like crazy by charging that. I don't know what it is. There won't be any manual cars being produced by VW next year. Yeah, it's crazy. This is part of the reason also why I wish I could like literally save all the cars I've ever gotten. Just have like, you know, a lot of them at the same time, but it's there's not the space and like the practicality of it is limited unless you are literally like kind of setting your life up to do that as a goal, or you do it after you've already gotten to a position where it's really easy to just randomly do that if you want to. I wonder what the value of someone's collection will be like once everything's phased out and once we're like majorly just kind of going in a different direction, like when it really takes effect. I'm very curious. What's my dream car? No sleep. I don't have a dream car particularly in the way that like I guess other people do. That makes sense. I like a lot of different cars. Like a Carrera GT is probably Carrera GT and the McLaren F1 are both like the holy grail, but you know, one's 20 million and the other one's 2 to 3 million typically at the lowest. So it's like attainability of that's like very much so like a lower percentage in my whole lifetime than anything else. But like I also like a lot of other stuff that's way cheaper than that and also in between. So it's hard to say. I mean, like I would love to also, I almost did buy a Gen 1 NSX from a dude in Alberta, but he was actually bullying me. He was being really rude on the phone and on like the messages. So I was like, you know what, dude, you're gonna lose out on someone that literally is dead serious, and he's still trying to sell it to this day. It's still listed. It's been 4 years since then. So yeah, first gen NSX would be cool. I did buy one from a dealer and then I undid the bill of sale the same day because there was another deal I was debating between that and something else, and I went with the other thing. So they were nice enough to undo it. So I would have had one, but it's kind of funny now thinking back, having one would have been a bigger advantage in the long term probably, because the value did go up on that same vehicle. It appreciated enough where I would have made a profit off of it just in the time that deal would have happened to now. And it would have been really reliable too, and way cheaper to work on and stuff. So it's kind of funny, but yeah, I did actually bail out of that one. So NSX would be cool first gen, specifically like maybe an 02 sleek light 6-speed instead of the 5-speed. And then, you know, just maybe do like an NA build on it, like port it and stuff like that, do some bigger injectors and, you know, just supporting mods for just NA. Or supercharge it if you could, but I think NA would be really cool for a first gen, like a time attack kind of build. Okay, buff in here. We're going. I also, obviously, I like the GT3 RS. I drove that on the track as part of an experience. It was really cool. So GT3 RS is amazing. Just a regular GT3 probably would be even more preferable. I've never gotten to drive one of them, but the RS, you can tell it's very rigid. So like, if I scaled back like the bare bones nature of that a little bit, I could see the GT3 being like one of the best cars of all time for every single situation, bar none. But like, It's still not. I still would always take a Carrera GT or a McLaren F1 over that, just because like who wouldn't? Who like or like even a Koenigsegg Agera? Like an Agera would be a pretty damn good choice too. But I can't pick between any of those. It's really hard to do a number one. I also love the RX-7 too. Like I'd love to build a 3-rotor someday. Even a 4-rotor would be wild. A 4-rotor might be pushing it, but a 3-rotor NA would be amazing. But again, like you'll never experience a 3-rotor or even see one in person in most people's lifetimes, because who even does that? It's like pretty rare to do that. And the car is already hard to find already, right? So I'd have to do it myself, and I'm probably going to sell mine. So it's still going to probably just stay turbo. Yeah, there's some other stuff. The Ultima is pretty cool, as well as a concept car. What else do we got? I think that's pretty much it. Like, what else is even a thing? I guess, like, R34s are a little overhyped. Like, R34 is cool, but I wouldn't take that for the price at all. Like, I think it's just, like, almost kind of against the grain to pay the price of that. Whereas, like, the NSX is inflated, but it's much more worth the inflation based on how it's made and its heritage. Supra, I don't have interest in really that much. Maybe would if it was a bit cheaper for the JDMs. I think, like, a fully done NA build on a Fairlady that's Japanese, like, that has a Japanese block, fully built engine would be pretty sick. Always like the 350s from over there more than ours, for sure. Man, this is where we get into a rabbit hole. I could go on forever. An S15, like, show car build with, like, a reasonable ride height, reasonable clearance, no rubbing and stuff like that. S15, like, showy build would be kind of nice with some deep dishes. Hypercars are cool. With how cool they are, they're not really a dream car. Yeah, because the hypercar thing is, like, it's really hard to, like, justify any hypercar being possible to, like, actually use that often, because of some of the, like, the stipulations with them. Like a Bugatti, for example, the Veyron versus the Chiron. Veyron's not, like, an option for some people that even have the money to justify it, just because, again, the wheels are literally attached to the rims. You have to spend 50 grand every time you change that. Chiron doesn't have that issue, right? So it's really weird. There's weird things you get into. It's kind of like even Lamborghini before Audi and Lambo were, like, more tight and, like, collaborating and stuff. Like, they suck in terms of, like, just a lot of stuff. Like, they're really good for certain things, but, like, just the base Italian heritage of Lamborghini's not that consistent or like dependable to invest the money in versus, like, an Audi era Lamborghini. Like a Huracan's gonna be fine. You'll actually probably get pretty good reliability out of it. Same thing with like an R8, right? But there's so many different things. I think the best thing you can do is just experience driving some different vehicles, and my pro tip is don't own most of them, just drive them, especially on the track if you can too, because that's a cool experience. You're an NA fan? I'm not an NA fan. I'm a big turbo fan. Big single turbos, like, for life for me. I like the experience of that, but on a track though, supercharged or NA is the way to go. I don't like turbo on a track as an idea, because the latency and stuff like that, it's gonna fuck you up in the corners and shit. It's way harder to, like, balance or settle the vehicle in that case, unless it's, like, a really, like, modern turbo setup. Maybe twin scroll with, like, the high end one kicking in at an RPM where it's, like, already going to be easy and smoother for the roll on and everything. It really depends on the setup. If it's, like, an older, like, especially a Japanese car, big single turbo on a track, that's just rowdy. So supercharged or NA would be more consistent for performance. And that kind of, and I'm like more of a hot lap type vehicle enjoyer. I don't like like the show cars that are slammed or drag cars as much. It's more so like circuits, like things that eat the corners and stuff, with some capability of straight line performance, obviously. Like a little bit of dependence on you having to have some skill, you know, not just like a Miata NA where anyone can drive it, like, really well. Okay, let's go to, and also I'm not trying to throw shade on NA, like, slower cars. Like, that's literally, like, you can learn how to drive really well on a Miata. You probably should. No shade to that at all. I think they're amazing too, but just like it's a different experience than having to like tame something that's like an actual scary situation, right? Speaking of which, look at this doggy. Doggy acting like a froggy over here. Can we make it before we get foggy? And can I buff the mace before I'm sorry? Because then we won't be going as fast as Ferrari, but technically the ninja won't be dead, so that would be bad too. So we gotta kill him. Easy. Nice. Okay, that was a really crazy turn of events. I waited just like the slightest bit too long for that dog, because I was kind of like, I was really trying to get both of them, and I should have tried to go early. Just get the one in front and then get the one behind that. And if the one behind was alive, that'd be way easier to escape, so that was a little bit of an improv there. What I did actually on that part, though, that was like kind of helping right there, I ran around in that room with both the dogs chasing me for 10 minutes straight without dying, just to see all the attacks, all the angles. They only have one attack when you're running, and it's very bad at hitting you. They're actually really easy in this game. The hard part's when you're standing still and they come straight at you and you're not in a strafing running animation. Then they'll do something random that's weird. And that was kind of what happened there, so gotta be more careful on that. You have a 340i. Oh, with the B58. 340s are like isn't that like the #1 four-door vehicle you can buy for performance per dollar and all-round versatility now? Like, there's no sedan that beats the 340 as far as I know. Unless you want like less complications if something goes wrong, I guess, because a B58's not like that unreliable, but obviously it's an older power plant still. It's not as fleshed out as like an S58 or something like that. Severeg, thank you for the prime, dude. I hope you enjoy your motes. Welcome. Hope you would also enjoy me killing Freya the final time and never needing to see Freya again. Daily low? I just have a winter beater that I bought off a friend as a mini at the moment, but yeah. I've had a lot of dailies though. Like, I'm actually, it's kind of funny because I actually made a video about it. Like, I made a tier list, I wrote it. And then I started to realize as I made the tier list, there's more dailies I forgot about that I didn't put in the tier list. So like, it doesn't even have all of them, but I might release that video on like the bonus channel I was talking about making. That might give you a hint of like what I was up to working on that other stuff. But I did write a tier list for the dailies actually. Interest in bikes at all? Rather, the reason that I don't go in that realm of things, because I'd be dead if I had a bike easily. Either that or I would have already had like really big things happen that were bad. So like essentially I can't go near a bike. I've been warned by everyone that I know that are into them, that know me, and also my uncle almost died on a bike multiple times. Like if I just follow suit of avoiding everything one of my uncles did, because he's like very like me in terms of extreme stuff, adrenaline stuff, like I'll live. I know for a fact I'll be living. So I can't rock climb outdoors like really, really high up, free soloing, or like with bad top rope connections. And I can't get a motorcycle, and I also can't do a few other things, and we'll be good. Because he was on like death's door, I think more than one time from a motorcycle. He almost died. He's in critical care, and then like next to people that were literally burned to like a crisp. I think he also almost died. He was in critical condition. It broke most of his ribs from falling. I think it was like 40-something feet outdoor rock climbing as well. And then someone randomly saved him. And then he almost died just walking up over a bridge in the winter one time while he was taking a quick break from work to go get change. Because he's the manager of a restaurant. He's trying to go get more change across the street, so he had to go over this bridge, and some dude found him and luckily saved his life, or he would be gone. So I take that as like a good indication of a life lesson. I'm gonna be like, okay, if all those things happen to that dude, let's at least avoid the bike, because that's super easy. Like, and the rock climbing, obviously, like I like rock climbing and shit, but I'm not gonna go that crazy with it. Same way, no bikes for you. I love the idea of a bike. I would literally have like probably like more than one of them easily by now, but just I'm gonna get the training to be able to operate one for sure. I want to be able to like use one, but I'm not gonna own one. because I don't think it's worth the risk for me. And even on a track, like even if I took a bike to a track, that's still not something I trust really versus like the vehicle where you could survive still. Like one bad wipeout on a track doesn't mean much difference than a road crash on a bike sometimes. It's almost the same thing, whereas a crash on a track with a car is not that bad sometimes. It can be like actually pretty safe, if not completely fine, and part of the process of learning. B58TU. Is that the code for it? The 340s. Gonna get this soon. Seam, thank you so much, man. I really am excited to do it. Thank you so much for the luck with the thronies too. Like I just need to get a fight on them where I don't have them heal, and that's my fault too. Like I'm very capable of doing that. Look different with hair. Evolve. What's going on, man? Yeah, I would shave my head quite often before. How's it going, dude? We're going for I'm gonna see if I can grow it for at least 3 to 5 years. So I'll see you back here in a few, like maybe 2.5. See how crazy it gets. My only fear is that I go too far and like I grow it to like my lower back or something, and then it, like I don't want to stop, and then it actually gets dangerous. Because I feel like the shoulder length thing will just become like an old goal, and then I'll probably like go for like beyond shoulder length or something. It's gonna take a long time with shrinkage and everything. Like my hair's very curly, so it's way longer than it actually looks right now. It's incredibly long if you like unraveled it, but yeah, we'll see how far we can get. Evol, thank you, dude. Honestly, I really appreciate you making the commitment to using your Prime sub here out of any channel that is on this entire website. You used it here. Maybe you don't care that much about it, but it means a lot. That is a cool thing. You're definitely getting one because you want a license in anything that can be driven. Oh, like a boat, boat, bike, car. Definitely not plane. You're not getting your plane license, are you? Like flight school? Or would it just be for a smaller type of plane or whatever? Like, you plan to? That's awesome, dude. I would love to fly a plane too. That is something that would be amazing. But not commercial though. Commercial seems like it'd be stressful. Although I guess like the nature of how commercials are built versus like the private ones, like the safety factor is also another thing too, if something were to happen. Yeah, I have a buddy that became a commercial pilot. I never really asked him, like past like maybe the initial wave of doing it, how it was. I haven't really caught up with him in a while. Flight school's only 10 to 12K. That's actually really cheap, wow. That's only a little bit more than some certifications. Join the Air Force if you're US based. They'll train you for free. That's the IRL skip. That's your speedrun skip for flight school. It's like I'm gonna get into the gold split for the Air Force, and then once I'm in like chapter 2, I'm gonna do like the no clip into the wall and get the staff sergeant to give me a better meal, and then I'm gonna do 10 push-ups and then get the certificate for the plane. And then I'm gonna roll off the boat on the water at the right angle to get more speed so I can walk on water for 2 seconds to the dinghy boat that has a hole that sinks just at the right diameter to be able to actually escape again into Atlantis. And then the mermaid people will bring me to the surface and I'll be fine. Yup. Sure. All right, we're done that part. We can actually do the late game now. It's a good run. And I actually have both pieces for the armor set that we need, so we actually don't have to farm. I think we have enough for the door too. Almost. You have your dream car, but since it's your daily, you can't drive it how you'd like to, and you're afraid to take it to the track, Tyler. Yeah, that's one of those things where it's like the debate of I guess there's different ideologies. Like some people will be like, hey, I want to save kilometers. Like they'll be like the Garage Queen type scenario. Some people will just be like, drive it to the ground all the time, 24/7, highest amount of kilometers you can put on immediately, eat the costs, and then like actually enjoy it, make experiences. It's weird to strike a balance if like the only daily you have is the one you want to track as well. It's probably why a lot of people just make track builds that are more affordable, because like the one thing that's true that won't change is like your skill level won't be increased because the vehicle's higher performing. It's actually like probably the opposite. So unless you're really, really capable, it's like for me, when I went on the track on the GT3 RS, like obviously I'm not extracting like the limit out of the car. There's no way. Like even the instructor wouldn't do a lap even at the limit, because who would? Like it's one of the most capable track cars. So having that as a daily, or something even like just a 911 in general that's like in the realm, even less than a GT3, like just a Carrera 4, maybe Carrera S, you're literally going to have a harder time meeting the skill gap more than you will even being able to justify driving the vehicle that way. So therefore, there's that whole conundrum too. So you'd probably want to undershoot the level of performance of the vehicle so you can scale your skill beyond that and then grow out of it, kind of thing. For the track especially, that a lot of people say that for like regular driving, but I would say for the track especially, that's one thing that I noticed, is that even at the experience that I went to, there was people that brought their regular projects, and then there was people that were having other experiences there that they paid for designated vehicles, and no one was driving that fast at all. It was like pretty bad, actually. Most people in the experiences weren't even driving properly. And there was a dude that almost like got like taken out of the track because he didn't do the right signal for passing, and he was going so slow that like you could say he was going slower than like the speed limit on a regular road. So I was like, why would you go and pay money to like get someone to tell you how to perform properly, and then you don't even like try, and then you make it more dangerous because of that. And then I started to notice like on the other side, there were people in their regular vehicles, they weren't really pushing it too much, but a lot of their vehicles were like stuff you can justify as a track build. Like they weren't incredibly costly, like they were definitely reasonable enough. So that's probably the smartest idea. I'm gonna get a little bit, oh no, we have 147 bolts, we're good. One bright bug too, I think we can just go there. Wait, how many resins? 10 resins. Yeah, everything's fine. I think I was coming here because I thought if we have extra chunks, might as well use them, but it doesn't matter because we don't use the mace yet. And I'd still want to go back to get more bright bugs anyways. So yeah, let's go to Drainlake Castle. That's why you ride a small race bike instead of a big one. Probably smart. Mbasa, what's up? How's it going, dude? He took an arrow to the knee and just stared you down. I think that was the magic spot right there. He knew. He was like, damn, you got me in the classic position here with the arrow in the knee. What do I do now? Shasker, welcome back. How are you doing? Tyler, oh yeah, like that's definitely that's fine and all. It's like one of those things though where if that person doesn't try to enjoy it a little bit, it is sad for the manufacturer side of things, where it's like they made it for performance, so you might as well do something at least, right? Definitely understand that. Like I've seen a LaFerrari over like in the time that I've been living in Canada, dude. I saw one of those just cruising. I was like, wonder how often that actually gets like completely destroyed, like just like straight full on, like, you know, let's actually see what this can do. Probably almost never, because like they'd be like literally like sued by Ferrari for driving it. They'd be like, you got to buy 20 of these, but you can't drive them. But then also, if the kilometers are over 1, then we're going to sue you and you're going to go to jail. And if you paint it blue, then we're actually going to make your family have to pay a credit card debt that is unending for the rest of time. And we'll bill you, and our lawyer will subpoena you 1,000,000 times. They're like that? Yeah, it's like, dude, you even like looked, you didn't say the name, like Ferrari. Instantly, like the car will just kill itself. Like it'll just fucking kill all electronics. You'll be dead. Yo, Soul King, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs, man. Feeman, Velvet, Mr. Orny, Flash, and Nero, I hope you guys enjoy your emotes. Please say thank you to Soul King if you can. And welcome. Actually drive them, Shogun. That's really cool, dude. I would be afraid to do that. Like, well, not afraid completely. I would drive it, but I wouldn't be able to put a lot of kilometers on like a 720. A 2023 911 turbo. Yeah, definitely. I would just go with like an older, again, like a 991.1 instead of going newest gen, and then save the money and then drive it, like instead of actually getting a 2023. Like that'd be nuts. But again, it depends on who you are. Like it's really dependent on how that affects everything. Like let's say there was earlier maintenance, or you know you were having to actually like not have the vehicle because of that as a cost. You had other ones, then you know it could help a little bit. Or again, maybe you don't care. Like that's worth the enjoyment for you. Weird balance though. I don't like that at all, dude. This is bad. Forlorn invaded, so we can't leave. The contraption worked. This is really bad, guys. This is incredibly bad. And we have both Royal Soldiers. You're kidding me. There is like a way this could work. There's a really strong way this could work. A very certain way. Because the door is like barely opening here. The Royal Soldiers, what they're doing is they're actually making Forlorn get stuck, so that actually helped. That was a method right there. We have 3 of them. We have all 3. That's the problem. Forlorn, don't take the other staircase. Okay, and now they're still piled up. Worth the shot, not worth the shot yet. Don't have them circle back around. Close shot, boom, 1 down. If we can solve this. Just need to make sure he doesn't swing when we're like walking here, because he can swing randomly and it's hard to really expect. Now we gotta get the lock on this dude, maybe make him turn. Can he drop down? Please drop, please drop, please drop. Please drop, dude. Yes, thank you. 1 shot to fuck. Okay, never mind. We're solid, we're solid, we're solid, we're solid. This is so spooky, dude. Why is it so scary? Why is this game terrifying? Okay, 1 shot on Forlorn to slow him down, maybe, and then lead on this guy. Boom, 1 shot, move on. He gets stuck, another shot, move on. And then let him drop. Shoot him 1 more time. Safety. Forlorn, get this guy. Dead. Okay, here we go. Now we can actually do this. We get one more shot. We could probably get 2 every single time he drops down here. Maybe 3 even. 3 seems like it's doable if he gets thrown off a little bit. God, zombies in here, yeah. Oh, that was pretty wild. That was a very clean way of handling that, though. Very low risk, but just like, well, not super low risk, because the last part before the Royal Soldiers were dead, they're a little scary, but everything outside was handled really well. Oh man, watching that stressing you out. It was stressing me out a little bit too. The stress on that increased a lot once we got in the door, though. Usually it's the other way around. It's like this, all stress goes away once we're inside the door, but it was the flip side now. They're like, I want to hit you with the reverse Uno. He didn't win this time. It's actually funny. Okay, so the weird thing, I don't know how the Royal Soldiers pop up sooner than later. I don't know how that works. That's the part that confuses me. So because they popped up sooner, that helped me. Because I could actually use them to body block Forlorn, right? Dude, are you fuck? Oh my god, man. We had a fraction of damage less than normal. Okay. Cool. And he didn't get staggered even though I have dude, I have Stone Ring on and the mace, and I spammed him with attacks and he didn't get staggered. That's crazy. I don't even know what to even say about that, but okay. We take those. I think that my upgrade to +7 on the mace is required for this part. Like, you have no choice. Either that or a Ron Fusion. Probably both. Just kind of weird that he didn't stagger with Stone Ring, though, because a regular enemy getting hit with a weapon that has stagger already with that on top shouldn't be able to attack through that either way. What? He did, so obviously I'm wrong. Who are we blaming? You thought I was invaded by an actual player? That'd be crazy. Oh my god. How unfortunate. It is, man, it is, but it happens, though. I haven't had that exact thing happen, but it's a thing, though. You hate to see it. And then, yeah, we can infuse this if we wanted to, even. Okay, so lightning arrows. And everything's set up ahead of time here. Hopefully no more Forlorn invasions as well. And we're going back. At least I know. Yeah, well, I know for sure, but it's just weird because, like, I already knew the upgrade level was +6. I wasn't really worried about that. I was like, well, you know, we're going to just destroy him with the Stone Ring. Why not restart? I don't have enough time to reset, so we're going to go for a PB. Like a personal best score, and then I'll get back to this probably on Tuesday. I think it'll be good having the break too. Like, it'll probably make me play a little bit better, even though we are playing really good. But I'll still be streaming and stuff. So like, we're doing DS1 no roll no death tomorrow, and then I might squeeze in Bloodborne again the next day. I might do Bloodborne on Monday instead, so we can still at least do the run I wanted to try, and have more time to do it, because I think it might take like a good. It might take more than one stream to get the Bloodborne run done I wanted to do. And then there's the Elden Ring run that I want to start. Ideally, I wanted to start it on Monday, but I think that depending on how no roll goes and all that, I want to at least get the no roll or the Bloodborne run, one or the other. After such a good escape, you didn't deserve that. That's the thing, though. It's like, what is deserved on? How do we derive, like, how you deserve something on this? The value of that, right? Or the meaning of that. The game owes you nothing, and you gotta just be good. And then also, sometimes you just gotta know things. And that was a thing that, like, again, it doesn't make sense to me because we have an item that, like, literally should destroy the stability of any enemy in terms of, like, staggering them. And he's not an enemy that's that serious, so it's weird that, like, that would happen. But again, logic doesn't apply. You can't just be like, oh, because I think it's logical, it matters. It's not good enough. You gotta just see whatever happens and adjust to it. You go with 2 shots on this one. The 2 time. Oh wow, okay, I walked up kind of slow. And that, there we go, runs over. Alright, cool. Nice, and we can redo the fight at least, so I'll have to practice that. We'll make a save state right now. Yay! Big problem there was I just took too long to walk up, and he shot me in the head instead of over the head. The 2-shot thing is not a problem. That's actually even better, but I should have rolled ahead of time to, like, just force the distance there, or just iframe the arrow, which I could have done. But we'll make a save state so we can go over Dragon Riders. I could just play him a bunch of times right now. Fight's so rough. It's actually really easy. It's just it looks really weird. That's the thing. The mistake I made there was it was the difference of, like, probably half a foot. Like, it was almost the exact same spot you could stand and he wouldn't shoot you. I bet you could even, like, see in the clip too, like, how much clearance the arrow would have had over my head, but again, just a tiny bit different than normal. So we're gonna just change the entire plan now. And here, I'll make a state at the door so we can do it, like, maybe at least 3 or 4 times before we finish. Justin, really? Why is that? I appreciate it, though. That sounds like a nice compliment, but, like, I don't even know what a Greek god would supposed to look like. Like, you mean like the 300 people? Like the Spartans or something? Or like a God of War character? Aren't the Greek gods, like, a bunch of monsters in that? Oh, we didn't have to use the resin there. Okay, let me quit out, and then we'll make the file. This is actually a good opportunity for this, at least, because we couldn't have gotten the run on this run anyways up to that, so it's nice that that happened at the end of the day. It would have been really bad if that was the first mistake. All right, I have the file. We're good. Last run of the day, yeah, I would be going for 7 hours, 20 minutes. I would stream more. I have the energy, but it just doesn't make any sense because I need to eat dinner and stuff. I haven't eaten a meal today, so got to eat. And I wanted to do some music too, so I should probably get right to that. Resend the info on Ferrari accents, Chris. Sure, go for it, dude. I didn't notice you even sent that in the first place. I'm sorry. Due to the fact that you seem stoic in appearance and demeanor. Interesting. I didn't know we actually had an idea of what a Greek god would actually even act as, because we weren't alive during that time, and there's no guarantee that any account of that is correct. Or that there's even, like, a one-dimensional type of behavior for, like, a very large group of people. Or I guess gods, though, aren't real, though, right? So, or sorry, maybe they are, who knows. But, like, mythology people, definitely, I can understand that then, I guess, if you're going that direction. I'm still thinking of 300 for some reason. Okay, full stamina here. We're just waiting. He doesn't shoot yet. We go over here. Roll the arrow and space the attack. Full stamina. Boom, easy. 3-shot. 1, 2, 3, he's dead. Get ready for that. Boom, easy. That's the fight. That's what you're supposed to do. And then I'll try the exact same thing I did with the 2-shot there and see how that goes as well. Because I've done both. I've even done more than 2 shots. I did a double before he fell and then one as he hits the ground with the regular bow. At least we got a PB today, and we actually had another distance run that actually, it almost ties the other PB for distance, so that's really good. Some great consistency. That was a really sloppy roll because I was not paying attention. Let's do that again. Dr. Russo from the University of Toronto found that 1 in 100 Ferrari drivers have non-fatal accidents, fewer deaths than from shaking vending machines until they fall, or shark attacks. Nonetheless, he concluded it's easier to avoid a falling vending machine than to survive a shaking a shark. That's interesting. I feel like that comparison though is heavily skewed by the ratio, so it's like how many Ferraris exist that you can buy, right? And the fact that like the ones that are new you can't buy at a certain price point unless you're invited to buy them, and you have to buy a lot of their other cars. So a lot of the people that own them own a lot of them, and not many people own them in general. So it's like you're more likely to have multiple Ferraris than probably have someone that you could find that even owns one, if it's a certain like spec, right, or a certain like threshold for how much it costs, because they're very elite with that. So that therefore that would skew the statistics at like versus a regular type of vehicle or something a little bit less exclusive, because you'd have a lot more data there. That's funny though. That's really funny. Okay, that's the single one again. 1, 2, 3, and we actually have extra stamina to spare. This is like absolutely textbook perfect. That's like so clean that I don't think I've done it that well before. Because we even had stamina left where if I wanted to roll immediately I could, and the recovery was immediate. Meaning I can use the button to roll and it doesn't punish me at all. And I could even sprint if I wanted to right away. That was really good. I didn't even know you could even get it to that point where like you got the pixel left still. That's pretty cool. That roll was almost sloppy. Especially considering I didn't have the ladle on. That was kind of weird. All right, we're doing it again. You have to wait for the 6 steps. I wish it was that simple with this one. I think this is just, again, the game's revenge on the fact that I literally dunk Dragon Rider every time. What time am I streaming tomorrow, Phil? I'm going to be streaming earlier than normal. So, trying to think of like the calculation for everybody here. So if it's, we'll say it's almost 8 p.m. If we round up to 8 p.m., it will be basically 14 hours from now, or sorry, 14 hours and 45 minutes from now I'll be live. Probably no later than that. 14 hours, 45 minutes, 15 hours give or take. If you're here in 15 hours from now, I'll be live. Wait, also I just realized something. Did I buff when I loaded into the save file, or was the character already buffed loading in? What happened there? That was kind of weird. Okay, we're doing the double shot. Stamina comes back. Boom, we got the predictive one when he falls. Roll, and then this arrow strafed, which is like, this is again more of like the old school way I would do it. Running attack, and then 2 more, and he's dead. Full stamina back. Almost, boom, easy. So you can do the 2-shot and make it super safe too. It's just like, it's weird. Like the things that affect their placement is heavily based on like the exact point you get this guy to confirm his attack. So like you not moving from the gate is one aspect, but then you are forced to move from the gate if the guy with the bow shoots sooner, which changes his placement by like anywhere from like 5 to 10 feet, which makes it that different timing for the third part too. So like those things kind of have differences based on what happens first and second, resulting in the final situation. That was bad stamina management there. Okay, I gotta pay more attention on the last part of the fight. I'm just trying to get the first part down, but I gotta make sure the whole thing is like as if we're doing it. We're doing it again. Voss sends his regards. You mean Voss from Far Cry 4? Or Far Cry 3, sorry. Oh man. It's 2 a.m. for you. Oh boy. Okay, so I'm basically putting you to bed by ending. That makes me feel better. Yeah, I think the bright bug was already consumed. I guess because we used it on the first fight. So that's good news. We don't even need the bright bug for this one. Okay, so he's shooting sooner. His tracking's pretty bad with just strafing point blank. Got a mini sprint to go over the head. See, that's how you fix that. Mini stamina lefts, easy rolls here. And that works just the same as before. Slight modification based on the fact the guy shot sooner, so that's kind of like what I was talking about. But the double shot guarantees no bright bug is needed, and then it also makes it so that if you have bad stamina, I guess you could do two R2s technically if you wanted to. Oh, that was a terrible roll. Okay, I gotta pay attention. Okay, we're just gonna sit here and roll attacks for a second to make up for that. Oh, he does a third. Okay, well, that's never going to happen on a run. I'm always behind him. So that's not really relevant, but it's good to know, though. He can do a third if you're in front. It's pretty cool, though, because it looks like he's kind of just like doing a recovery, but he takes that position on the recovery and then goes back into an attack from there instead of starting a new animation there. So it's kind of sneaky. It's like a concealed third attack. That's one thing this game does really well. Its telegraphing is probably the most tricky to interpret in some cases. Like when you get multiple attacks going, like see how his recovery looks like he could have swung again? It's so weird. And I think, and it sets it up so that if he does, he doesn't have to actually initiate any telegraphing for that next attack. It just goes from the recovery of the previous one. And it's not like a true combo of like, yeah, he's just spamming. It has a rest in it that looks like kind of like he actually is resting. Like Michael Porter Jr.? Who is that? No offense. Uh-oh. Sir Alone telegraphing? Yeah, that guy is crazy. I'm excited to fight Sir Alone on the all boss run. It's gonna be one of the best fights in the game. I think my plan for it is I'm gonna get the DLC done pretty early and then finish off with like a lot of the optional stuff we're doing now last. So the practice with this is going to really come in clutch because like the end of that run is going to have a lot of the things we're doing in this, but just easier versions, obviously. Okay, let's practice the intro 2 or 3 more times, at least. Nuggets power forward for the NBA. Okay, so I'm not sure who he is, dude. I don't know all the basketball players. MPJ, how's your jump shot? My jump shot? Dude, I don't have any like skill with basketball right now. I don't play basketball anymore. I used to when I was younger. I could have been pretty good. Like I was definitely ahead of like people as a kid, if that makes sense. Like I was doing free throws and 3-pointers at 4 without having even like the ability to see the hoop properly. So that definitely was an indication. My accuracy was pretty good as a child. And I actually had like, my form wasn't perfect, but I didn't do the granny shot. So I think that if I got put into training for it, because I really wanted to do it, I wanted to do the NBA and stuff like that. I don't think I'd make it necessarily to NBA guaranteed. That's a whole different ballgame. But like I would have been a decent player on teams, of school-related teams, and outside that, if there was the money for it and the time investment was made, and I could justify it all throughout adolescence. I think I could have still been good now even. But I never invested the time. After a certain point, I went more into like the skateboarding, music, stuff like that. Stopped doing the sports as much. But I definitely, according to everyone, and there's videos and technical, well, there's pictures, but there's also, I think there is one video. And I remember a little bit of it. Like apparently I was pretty damn good when I was super young. So it was very encouraged for me to keep playing, but not in the way of like, hey, we're gonna pay for you to go to like play outside of school or something like that. or we're gonna like, you know, encourage it beyond. You can play, but you have to also do good with other stuff too. Vert or street? Just street. I was definitely never a vert skater. Vert parks still are fucking scary, dude. Like the most vert that you'll catch me doing, like I would do a stair set maybe, like just gap a stair set, but that's like, that's not vert really still, but like that's the most air time you're gonna see me having. I think I've only done like maybe 2 or 3 grabs intentionally ever because I actually caught enough air, so I just grabbed the board. It wasn't even like I was popping into it intending to do a grab or anything. It was just like, oh yeah, you get a bit of air so you could just do an indie right here, a nose grab or something. Hearing you in 1 times compared to 1.75 is night and day. You were watching on 1.75? Oh no. We call it from under the balls shot in your language. The granny shot, that's funny. I like that one better. Also, Couchies, what's up, dude? Didn't say hi to you right away. How are you doing? Alright, so I want 2 more in a row that are like basically me pretending I'm actually doing the run, because it's really hard to like instill that same mindset in the practice. It's almost impossible sometimes. But that was a pretty focused one, as if I was actually doing it and it mattered, and it's a good intro and outro there. She put lightning on the rapier, Kilo, like a lightning gem. I think that makes sense if you're doing more so PvP to infuse weapons, and you're gonna use magic to buff it that's a casting and not a resin, because you can't buff it with resin once you put the gem on. So if you have magic to buff it with more lightning, like Sunlight Blade or something like that, yes, then that would make sense. That'd be really good. Otherwise, if you're just using resins, you don't really need to. So I'm not a fan of like the way I spaced that attack. It was safe, but it wasn't really that comfortable. So I'm trying to think of if the timing synchronizes really close to the attack of the dude, but I can't use the attack to do the spacing. I might have to actually sprint a little bit before rolling. I think that might make sense. Like just do like a micro sprint, guarantee the spacing for the arrow, then just like make my roll for the escape of this guy's attack a side roll instead of like a diagonal forward. Make up the timing later by just using the stamina a bit smarter to run to bow dude as well. Just started SL1 run in DS3, has been surprisingly chill until Pontiff. It usually is. Like, Pontiff is where the difficulty spike happens. Like, the real difficulty spike. I would say Abyss Watchers is a good test of, like, if you can beat them, you could beat anything in DS3. But, the stuff before it doesn't give you a good indication of that unless you did Early Dancer. It's pretty much the Abyss Watchers is, like, the deciding fight for the game, I think. But Pontiff's, like, the genuine difficulty increase if you just play him straight up, especially. Dimpuro, what's up? Also, Narit, what's going on? How are you doing? SL1 runs are new casual runs for old Souls players. Well, dude, honestly, regular SL1 is definitely very casual. 2, 3, we still have the baby stamina, nice. Yeah, the double shot intro is pretty cool, man. Like, it's overkill for the Brightbug though, so I want to try the single shot one before we finish the final one, and then we'll decide which one's better tomorrow, I guess, or the next time we do this. Not tomorrow, but the next time. It's very casual until you do BL4 costs. Oh my god. You know what's funny? That actually is giving me like some nerves there right now, because the Bloodborne run we have is going to include DLC, and the BL4, the SL1 that you're saying on that run, it's going to be worse than that, the run I'm going to do. So I'm actually kind of worried about that fight. I'll have to like actually play it probably the best I've ever had in my life, like for any of the DLC. It's going to have to be very sweaty. I'm excited though. I think that like probably could pull off Orphan a lot quicker than the previous times I've done low damage on. Radahn level 1. Radahn level 1's wild too. That's like a weird thing where once you actually like get it, like it's hard to not be pretty decent at Radahn, but it's weird to be like 100%, like very consistent, 99% consistent, we'll say. Didn't have enough damage there. I think it's because the running attack. Oh, well, also we don't have the Bright Bug, so yeah, the Bright Bug would have killed him. That would have been fine. So yeah, pay no attention to that. That's because we don't have the item that we used on the actual run before we made the file. So he would be dead from one less attack there. I think I might have to remake another file if we make it here next time on a practice run with the Bright Bug. But I think this fight will be pretty solid no matter what. Like it already is, but it'll be even more solid going forward because we just did this. Okay, trying the single shot again. And then again, we don't have to worry about the escape from the other guy, the bow guy. I can just pretend, hey, we did the extra damage that we were supposed to, but I want to see if we can get the beginning with the single shot. Just very clean with the timing. What am I getting hits on? It always changes. I mean, it's like nothing consistent at this point, but it's always something different right now. A lot of very unlikely things. So we had one on the one that ended the run, or not ended the run, but the one that started off the spiral was one of the knights that are petrified in Drang Lake. I didn't even do anything there. Okay. Ooh, arrow to, dude, the arrow to the knee came back to me. There we go. Was the PB3 when you got hit on Looking Glass? Yes. I think that was the second hit, and then the final one, it would have been a 2 PB, but then the final one was Throne Watcher did a standings, like a neutral poke attack after recovering from another like running attack, and she did an attack that typically she runs to do and holds while running. So I was kind of confused because you don't really get situations where she will attack unless she walks towards you. So the distance she was at to be able to attack was pretty impressive, and as a follow-up too. So I didn't expect that one. I've never seen that happen that way. And now we know that one too. So I'm just going to basically say that if she's, I'll say less, like maybe 8 feet to 10 feet, and then she just did something and recovered, I'm not going to even go for an attack, even if it is possible. You have to be a little bit more stingy on that. $198, okay. So we'll go left a little bit to make some room. Boom, easy. And then this is good setup here. I could also do something like this. Hit both of them at the same time. There's like a lot of methods you could kill both of them at the same time pretty easily too, but not as nearly as easily if you're doing damageless. Cool. Okay. I think that's a good enough practice. Let's host somebody on Twitch and call it a day, guys. If you did enjoy the stream, here are the socials. You can check out the YouTube channels if you are on the Twitch stream. There are all the links in the chat. If you want the same links They are in the pinned comment of all the videos, like I've said before, for the YouTube. And consider joining the Discord if you want to be seeing the live stream when I do a day where maybe I upload a video on the YouTube and I'm only live on Twitch. The only way you'll know is if you join the Discord and the bot will alert you, or you have to join the Twitter. Twitter is definitely like more archaic and kind of annoying, so I would say joining the Discord definitely helps for updates with everything. Consider that. And I'm going to find someone I can host. Who's live at this kind of time a weekend? Who would even play a game on a weekend? That sounds ridiculous. Imagine people literally doing that. Sounds like it's fake news, man. The people are all plants and they're just like actually paid actors. There's quite a few people. Okay. And we do. Some people I rated yesterday. I'm gonna host Hob. Hob is doing the subathon right now. He's doing the run that he's been working on, which is the God Run 3, but he actually was banned, so I'm gonna give him like a welcome back raid. Let's do that. He also looks like the starting class for Elden Ring or something like that, or like a character that's like maybe the basic character from Bloodborne, like the rumpled Yarnum clothes or something. I don't even know. All right, I'll see you guys there. Be back again tomorrow. Let's go.
A little bit just to remind yourself how easy it is before you fuck it up. Because it's not that hard. Really? Like, well, it's not. It's just not. Proved that when I practiced them, and I think I only fucked it up when I deliberately tried to find the point where the parry window starts, or whatever. Squilla, did you hear about my ban? We could've, oh shit, I could've, I wasn't banned from Discord, I could've done the call in the week. I checked out. Yeah, I got banned for sexual misconduct again. So here we are. So if you wanted to chat on Discord and it has anything to do with any sexual misconduct, I can't now. Because I'm 2 strikes, so 3rd strike and I'm out, I guess. Bad Mash, yeah. And they're good, man. And they're good. Squilla with a raid as well. Thanks, man. Shit. Didn't realize till now, so bit slow. Green Ghost, what up? Matt, what's up? I think Megan reported me? Maybe. Yeah, seems so chill. That's because I'm reformed now. I came back after the 7-day ban. I've improved my everything, and now I'm not a toxic bastard who makes sex jokes all the time. I am now a classy man in a waistcoat. Can't ban this. I got banned for fan art though. I was showing fan art that was my face on a dick and me getting probed by alien women with big tits and me sucking Radahn's horn sexually like it was a cock and me tied up by old women with moist breasts. I really don't know how I lasted a whole month without getting banned actually. I definitely flew too close to the sun this time. What a way to start the year. Nice, those were horrid. No, they weren't. They were art, dude. It was art. You're the fucker that reported me. Son of a bitch. Cellmate, thanks for 32 months. Make sure you're following Squilla, guys. OG no hit runner. Pro as they get. you following him. Zen with the 1 year. Marioka was 72. Surly Os with the 31.